guys, welcome back to my channel. Long time no see for some of y'all. We are back with the entire plot series, but today I'm going to be telling you the entire plot of the Summer I Turned Pretty universe, so y'all don't have to read almost 900 pages to learn that Conrad is the best, that you should be Team Conrad. So let's jump into it because this is going to be a wild ride. There's a lot of time jumps. So be patient with me, and let's have fun. And as always, if you enjoy this video, please hit the little like button. It really does help me out. And if you want to see more content from me, make sure that you're subscribed and leave a comment down below letting me know what series to do next. I have a few ideas that we'll talk about at the end of this video. This book actually does something really interesting at the beginning. It starts off the book by using the last two paragraphs of this book, which I'm really not mad at because it doesn't reveal any names, but a choice. It is a choice for sure. But essentially these two paragraphs are talking about how our girl Belly is so excited and so shook that this boy has come to visit her. He has driven like 2 hours to come visit her. She goes up to the car. He goes, "Do you still want to do this?" And she says, "Yes," thinking to herself, everything that happened this summer has led up to this one moment. And then we hop into chapter 1, present day, and we are in the car with Belly. She is being a passenger princess while her older brother Steven is driving. Belly's getting a little restless because our boy Steven is slow. He is a slow driver and is essentially driving like a grandma. And so she's like, you know what, I'm about to blare some music because I am also about to fall asleep. She turns on the radio and the first song that comes on is Free Fallin' by Tom Petty. And she's like, oh my gosh, this is my jam. I'm about to sing my little heart out. And that's what she does. Steven is over here being like, my ears, this is horrendous. Can we please stop? In fact, he says, I would rather drive this car into the ocean than to hear you sing anymore. And so she actually stops. I don't think I would stop. I think I would keep going, but she does stop. And so there's a little bit of silence that's passing through them. And then all of a sudden, Steven looks at her and he goes, are you thinking about Conrad right now? This is Conrad, by the way. Belly immediately snaps at Steven and goes, no, which wakes up their mother, Laurel, who leans up and goes, do you still like Conrad? Because last summer it looked like you liked Jeremiah, his brother. In fact, she says, it looks like something was going on between you two. To which Steven is like, wait, what? What on earth happened between you and Jeremiah? Belly is blushing up a storm. She is blushing red as a tomato, if you will. And she responds saying, just because two people are friends doesn't mean that they're into one another. Steven, being the brother that he is, doesn't understand that she wants them to drop this conversation. And so he eggs it on a little bit going, what happened between you and Jeremiah? We can't just bring up this topic and not discuss it. Like, what happened? And like, honestly valid, Steven. But before Belly can even respond, the book sends us into a slurry of background knowledge. So here's the background for y'all. Connor and Jeremiah, they are brothers and they are Beck's sons. Beck is a nickname for Susanna because her maiden name was Beck. Laurel, which again is Belly and Steven's mom, is the only one who's ever called Susanna Beck. And so obviously her children do the same exact thing. Laurel and Susanna have known each other since they were 9 and they actually refer to each other as blood sisters. And when Belly was born, Susanna said that Belly is destined to marry one of her sons. A lot of pressure, if you ask me, a lot of pressure. In fact, Beck goes as far as saying that this is fate, that Laurel had a girl when she had 2 boys. Again, a lot of pressure. Belly's mom responds to that saying that is perfect as long as Belly gets to live her life and has a few more loves before she settles down. And the actual term that Laurel used was lovers, but just like Belly, I don't like that word, so we are going to use loves. Loves. Belly and her family have been going to Susanna's beach house for as long as Belly can remember. There's never been a summer where they haven't gone, and their house is at Cousins Beach. I'm on theme today, ladies and gents. The house is essentially her world. It's what she's dreaming of during the winter, what she just can't wait to get back with, and it just consists of so many things that she absolutely loves. We also learn that Belly really doesn't know the boys outside of the beach house, and she's completely jealous of the people that get to know winter Jeremiah, winter Conrad, when all she gets is summer. For Belly, it was like winter didn't count. Summer is what mattered. Her whole life was measured in summers. And Belly felt like she didn't start living her life until it was June and she was at the beach house. She almost felt like she was frozen in time throughout the rest of the year. Conrad is the oldest brother and he's older by 1.5 years, and they consider him to be a dark soul. He is very unavailable, and he also has a smirky mouth that Belly just can't stop thinking about. So let's just say that Belly has it bad for our boy Conrad. She has loved this boy her whole life. Jeremiah, or Jer, on the other hand, is her friend. This is what she has always referred to him as. Golden retriever vibes from him. In fact, in the book, he actually has very floppy blonde hair, and so a lot of people actually refer to him as a golden retriever. Belly also notes that Jeremiah is probably more popular than Conrad at school, but Conrad is the hotshot football player that also plays guitar. So he's very well loved in school as well. Enough of the background for now. Let's get back in the car. Stephen finally pulls up at the summer house. Boys flock to Stephen. In fact, they don't even see that Belly is there at first. But Conrad quickly glances at Belly, and it's a look that he's never given her before. And then Jeremiah legitimately does a double take at Belly. As the book puts it, it is if Jeremiah is seeing her for the first time. Conrad is the first one to hug Belly. He leans in, whispers in her ear, "I liked you better with glasses." To which Belly goes, "Too bad, too bad." Conrad then starts like kind of booping her on her nose, and he points out that she already has some new freckles coming in. But Jeremiah interrupts this moment by lifting Belly into the air, saying, "Our little belly button has grown up. There's something different about you this year." Belly makes her way into the house, and she goes to her room, which was actually Susanna's room growing up. While Belly is in her room, she walks over to the bed, and she notices that there is a stuffed polar bear on her bed that she named Junior Mint, and it is now time for a flashback. We are going to when Belly was 12 years old. And keep this flashback in mind because this is the first time Belly has ever had her heart broken. Jeremiah and Stephen were out for the night, and so Conrad goes up to Belly and he says, "Hey, do you want to go to the boardwalk?" Belly is obviously over the moon that Conrad asked her this, and in the car ride there, Susanna keeps looking at Belly through the mirror and just like making looks and smirking at her and smiling, because remember, she really wants Belly to end up with one of her sons. So even at 12 years old, Susanna was like hint, hint, wink, wink to Belly over her voice. I bought Belly a caramel apple, but he didn't get anything to eat. He actually just got a soda, and Belly notices that he seems really nervous for some reason. But the fact that he's so nervous is actually calming Belly's nerves. They were walking side by side on the boardwalk. Belly made sure that her arm was dangling by her side, so if he wanted to grab her hand, he could, but he doesn't. When she finished her caramel apple, he looks at her and says, "Hey, we should do a game of ring toss." And as soon as she looks over to the booth, a light bulb goes off in Belly's head because she notices that there is a girl around Conrad's age working this booth. It's in this moment that Belly realizes he didn't ask her to go to the boardwalk because he wanted to hang out with her. He asked her so that he could have an excuse to go see this girl. Belly looks at Conrad and she goes, "Do you know her?" Conrad looks at her very confused and is like, "Huh? No, I don't." "Well, do you want to?" And she doesn't even give him a second to respond before she is grabbing his sleeve and pulling him over to the ring toss booth. As soon as she introduces the two of them, she looks at Conrad and she says, "I'm gonna go on the Ferris wheel. Can you please try and win me a prize?" Eventually learned that this girl's name was Angie, and Conrad ended up winning Belly a stuffed polar bear. Conrad told Belly that the reason he picked out this one was because Angie told him it was the best prize he could end up getting. Belly looks at him and says, "Well, I would have preferred the giraffe." But she ends up keeping the polar bear at the beach house and she names it Junior Mint. And it's still on that bed today. Now let's zoom back to present day. Belly's making her way downstairs where Jeremiah announces to everyone that it's time for the annual Belly flop. Before Belly can even get away, Stephen and Conrad start circling her and the three boys lift her up and start bringing her to the pool. When they make it to the pool, they swing her a few times and throw her in, thus creating the belly flop. And when Belly makes it back to the surface, she looks at Conrad and she goes, "I think you guys twisted my ankle, please help." Conrad actually believes her. He squats down, he gives her a hand, and she takes this opportunity to yank him into the pool with her. And low-key, guys, I'm not gonna lie, they have a little bit of a moment. He draws her in close for a little bit and then they separate, but the chemistry is there. It is palpable. It's there. It's there. Next chapter is fairly short and there's not too much information that comes out of it. Susanna does finally come downstairs to say hi to everyone. She tells them, "I'm so sorry that I missed y'all when you first came in. I was taking a nap." Belly notes that Susanna is looking quite thin. Susanna flocks to Belly telling her, "You look so pretty. This is going to be a summer that you never forget." And genuinely, that is all the important information in that chapter. So let's go to the next chapter. First dinner at Cousin's Beach is always the same. But normally all the kids will have juice while the adults have adult beverages. But since this is a very special summer, Laurel and Susanna decide to let the kids have a little bit. just a little bit with their dinner. Very mindful of them. Susanna announces to everyone this is a very special occasion, so no one's gonna be drinking juice. It's the first day of summer. Belly notes that it's really not the first day of summer for them because they've actually been at the beach house for a while before Belly's family even showed up. Also, I just wanna make another note, there are no dads here. So their dad's not here, he's not here. It's just Susanna and Laurel who are the parents at the moment. And when Susanna is done making her announcement, Conrad grabs his glass and he downs his drink in no time at all. This dinner honestly has a little bit of an awkward tone to it for some reason, which is very bizarre since they've known each other their whole lives. We learn that Conrad, who as I mentioned earlier is a hotshot at football, has quit the football team. He's quit. Everyone's asking him about it because football was literally his life. He shrugs saying, it just got boring. Jeremiah basically cuts him off saying, no, Conrad just got boring. Jeremiah low-key starts showing off for Belly and it's really awkward. Like it gave me secondhand embarrassment, so I'm not gonna put y'all through that. But just know I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed for this boy and for everyone at the table. Oh my goodness, guys, and guess what? We have another flashback, but this time, Belly is 10 years old. The boys have always been an inseparable unit with Conrad as their leader. Steven is like second in command, and then they refer to Jeremiah as the jester. But this specific summer, when Belly is 10, the boys decide that they want to sleep outside. Belly obviously is feeling very left out because she's not a part of this unit. She's not as close to them and she is a little bit younger. Belly looks at Jer and asks if she could come hang out with them and like stay outside with them. And her brother, Steven, interrupts saying it's guys only. And Steven doesn't stop at that. He actually looks at the guys and says, oh, watch out now. Belly is about to cry. In fact, Steven and Jeremiah start doing a dance around the house singing, Belly's gonna cry, Belly's gonna cry, Belly's gonna cry. And they are doing this until Conrad sternly looks at them saying, leave her alone, you guys are being immature. When the boys are finally leaving the house, Jeremiah does a little dance for Belly to try and lighten the mood. All the boys are leaving. Conrad looks over his shoulder and says, good night, Belly. And this is the night that Belly knew she was in love with Conrad. End of flashback, back to present day. Belly's never really paid attention to the fact that Susanna's family has a lot more money than her family does. The beach house that they stay at isn't super fancy, it's comfortable, it's lived in. But this house is humongous. Literally everyone has their own room. After dinner, everyone has gone upstairs except for Belly and Conrad. Conrad is actually playing the guitar right now. And Belly nonchalantly looks at him and goes, I heard you had a girlfriend. Conrad stops strumming his guitar for a second, looks and goes, Jer's got a big mouth. Belly pushes on a little more going, what's she like? We broke up. Belly laughs, replying with, your mom's right, you're such a heartbreaker. This is how I imagined that she said these things. Belly doesn't get the hint. She can't read a room. So she goes, what was her name? What does it matter? He pauses, no one's speaking for a little bit, and then all of a sudden he lightens up and he goes, Aubrey. She said I changed. Belly looks at him, raises her eyebrows, and she goes, and did you? To which Conrad goes, everyone does. You did. How did I change? Conrad picks his guitar back up, looks at Belly, and goes, like I said, everyone changes. Now I have the quickest little bout of background knowledge. We learn that Conrad started playing his guitar in middle school. One day he's listening to Pearl Jam. He hands one of his headphones to Belly and goes, isn't this just amazing? And after that summer, Belly went to the music store to find any kind of sheet music by Pearl Jam so that just in case next summer, if Conrad wanted to play music, she could play along with him. Him on his guitar, her on her piano. Basically so they could be in like a little band. But mind you, the summer house didn't have a piano. Later that night, we learn that when Belly can't sleep, she decides to go down to the pool and just swim some laps until she's really, really tired. And when she was younger, Susanna would actually come down and join her and they wouldn't speak. They would just swim doing laps together and not say a word. And this would be the only time that Belly would see Susanna without her wig on. Because we learn during this time that Susanna actually had to go through some chemo treatments. Anywho though, Belly is in the pool, she's doing her thing, not paying attention to anyone around her, and then she bumps into something. So she looks up and what does she bump into? She bumped into Conrad's leg. Conrad has appeared out of nowhere. You might be asking yourself, what is Conrad doing right now? I don't understand. He is doing an activity outside that I don't think I can talk about without this video getting... But he came outside to do this so it wouldn't stink up the house and so that his mom wouldn't know this is what he's doing. Belly, who's still in the pool, looks at him and she's like, what on earth are you doing down here? Conrad just responds saying he couldn't sleep, and Belly immediately is like, this is a lie. You literally only came out here so you wouldn't stink up the house. Instead of saying that, which is what she was thinking, she instead says, how did you know I was out here? Conrad looks at her and goes, Belly, you always swim at night. Okay, then answer my first question. Conrad tells Belly that he's picked up this habit about a year ago. Belly looks at him and says, well, you shouldn't do it. You should quit. This is actually one of my favorite lines in the TV show, because Conrad looks at Belly, stares into her soul, and says, what will you give me if I do? You cannot tell me that's a bad line. That's so good. And y'all, there is a tension in the air. There is a tension. There's a tension. I'm not being dramatic. There's actually a tension. And Belly like takes a little bit because she can feel this tension. She's like, oh my gosh, what am I supposed to do? And then she decides to just say nothing. You should quit for yourself. Conrad tells her goodnight and he heads inside. Now, this scene is in the TV show. In the first season, it's almost the exact same scene, except what Conrad is doing in the scene is different. In the book, what he's doing comes in a carton or a pack. What he's doing in the show is green like grass. Catch my drift. The next day, Laurel asks Belly, have you talked to your father yet? Belly looks at her mom and says, no, did you make Steven do this? Laurel tells her no, but Steven's going away with him for a few weeks on a college tour and you're not gonna see him, so you should probably call your dad. Laurel then hands the phone to Belly and she leaves the room to give Belly her privacy. But Belly actually doesn't use this time to call her dad. She believes that her dad should call her first, and anywho, dads don't belong in the summer house, so she's not gonna call him in the summer house. Of course, we can't get too far into the book without another flashback, so let's go back in time to age 9 for Belly. Everyone in this flashback is playing cards, and Jeremiah asks Laurel, why do you call my mom Beck? Her name is Susanna. Laurel explains it's because that's your mom's middle name now, but it used to be her maiden name before she was married. Jer looks at Laurel and says, why did she have to change her name? Laurel looks at Jer and says, she didn't have to, she wanted to. I didn't change my name, and women shouldn't have to if they don't want to. Why should we change anything for a man? Susanna looks at Laurel and tells her, be quiet. Be quiet. Susanna also changes the conversation saying, Laurel, your girl is you all over again. To which Laurel shakes her head saying, no, she's her father's daughter. And they share a very weird look with one another. And this is a look that Belly still to this day does not understand. But that's the end of the flashback. We're not going any more in depth on that for now. But if you thought we were getting back to present day, you're wrong. We have background knowledge. We learn that Mr. Fisher would pop in and out of the summer home, but he would never stay the whole time. Again, the summer home is not for dads. He was a banker and getting time off of work was almost impossible for him. Susanna, Mr. Fisher, and Laurel actually all went to college together, and that is where Mr. Fisher and Susanna met. Susanna also tried to always get Belly and Steven to call Mr. Fisher by his first name, but they just said that it didn't feel right, like he is Mr. Fisher. Belly thinks to herself that her parents never bickered with one another, but she also never saw her parents smile at one another growing up. Every time Mr. Fisher joined them at the summer house, he would give the kids a $20 bill to go get ice cream, and Conrad was in charge of that 20. And let me just tell you something, Mr. Fisher was Conrad's hero. He looked up to his dad, and his dad was his favorite person to ever exist. Ellie says that she felt the same way about her dad until she saw her dad out with one of his PhD students when him and her mom were separated. But keep in mind, Belly doesn't blame her dad for this divorce at all. She blames Laurel, fully blames Laurel, because after the divorce, Laurel did not seem affected at all. She didn't care. She just carried on with life like nothing happened. Belly and Steven lived with Laurel, but they would see their dad on most weekends. That's enough background knowledge for now. We're going to get into the shortest scene of our lives, and then we have another flashback. So let's be happy we're in present day for a hot second. Belly is downstairs. She's eating her breakfast. Her mom pops up and goes, you should really get started on your summer reading for AP Lit. Belly looks at her mom and says, I will get to it eventually. Laurel then changes the subject so drastically, asking Belly, is Conrad on something? Like, on something? Belly is so shook that her mom has asked her this, and she just shakes her head saying, I don't know, ask Steven. Why are you asking me? Laurel responds with, Well, I did, but I know that your brother would lie and you wouldn't lie to me. Susanna is worried he quit football. I need to know what's going on. Belly tells her mom to calm down because she has no place to judge Conrad for what he may or may not be doing. Which, my goodness, is so harsh. Poor Laurel. Oh my. And if you're thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, why can't Laurel judge Conrad? I don't understand. Well, we're gonna have that answered right now in this flashback when Belly is 13 years old. Laurel and Susanna always thought that they were being super sneaky and that the kids never knew what was going on, but they could smell it. The kids are confused, they're giggling, and Conrad shrugs, looks at them and says, it's for Susanna's treatment, it helps her. Stephen and Belly are shook to their cores that Laurel is participating in this because this is just so out of character for their mother. The kids go downstairs and they see the moms raiding the kitchen looking for something to eat, some type of snack. Susanna sees them and goes, whoops, cat's out of the bag. Laurel, the kids see us, they know what we're up to. And Laurel is just giggling, saying, well, this is why we're doing it. Giggling the whole time. And this scene is in the TV show, it's just in a different context. After Susanna and Laurel have had their snack, they think all the kids have gone to the beach, but Jeremiah and Belly have stayed behind, but Susanna and Laurel don't realize this, and so they start having a very serious discussion that Jer should not overhear, but he does. He does. And rightfully so, Jer is not okay, and he's not okay for the rest of the day after overhearing this. And so Jer spends the rest of the night watching TV with Belly. Belly says that from this summer on, she has always felt closer to Jer than her own brother. Keep that in mind. Let me set the scene for you. It is present day. It is raining. It is storming. Jer, Stephen, Belly, they're like, let's go to a movie. We can't go to the beach. Let's go see a movie. They decide to go see a rom-com that is super cheesy, and Stephen literally stands up in the theaters and says, I can't take this anymore. I gotta go. He looks at Jer and he's like, are you coming with me? Jer shrugs and says, you know what? I think I'm just gonna finish this movie out with Belly. I'll meet up with you later. Stephen is so confused that Jer said this, but he rolls with it because he's like, I cannot be in here anymore. I've got to go. See y'all later. The movie is still playing. There's someone in front of Belly that is blocking her view, and Jer notices this, and so he decides to trade places with Belly so that she can see. Halfway through the movie, Jer gets up, he comes back with a drink, but he doesn't bring any straws. But he bought Twizzlers. So he decides to put 2 Twizzlers in there, which is actually something they used to do together growing up. While they're drinking from their Twizzlers, watching a rom-com, Belly thinks to herself, do you think people think we're on a date? Like, does this look like we are 2 people on a date right now? Like, what is happening? And then Jer looks at her and he has this weird look in his eye, and Belly gets this weird pit in her stomach thinking, oh my God, is he gonna kiss me? Is he about to kiss me? False alarm, folks. He doesn't kiss her. And Belly's just shaking her head, shaking it off, being like, what is happening? I like Conrad. Conrad is the one for me. Sure, he is being so moody this summer, but Conrad is the love of my life, not Jeremiah. What is going on? Why is Jeremiah sending weird signals and acting this way? And Belly notes right here, right now, that it's always been Conrad. It's always been Conrad. She never even considered Jeremiah at all. And so that's why this moment was very jarring. Let's talk about a time when Belly was 14 years old, shall we? Let's go back to the age of 14. This is the summer that Belly thought it was a great idea to invite her best friend, Taylor, to the beach house. And I would just like to point out that Belly knew this was a mistake asking her. She knew it, but she asked anyway. Taylor has always been very jealous of the beach house, and Taylor always tells Belly, every time you come back to the beach house, I feel like I have to try and win you over again. You're just so obsessed with it. Belly tells us that Taylor is the pretty one, that every guy is obsessed with Taylor, and Belly's the funny one. She's the one that people want to hang out with if they want a good laugh. This thought is the reason why Belly was like, oh, it could actually be a really good idea for me to bring Taylor because I could get invited to guys' night. And let me just say, Taylor was only supposed to be staying a week, but by the amount of luggage that she brought, you literally would have thought that she was staying for an eternity, that she was going to stay through every single season because she brought so much stuff, which right off the bat aggravated the heck out of Belly. Belly introduces Taylor to all the boys, and after this, Taylor pulls Belly aside and goes, I really like Conrad. Conrad is the one that I'm going to be going for. And sirens are immediately going off in Belly's mind, being like, oh, no, 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 no. And so she quickly tries to be like, what about Jer? I think you and Jer would work better. I think that'd be a better option for you. And Taylor is kind of insulted by this. She literally is like, I like a challenge. I don't want to be with Jer. I'm choosing Conrad. She specifically says that she is going to make Conrad's head spin. As you can tell, Taylor is just like such a great friend. Such a great friend. And let me just add on to the point that Taylor will compliment Belly, but every single time she compliments Belly, it's backhanded. It is a backhanded compliment where you're like, you actually just insulted the girl. So Taylor, least favorite character in my opinion so far. Y'all can make your own decisions, but cannot stand book Taylor. Show Taylor is superior. But I digress. Taylor, Steven, Belly, and Jer decide that they want to play chicken in the pool. Conrad is here, but he decides to sit out. He doesn't really want to play with them. And Jeremiah immediately says that he wants to be paired up with Taylor, and Steven's like, heck no. Heck no, I am not going to be on the same side as my sister during a game of chicken. No, who do you think we are? No, no, no. So Jer, being the little golden retriever that he is, he looks at Belly and he says, not a problem one bit, we're going to beat them no matter what. We've got this in the bag. So this means for the first round of chicken, we have Taylor and Steven going up against Belly and Jer with Conrad on the sidelines watching. Belly and Jer end up winning that round, and Taylor says, we need to go again, let's go again, except this time I want to be paired with Jer. Steven says, you know what, fine, whatever, Conrad, switch with me, you can be on Belly's team. And so Conrad decides to get in the pool and join in the game of chicken. As soon as they start this next round, Taylor is in the water and Conrad and Belly win right off the bat, and they're high-fiving each other. When Conrad finally puts Belly back down, he gives her one of these rare smiles that she has never seen him make before. It makes her feel incredibly special. And Belly looks at him and says, I play to win, knowing that he feels the exact same way because he is super competitive. To some extent, this scene does happen in the show, except in the show, it's not a flashback. Conrad does not participate. Nicole/Red Sox girl is there in the show. We haven't even met her yet in the book. So there are some differences, but it is still included and it's a fun moment in the show. It has been a couple days since Jer and Belly shared their Twizzler soda together, and Jer decides to announce to the whole household that he is going to teach Belly how to drive stick shift. Belly can tell that Steven is starting to feel left out because this is how she is normally treated every summer. But for some reason this summer, Jer just wants to spend all his time with Belly, and she has no clue why. They just must be such great friends. He just must really think of her as a friend. While Jer is teaching her how to drive, he looks over and he goes, it's hot when girls can drive stick, which I just think is such a weird sentence to say. But that's okay. We'll move on. We'll move forward from that. But he does say that, which makes her laugh. He says, I thought boys just liked helpless girls. Jer shrugs his shoulders and goes, yeah, I guess, but I like smart girls. Ellie full on calls him out and says, no, you don't. You liked Taylor for so long. And Jeremiah is just like, oh, do not bring that up. Please do not bring that up. We learn a very quick bit of background knowledge that when Taylor came to stay with them when Belly was 14, Jer and Taylor kissed, but so did Jer and Belly. And so Belly uses this opportunity to look at Jer and say, you know, you were my first kiss. Yeah, I know, Taylor told me afterwards. And then they drop the topic and they go back home. A few days have passed and it is finally time for Steven to leave Cousins Beach, to leave the summer house, because as I said earlier, he is going on a college tour with his dad. And so this is the end of the summer house for Steven. And this is making Belly feel like this is their last summer that they will ever have in Cousins together, because Steven is currently looking at college. Conrad is starting Brown in the fall, so he might not even want to come home during the summers. Jer is going to have football camp. And Belly's thinking to herself, well, if this is going to be our last true summer together at Cousins Beach, I'm going to make the most out of this summer. Quick little flashback, and when I say quick, it is like a blip. And then it's over. Age 11, Conrad, and Steven are laying on a blanket on the beach. They're playing a round of Would You Rather. Steven starts picking on Belly. Conrad once again says, lay off of her, stop picking on her. And this is when Belly just realizes, wow, Conrad really cares about me. He cares about me. And this moment meant everything to her, especially since we're going back to it right now. Like, it just meant everything. This little quick moment. And as I said, it was so quick that we're now back in present time. Crazy, crazy. So later that night when Steven left, Belly cannot sleep. So she's like, I'm gonna go for a swim because that's what I do when I can't sleep. She goes outside and she finds Jeremiah, Conrad, and this guy named Clay. These three boys are just chilling on the lounge chairs, and normally Belly would just kind of cower back into the house, not say anything, hope that she wouldn't be seen. But this summer is different than last summer and all the other ones. She's gonna be bold and she's gonna go and she's gonna talk to him. Clay immediately tells Belly to sit down. He wants to talk to her. In fact, Clay leans in for a hug. Belly notices that Conrad is visibly irritated, but she has no idea why. It's just a hug. And before Belly can even say anything to Clay, Conrad interrupts and he says, she's fine. She's going to bed. Good night, Belly. Whew. Everyone, let's collectively take a big inhale and exhale. Because this part also made me cringe a little bit in the book, but we are gonna push through. We're gonna fight through for y'all. It's what I do. So Belly starts to argue with them, saying, I'm just a little bit younger than you. I don't have to go to bed right now. In fact, I have a casual boyfriend back home. She chooses to do this so that they don't keep thinking of her as a little girl, but it comes off really cringy because everyone knows that she doesn't have a casual boyfriend or a boyfriend in general. And so she's just lying, and it's awkward. It's awkward. But Clay is a little persistent. He moves through this awkwardness and he just asks her, are you coming to the 4th of July bonfire? Tell me you're coming to the 4th of July bonfire. Conrad once again interrupts before Belly can say anything, looks at Belly and says, I thought you were going for a swim. Jer is now glaring at Conrad saying, give her a break. If she wants to go for a swim, she will go for a swim. Belly also overhears Conrad saying that he wishes that the summer would just be over, and this makes her so angry. She thinks to herself, then just leave already, just go. If you're miserable, just go. But then she is reminded that she's no longer going to let Conrad bother her and rule her life. She is going to make the most of this summer despite his negative energy, which means Belly is going to that bonfire, so let's see what happens at the 4th of July bonfire, shall we? Belly has been thinking about what she was going to wear as soon as she was invited to this party, and let me just tell you right now, she chose wrong. You chose wrong. Belly decides to show up in shorts, t-shirt, no shoes. All the other girls decide to show up in sundresses and Uggs, which is a combination. That's a combination. Maybe that's like 2009 style. I don't know. Conrad warns Belly to be careful because if anything happens to her, neither of their moms will ever let it go. To be completely frank, Belly is not having a good time. She doesn't know anyone here except for Jeremiah and Conrad. They're off doing their own thing. She doesn't really want to hang out with Clay because who even knows what he's up to right now. And so she's just kind of off by her lonesome, completely underdressed, until Belly notices a boy who is also by himself. The boy catches Belly staring and he decides to wave, and when he waves, Belly's like, this is my chance, I'm gonna go talk to this guy. He immediately looks and goes, you look so familiar. And Belly, just like any normal human, because I also would have thought this, thinks that is a horrible line, like that is not a good pickup line. And then he goes, no. Do you know Latin? I think I met you at the Latin convention in DC, right? And she actually did. That was her. And so they introduce each other with their Latin names. And then he also tells her his legit name, which is Cam. She tells him her name is Isabel, but everybody calls her Belly. And if you're wondering why everyone calls her Belly, it's because when she was younger, her favorite candy was a Jelly Belly. And so her dad just started calling her that. Cam and Belly are talking for a little bit, and honestly, they're hitting it off. He looks a little sad. He looks at her and says, I actually think that I'm about to have to go. I'm so sorry. Do you need a ride home? This is when Belly looks at him and says, oh, like I came here with Jeremiah and Conrad, so I really can't leave until they leave. And Cam just assumes that Conrad and Jeremiah are Belly's brothers because Conrad keeps looking over at them very protectively. Belly looks over at Conrad. He is talking to Red Sox Girl, and that's what she's referred to for a hot second. So this is Red Sox Girl. Currently, we will get a name soon. While Belly is looking at Conrad and Red Sox Girl, Cam's explaining why he has to leave early. He has to study for a whale exam. He wants to eventually be able to intern on a whaling boat. This is true in the TV show as well. Belly completely changes her tune and she says, you know what, I actually will take you up on the offer for a ride home. Thank you so much. Belly then sprints to Conrad to tell him that Cam is going to take her home instead, so don't wait up. Red Sox Girl looks Belly up and down and goes, hello? Conrad ignores this and he looks at Belly and he says, you're not going home with a stranger. Belly says, oh, he's not a stranger. I actually know him. And he's leaving early to study whales. Conrad's like, I don't care what he's studying. You're not getting a ride home from him. I don't know him. If you want to leave, I will take you home right now. I would also just like to note that Conrad is holding Belly by her elbow while they're talking. So if he wants to guide her out, he definitely can because he's holding onto her elbow. Belly looks at him very aggravated and she goes, fine. I don't even want to leave anyway, whatever. But Conrad doesn't let her go. Like, he's still holding on to her elbow. Conrad looks at her and says, I thought you had a boyfriend. Obviously, he's mocking her because as I said earlier, they all know that she did not have a casual boyfriend. We all knew it was a lie. Belly tells Conrad you are being a jerk. Conrad replies with, well then stop acting like a 4-year-old. Red Sox Girl is just sitting there being like, is this your girlfriend? Why are y'all bickering? Both shout, no, at the exact same time. Conrad then looks at Red Sox Girl and starts frantically explaining like who Belly is to him. And Belly looks at Red Sox Girl and she goes, you're wasting your time because he will never love anything as much as he loves himself. Obviously, Red Sox Girl is not happy over this and Conrad is not happy at all. Some may say angry, and he just says, go wait over there. Go wait over there until I go get you. Because that was messy. That was so messy, but we kind of live for the mess around here. This is when Jer decides to finally show up. Who knows what he's been doing during this time, but he's finally decided to show up. And he's just kind of standing there like a lost puppy being like, what is going on? Why is there so much tension? Why is everyone angry at each other? Conrad looks at Belly and says, you are not leaving with that guy. Jer is now trying to calm Conrad down, like, breathe in, breathe out, what is going on? And Belly just starts to walk away. She starts to walk away. Cam, mind you, has watched this whole interaction go down because he was standing by himself before he was even talking to Belly, so he definitely saw all of that go down. So he just looks at Belly and he's like, you know what? Maybe I don't have to leave right now. The whales can wait. The whales will still be there. When I want to go study them, we can talk for a little bit. How about that? Belly could feel Conrad stare in the back of her head the whole time she was talking to Cam, which is in total was about an hour. Starting to get a little cold outside, and so Belly's like rubbing her arms like, brr, so cold. He understood the assignment. Cam understood the hint and he goes, here, take my hoodie. You can have it. I don't need it. I'm fine. I actually think it's quite hot outside. Take my hoodie. Under his hoodie, he is wearing a shirt that says straight edge. He explains to Belly that he does not participate in any activities that could be harmful to his body. He is a straight edge human being. Jer is the one to go to Belly to tell her, it's time to leave. We need to go. Cam looks at her and says, you know what? You can take my hoodie. You can just give it back to me next time. And Belly's like, okay, perfect. Here's my number. Belly watches Conrad say goodbye to Red Sox Girl. And while this is happening, another girl comes up to Belly and asks, hey, do you like Cam? And Belly responds with, I barely know him. The girl continues on saying, I saw the way that Nicole was talking to you. She's not a great person. We've now learned that baseball hat girl, Red Sox Girl, whatever I refer to her as, her name is Nicole. Conrad drove everybody home and Conrad and Belly did not speak a word to one another. Not a single sound was made. And Jer tried to lighten the mood, but it didn't work. Obviously, didn't work one bit. While back at home, Jer asks Belly what happened and Jer says, will you just go a little easier on him? He's going through a very rough time right now. In fact, he specifically says he's going through stuff. She tells him to explain, but Jer says, no, just let it go. That night, Belly decided to sleep in Cam's hoodie and she also decided to wear it the next day even though it was extremely hot outside because it's summer at the beach. Oh, and Belly also realized during this moment in time that she didn't give Cam her phone number. She gave Cam the summer house phone number, the beach house phone number, the landline, if you will. There's like a 99% chance that she won't even be the one to originally answer the phone. It could be anyone else in that house. So to make sure that she's the one that's going to answer the phone, Belly's made sure to stay in the house all day just in case the phone rings. The phone does end up ringing, but Belly is very quickly disappointed because it's Mr. Fisher. And so she's like, oh, hi, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher makes small talk. Belly does the same thing and she's like, oh, are you coming down soon? To which she's like, no. But when he says that, Belly finally realizes, I haven't seen him all summer. Normally he pops in, but I haven't seen him once this summer and we're already into July. Eventually, Jer finds Belly sitting by the phone and he tells her, we need to do something today. I am bored. We need to go do something. Let's go to Go-Kart City. Belly asks if she can drive the red go-kart. Male worker says, you are so pretty, I'd let you drive my actual car. This very noticeably upsets Jer. He is irked by the comment that worker made. He just lets it roll off his shoulders. They go go-karting, they have a very nice time, they make it back home, and Cam did end up calling when Belly was away. But also, he didn't leave his number. So he's gonna have to call back because he did not leave a number one bit. During this time where she learned that Cam did call and he will eventually call her back, Laurel is talking to Belly and Belly decides to bring up that Mr. Fisher called, but he's not coming anytime soon. Laurel immediately says, what else did he say? What else did Mr. Fisher say? Belly doesn't think anything weird about this interaction, but just keep what Laurel said in mind for later down the road. Make a mental note. Laurel also tells Belly that Susanna is upstairs with a summer cold. Belly immediately knows that something is up because 1, Laurel is a horrible liar, and 2, Susanna seems sad all summer for some reason. Cam has been calling the next few nights and him and Belly have been talking for a while each and every time, and they eventually make plans to hang out. And when they finally hung out, they hung out for like 5 hours together. They didn't want to leave. But when Belly did finally leave, she realized he didn't ask her to hang out again. And so she was getting a little antsy. And so Belly's like, you know what? This is my summer. This is my summer. I'm gonna take matters in my own hand. I'm gonna invite him to come over. Cam accepts, he comes over, and do you know what Belly was wearing when Cam came over? His hoodie, yet again, great guess. And right before Cam leaves, he ends up inviting Belly to a party that's happening the next night. Belly tells the boys about this and they are shook that Belly got invited to this party. Conrad says something very, very suspicious of the host of this party. And Belly immediately shakes her head and she's like, no. Cam wouldn't be friends with someone like that. He's straight edge. Jared's like, who is Cam? I'm so confused. Who is Cam? And Conrad's like, you're not going to this party with him. No. Which makes Belly so mad because this is the second time Conrad has tried to tell her what she can and can't do. And Jared's like, you know what? I think I will check out this party with you. You can go, I'll just go with you. And then Conrad goes, I too will come with you to this party. This is the first time in our story where Belly has a thought. Do both of the brothers have feelings for me? Is this why they're being so weird over the Cam situation? If I could make a triangle with my hands and my arms, I would, because a love triangle is coming our way. That was a triangle. Woo! Belly decides to stop by Susanna's room before she leaves. She sees Laurel and Susanna working on a photo album. She tells them about the party. She says goodbye. And then when she's walking out, Jer winks and says, see you at the party. Conrad walks past her and he's like, what perfume are you wearing? It is so strong. It is giving me a headache. To add onto that, he looks at her and goes, why are you wearing so much makeup? She's barely wearing any makeup. She's wearing mascara and lip gloss. But it's so much makeup. And this makes her angrily slam the front door shut. She's making her way down to the car. Cam is like, do I not need to come in and meet everyone? She's like, no. It is better this way. It's not time for you to meet the boys yet. Cam tells her, wow, like it's so nice that these boys care so much about you. And Belly's like, do they? Do they? Again, triangle. Of course, Cam and Belly make some small talk on the way to the party. They make it into the party. Belly is meeting everyone, but she keeps hearing Conrad's voice in her head. He's not even here yet, but she can literally still hear him for some reason. Eventually, the boys do end up making it to the party, so then she doesn't feel crazy that she's just hearing his voice. And when they show up, Jer immediately goes to the karaoke machine, and Conrad is on the couch with Nicole. Now, the karaoke scene is actually in the TV show, and it is a very fun scene. I really loved that one. Also, I want to note, Nicole is significantly better in the TV show. Just like Taylor, she is significantly better. They made good changes to her character. Jeremiah, with his microphone, announces to everyone, the next song is going out to Belly and this guy. What's your name? Cameron. Your name is Cam Cameron? Everyone at the party starts laughing because he's on a microphone, even Conrad, which is especially irritating Belly because just a moment ago he looked so bored. So bored. And this comment and everyone laughing has made Belly feel like the boys have deemed Cam unworthy, and honestly it's skewed her opinion of him that quickly, which is really sad because he's such a great and wholesome guy. He's straight edge and he loves whales. And he's not one of their brothers. Ooh, also a note, Jer picks the song Summer Lovin' from Grease, which is the exact same song they use in the TV show. That is a fun little touch. Belly and Cam leave before the song is over, and she notices that Conrad is staring at her as she's leaving. Belly thinks like, maybe Cam is gonna kiss me soon. Maybe he's gonna kiss me. But he doesn't. He was actually just stretching. He was doing a good old stretch. No kiss. But even if Cam was going to kiss her in that moment, there was a loud ruckus that Belly immediately knew was Conrad. I just want to note, Cam and Belly have not fully left the party. They've just left the house. Like, they are outside of the house now. That's why they're still able to hear the ruckus. But this ruckus is Conrad arguing with the guy who looks 25. And Conrad, during this point in time, he's not all there, if you catch my drift. He is not all there. And he's arguing with the guy that's huge and 25 years old. Belly's trying to get Jer to do something and Jer's like, he can handle himself. No, I'm not interjecting. And so Belly's like, okay, I guess I'll handle it. And so she literally puts herself in the middle and she's trying to drag Conrad away. Conrad's like, no, leave, I've got this under control. He's not all there once again. And so Belly's like, well, I'm not gonna just leave you like this in this condition. The guy who looks 25 looks at Belly and says, yeah, you better take him home. Conrad snaps and says, don't talk to her. Belly is begging at this point, like, let's go, please, like, let's go. And the guy is laughing, saying, listen to your girlfriend, kid. Listen to your girlfriend. Belly is now the one to snap on this 25-year-old, saying, I'm not his girlfriend. She then makes eye contact with Cam from across the room, and he looks like a deer in headlights because he's just a whale watching loving boy that's straight edge, and why would he want to get into a fight with a 25-year-old or witness a fight with a 25-year-old? Like, he is so out of his element. Finally, Jer does something, comes up and whispers in Conrad's ear, and they are able to get Conrad to leave the situation. This is when Belly realizes that whatever Jer said to Conrad was about her. It was about her. We just don't know what it was. They are making their way to the car. Cam reaches out, grabs Belly's arm and says, are you sure you're okay to be going home with these guys? This was not the right thing to say. Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you. Because Conrad gets so angry. He goes, who even is this guy? Who is this guy? Belly's like trying to ignore him over here, being like, I promise you it's completely fine. Jer's gonna drive. It's fine. Conrad is just staring daggers into Cam's soul right now. And Jer shakes his head saying, yeah, I'm good to drive straight edge, no problem, I've got this. Cam is visibly irritated, but he gives Belly a quick hug and he tells her goodbye and that he'll see her soon. And the three of them make their way to the car. They get Conrad into the car and Jeremiah realizes that he left his hat inside, so he's like, I will be right back. Don't you fret, I will be right back. Conrad and Belly are now alone in the car. Conrad leans up, pulls on Belly's hair a little bit. This is just like playing with it more than pulling it. So he's playing with her hair. He says, your hair is like a little kid's, the way it's always messy. Thank you? Belly doesn't say anything because how are you supposed to respond to that? But this does send a chill down her spine. And they're just watching each other through the visor mirror. Conrad starts to speak and he goes, Belly. But then Jer found his hat and he's back in the car. So we don't get to hear what Conrad was going to say. The next day it's like nothing happened. Conrad is still treating Belly like the same little old Belly he's known his whole life. Cam hasn't called in a little bit, but understandably so, like that party was a lot. But when he finally does call, the book does not specify how long it took him to call, by the way, so the timeline's a little funky right here. But when he finally does call, he invites her to go to a drive-in with him. This makes Belly think of a memory from a few summers ago where her, Jer, and Steven decided to go spy on Conrad while he was at a date at the drive-in. Fun fact, this scene actually happened in the TV show, but it happened for Cam and Belly's date. So in the TV show, Jer, Conrad, and Steven were the ones that pulled up to the drive-in date for Belly and Cam instead of for Conrad, like it was in the book. Very interesting change. And I think the reason they made this change in the show is because Belly in the book right here during this moment is thinking to herself, I wish the guys would do that for me because I would feel so much more comfortable if they were there. So I'm pretty sure that's why they made the change in the show, because book Belly thinks that. The date actually goes quite well, except he's very far away from her. Like every instance or opportunity, he's just like leaning away from her and there's a big space. And so Belly's a little upset over this. And on their way home, Cam looks at Belly and he goes, do you know why I remember you from that Latin convention? And this is a rhetorical question, mind you. And so he keeps going saying, it's because you were the prettiest girl I had ever seen before. And Belly's just laughing at him because she doesn't believe him. She's always been the funny friend. Taylor's the pretty one. Taylor's the pretty one. I'm the funny one. And Cam goes on saying, no, you were the prettiest person I ever saw. I remember your blue dress and the way it made your eyes look. Belly smiles a little bit and she goes, my eyes are gray. Yeah, but that dress made them blue. Belly makes a mental note saying, oh yeah, that's actually why I bought that dress, because it made my eyes really blue. Belly finally says something and she goes, why didn't you ever come up to me then? Cam says, well, you were always with your friends, but I saw you by yourself at the bonfire and I knew I could come up and talk to you. He also says, I almost messed up my speech at the Latin convention so you would win. Belly whispers, I wish you would have come up to me then. And then they kiss. They have their first kiss right there, right then. When Belly walked into the house, she is so elated. She had an amazing night, but the vibe of the house is very, very off because Laurel and Susanna are fighting, which they never fight. And so this is scaring Belly a little bit. Belly hears Susanna say, I'm a big girl now. I need you to stop micromanaging my life. I get to decide how I want to live it. This is when Belly decides that it's a great moment for her to burst into the room and ask what is going on. They both tell her nothing and Belly makes them promise As soon as they do this, Laurel leaves the room. Like, she's like, I cannot be in here anymore. I have to go. And Susanna's like, just ignore her. Ignore your mother. Come here and tell me all about your date. Belly tells her everything. And Susanna says, you know, you can talk to your mom about this stuff too, right? Belly shakes her head saying, no, I can't. She would pretend that she cares, but we both know that she doesn't. Susanna replies saying, that's not true. She's your biggest fan. Don't shut her out. New day, new outfit. It's raining outside, so if it looks a little darker than it did earlier on in the video, I apologize. We're rolling with the punches. I can't control the weather, but let's hop back into our story. July turned to August, and normally around this time, Mr. Fisher would make his way down to the summer house for a weekend, maybe 2 weekends. Apparently, he cannot get off work. When Susanna decides to go to bed early one night, Conrad looks at Belly and says, my parents are getting divorced and it is about time. Jared starts arguing with Conrad, and then he looks at Belly and says, don't tell anyone because my mom doesn't know that we know yet. When Conrad finally leaves to go to bed, Jared looks at Belly and he tells her, my dad has moved all of his clothes out of the house and he's been sleeping in the guest room for weeks. That's how we know. The next day, Laurel tells Belly, we miss you. Can you please just stay home one night? You've been hanging out with Cam a lot recently. Just please stay home. We miss you a lot. Susanna adds, bring Cam to dinner if you want. That's fine with us as well. We just want to see you at home one night. So let's get ready for the most awkward dinner to ever exist. Woo! Our boy Cam Cameron is a vegetarian, and so the boys decide to pick on him a lot for that. Jared goes as far as saying, if you don't eat meat, but Belly does eat meat, doesn't that freak you out when you kiss her? Cam says, nope. In fact, he decides to lean over and kiss Belly in front of everyone at the dinner table. And mind you, this scene is actually in the TV show, except it's done on Belly's birthday, and this is just a random family dinner. After this very awkward family dinner, Cam and Belly decide to take a little walk on the beach. Cam smiles, looks at Belly and goes, okay, which one of these boys was your first kiss? Belly smiles at him and goes, why don't you guess? He doesn't miss a beat, and he goes, Conrad. It was Conrad, wasn't it? Belly's like, why on earth did you guess that? No, it was Jeremiah. Cam looks at Belly and he goes, just a feeling I had because of the way he looks at you. Do y'all want to know how her first kiss went? I think I should tell y'all how her first kiss went, which means we need to go back in time to age 14. Again, this is when Taylor was staying at the Cousins Beach house with all of them. Taylor, Steven, Belly, Conrad, and Jeremiah are playing Truth or Dare. Taylor is hardcore picking on Belly during this moment in time. Remember I said earlier, Taylor is someone who will compliment you, but it's just backhanded every single time, and it's honestly an insult. And so that's what she's doing to Belly in front of everyone in the room. And Jeremiah's getting a little fed up with it. So when it's Jeremiah's turn, Taylor looks at Jer and goes, I dare you to kiss someone in the room. Taylor obviously is thinking that she's the one who's gonna get kissed by Jer. But Jer's like, you've been picking on Belly. I'm gonna kiss Belly. And so he leans over and he kisses Belly. Conrad and Steven immediately leave after this because they're like, ugh. And Belly also chooses to leave right after this, thinking that Taylor will follow her and be a decent and good friend since this was Belly's first kiss, and Taylor definitely is the reason that this even happened, but book Taylor is a horrible friend, TV show Taylor is superior, and Taylor does not come find Belly. Conrad is still in the hallway when Belly comes out of the room, and he starts messing with her a little bit, and then he says, and I quote, I notice everything, even poor you. The next morning after this Truth or Dare game, Belly wakes up and Taylor is not there. Belly comes downstairs and she sees that Taylor is hanging out with Jeremiah. And then the next day, Belly notices that Taylor is hanging out with who? With Steven. And not only are they hanging out, they're having a moment alone on the beach together. So Belly is not a happy camper. In fact, Belly uses this moment to go off on Taylor, saying he doesn't even like you, he's just using you because you were the only one here at the beach. Belly keeps going on saying, you said things would stay the same, you can't keep leading him on and messing around with him. Taylor's like, with Steven? I'm not doing that to Steven. And she's like, no, with Jer, you're messing around with him. Taylor very flippantly goes, Jer doesn't care. Jer literally does not care. And some other very strong choice words were said during this moment that are a little shamey towards Taylor's decisions and choices, but I'm not gonna say them because it's harsh. It's harsh, so I'm not going in that, but just know some words were said. Later that day, there's a very awkward tension in the air, and Jared tells Belly that she should never have brought Taylor here, and that it's better when it's just them at the beach house. After that summer, things with Taylor were okay, but they were never the same, and Belly and Taylor have never acknowledged that that summer ever happened. They don't speak about it to this day, but they are still friends. Let's go back to present day now. Conrad is just coming home, and guess what time it is? It's 3 a.m. He was out all night. Belly decides to go to Conrad's room because he's blaring music at 3 a.m. Belly, since she's here talking to him anywho, decides to ask, why did you quit football? To which Conrad says, I didn't love it. My dad did. I just did it for my dad. But Conrad's not done. He then asks Belly, why did you quit dance, Belly? She doesn't answer his question. In fact, she avoids it by going, at least I can dance. I was really good at it. You can't dance. And Conrad's like, hey, I can dance. You know I can dance. Well, then prove it. I don't have to prove it. I taught you moves, remember? And then he jumps off the bed. He grabs Belly's hand and he gives her a twirl. Belly shakes her head and goes, I don't consider that moves. Turn down your music. You are waking up the whole house. And then she leaves. But Conrad hollers after her going, good night, Bells. Emphasis on Bells. In the TV show, Jer is the one who calls her Bells, but in the book, that is like the main thing Conrad calls her. Belly thinks after this moment that he has made it so hard for her not to love him. He used to be sweet like this to her all the time. And she remembers why she loves him. And then she corrects herself thinking she remembers why she used to love him. Past tense. We have another flashback. Belly is now 11 and this one's a dancing flashback, mind you, because remember, he told her that he used to teach her some moves. So let's see what those moves were. Belly is twirling around the room. She asks Steven if he will dance with her because she needs a partner for some of the dance moves. Steven immediately is like, no, I'm not dancing with you. Susanna intervenes, as one does, obviously. This is what Susanna is known for. She goes, Connie, go dance with Belly. Conrad sighs, but he gets up anyway and he offers her his hand. And he teaches her a dance. And honestly, it was just a really, really sweet moment. I will say it once again does show that Susanna really does do a hint, hint, wink, wink at every possible moment that she could have for her to end up with one of her sons. And it's not subtle. Honestly, it's a little aggressive and it's almost always towards Conrad. But all in all, it is a really, really cute moment. And this scene is also in the show, except Susanna's not in this scene. So in the show, Conrad just offers to dance with Belly because he wants to. When in the book, he probably still wants to, but Susanna is the one that interjects saying, Conrad, go dance with her. So there is that difference. But let's see what Belly and Cam are up to in present day. They have spent the whole day at the beach and Cam has made Belly some lunch. They're having a little picnic. He made her an avocado and sprout sandwich, which is the exact same thing he made her in the TV show. So I did think that that was a very nice touch. And Cam tells Belly that he's gonna go inside the house real quick to get some water because the Kool-Aid that they're drinking has way too much sugar in it. So he will be right back. But his definition of right back must be different from everyone else's because Cam has literally gone 45 minutes. 45 minutes he has left Belly outside while he has been in their house. And so Belly's like, okay, I'm now tired of waiting. What the heck is going on? She goes inside the house and what does she see? She sees Cam playing video games with Jer and Conrad. He has left her outside so that he can go play video games with the boys. Belly's clearly irritated and rightfully so, in my opinion. She goes into the kitchen and who follows her? Not Cam, because he's oblivious to the situation. Conrad does. Conrad says, are you just gonna ignore me forever? No, what do you want? Conrad leans in really close to her and he goes, why do you have to be like that? Belly goes to leave the room, but Conrad grabs her by the wrist and he goes, come on, Bells, why are you so mad at me? Bells. Once again, Bells. Belly looks at him and she goes, do you honestly care at this point? Conrad goes, yes, of course I care. And Belly is surprised by this answer from him because this is not what she was expecting at all because he has been so closed off this summer and has just not cared about anything. And so the fact that he immediately said yes, she's like, whoa, what is going on? And Belly is still in her very sassy era. And so she goes, why don't you go outside and go do the activity that stinks up the house some more? Conrad is now very angry by her passive-aggressive comment. Goes, why don't you go look at yourself in the mirror some more? This scene is in the show, except it's literally in the first episode, and so it's a little different, but those two pieces of dialogue that I just said are the exact same in the show that it is in the book. Just a little bit of different context. But anywho, Belly is very angry. She starts to walk away. Conrad calls after Belly. You can tell that he feels really bad for what he said, but she's just like, I'm not dealing with it. So she keeps walking away. She goes into the living room. She sits down and she goes, I get to play next game. And while she's waiting to play the next game, Belly thinks to herself, this is probably how all crushes go away. Slowly, and then just like that. The next day, Cam decides to come over to the house yet again. He actually hangs out with Belly the whole time. He doesn't flake on her to go play with the boys. And he actually stays pretty late. Around midnight, they decide that they want to go walk to the beach together. And Cam asks her, truth or dare? But Belly's like, I don't want to play that game. We're going to play Would You Rather instead because that's more fun. And then she starts off her Would You Rather with, would you rather go skinny dipping or something else? He answers and she goes, we should actually just go skinny dipping. And she starts running towards the ocean. Cam is like, no, we are so close to your house right now. What if someone sees us? Because again, this is a beach house. The house is on the beach. They are not far from their house at all. And him not wanting to go skinny dipping with her has offended her. She thinks that it is something personal. And so she becomes like a little venomous. She's just spewing venom and is being quite rude to Cam when he said no. And a little peer pressury. After this little fiasco, Belly storms into the house and Conrad is there and he goes, where's Cameron? Who knows? Who cares? Oh, a little lover spat? She responds with, mind your business, mind your business. And Belly stayed in the kitchen because she was waiting for Cam to come in and maybe apologize or just talk to her, just follow her into the house. But instead she just hears his car start and then she hears him leave. And so she's a little more angry actually. But the next morning she goes up to the dock and she sees an empty water bottle that has a little note in it. She pulls the note out and it says, I owe you 1 skinny dip from Cam. So at least he did say something before he left, but also even if he didn't, he would have been very justified because she was quite rude, quite rude. Later that day, Jared's like, come hang out with me at the country club. He's a lifeguard at the country club. This is his same summer job that he had in the TV show as well. Belly shows up at the country club. She meets the co-lifeguard and she's like, hi, I'm Belly. And the co-lifeguard's like, oh, I know. I have heard so much about you. And then when the co-lifeguard leaves, Belly looks at Jared and she's like, she's pretty. She's really pretty. Jared shrugs his shoulders and he goes, she's nice. What about you and Cameron? He's kind of a dork. Belly responds with, that's why I like him. He's different. Jared goes, different. You mean not Conrad? Yeah, he's nice to me. Jared goes, just nice? So you're over him? For real? Him that Jared's referring to in this moment is not Cam. He was referring to his brother, Conrad. Belly doesn't say anything, but she does nod her head yes. And Jared's just intensely watching her saying, I don't believe you. And she goes, well, it's true. I'm over him. And then Jared's break is over and when he's going back to do his thing, being a lifeguard, she's thinking to herself, wow, Jeremiah is such a great friend. Emphasis on friend. When Belly comes home, she finds Susanna and Laurel on the beach in their beach chairs. Laurel's like, what are you doing later tonight? Belly says, oh, Cam and I are going mini golfing. Laurel says, okay, well, have fun, but can you try and come home a little early tonight? We would really love to watch a movie with you. And this makes Belly really mad, by the way. And remember, she is a teenager, so they are angsty and they do kind of blow certain things out of proportion, but she gets rather mad that her mom even brought that up or mentioned that. Laurel can sense this and she goes, we like Cam, we miss you. Belly nods her head, she agrees and she goes, okay, I'll come home early and we can all watch a movie together. Belly takes the empty beach chair next to them, she sits down, she has her headphones in so Susanna and Laurel don't think that Belly can hear anything. And so Susanna is whispering, saying, I think Conrad knows. I think he knows that something is up. He's been like this for months and he's so sensitive. I know it's gonna hit him harder. Laurel says, isn't it time that you finally tell the boys? Suzanne says, when the summer is over, that is soon enough. When the summer is over. Laurel continues to push saying, I think it's time now. I think enough time has passed. I think it's time. Anna snaps back saying, I know when it's time. Don't push. Belly is assuming that this is over Susanna and Mr. Fisher's potential divorce. Keep that in mind that that is what Belly is thinking that this conversation is about. Cam comes to pick Belly up, they go mini golfing, he even lets Belly drive, and when they get back to the house, Belly's like, let's just sit here for a little bit. And so they're sitting here in the car, Cam looks at Belly and he goes, can I kiss you? And Belly goes, you just ruined the whole moment. Why would you ask me that? And then she pauses and she goes, sure, but next time don't ask, it's weird. And Cam is obviously embarrassed because I would be embarrassed if that happened to me because that's a little harsh. And also we'd love consent. And Belly's just apologizing over and over and over again. She starts to head in, they hug, but the whole time that they're hugging, Belly's just thinking to herself, man, I wish Conrad was watching this right now. Girly. Since Belly and Cam were hanging out in the car, this means that Belly didn't come home early to watch a movie, so she completely flaked on them. And when she walks into the house, Laurel just stares at her. She doesn't have to say anything. And just Laurel's stare is enough to make Belly feel very guilty. But who feels guilt when your birthday's the next day? Ooh, it's time for a birthday celebration, and I believe our girl is turning 16. And Belly's birthday is always that reminder that the end of summer is coming. Laurel tells Belly, if you want, you can invite Cam for our little birthday celebration. Belly doesn't do that though. Susanna made her cake that morning and they all sing happy birthday to her. They tell her to make a wish, and Belly has wished for the same thing the last 4 years. But not today. Today it is a different wish. She opens her first present, and the first one is from Susanna. It is a pearl necklace that was given to Susanna by her dad on her 16th birthday. So this is a very sentimental and expensive birthday present, but very, very sentimental to Susanna. And now it's time for the boys to give Belly their presents. And who's up first? Conrad. But Conrad just shrugs and goes, sorry, Belly. I forgot this year. And I would just like to note that Conrad has never missed her birthday before. He has always been the sweetest person to her, and he's never missed her birthday before. And so this is just a blow to Belly. Like this one hurts a little bit. But Jared can sense this awkward tension because everyone in the room is like, oh no. And so Jared steps in, he's like, here, open mine. And when Belly opens it, it's a small charm. It's a silver key. And if you're thinking to yourself, oh, a charm. Does she have a charm bracelet or something? Let's go back in time to her 11th birthday so y'all can find out. This is the year that her mom had made Belly a box cake for her birthday. And when she was opening presents, Susanna gifted her a silver charm bracelet. Let's go back to present day now that you know that she has a charm bracelet. Belly is ecstatic over this, so she runs upstairs to grab her charm bracelet so she can put it on and just show everyone her bracelet. And this isn't some random charm. This is a charm from the exact jewelry shop that Susanna bought the original bracelet from. And it's not cheap, guys. It's pretty expensive. And we learned that Jared used almost all of his lifeguarding money to buy her this charm. And Conrad actually leaves before they even have cake. He's like, I'm out of here, gotta go. Later, Conrad invites Nicole over to the house, and Belly literally cannot take it. She can't even take it. So not even 5 minutes after Nicole has arrived at the house, she's like, Cam, come over now. Cam and Belly are gonna watch a movie, but all of a sudden, Conrad is feeling so social. He's feeling so social, and he's like, can we watch the movie with y'all? We're gonna watch the movie with y'all. They are between two movies, Titanic, which is Belly's pick, and then Reservoir Dogs, which is Cam's pick. Nicole and Cam are kind of making fun of Belly for liking Titanic, so obviously Nicole votes for Cam's pick, and Conrad's like, you know what? I'll watch Titanic with Belly. I'm gonna vote for Titanic. And this irritates Belly, so Belly looks at them and goes, you know what, I changed my vote. I actually wanna watch what Cam wants to watch. You're outnumbered, she says at Conrad. This makes Nicole kind of mad, and so Nicole's like, fine, then I change my vote. Belly is heated, and Belly goes, you don't even have voting rights. Who even are you? Conrad says, does Cam even have voting rights? Cam, trying to diffuse the situation, says, let's just watch Titanic. I will turn Titanic on. A little into the movie, Nicole and Conrad are like, let's get out of here. And Belly is noticeably jealous. Noticeably. So jealous to the point that she's smack talking Nicole. She is talking so badly about Nicole right now. And Cam snaps going, why are you so obsessed? Why are you so obsessed with them? Belly is offended and she goes, why would I be obsessed with her? She has no personality anyway. Cam looks at her like, and you can tell he wants to say something, but he doesn't. He holds it in. And after a little bit, Conrad and Nicole come back downstairs and he tells everyone that he's about to bring Nicole back home. As soon as Conrad and Nicole leave, Cam sits up and he goes, did you just bring me over here to make him jealous? Make who jealous? Conrad, obviously. You still like him? No. You hesitated. And then he pauses and he goes, you're leaving the beach soon. Do you even want to keep in touch? Belly's like, do you? Yeah, I do. And Cam keeps looking at her, expecting her to say something. And eventually Belly gets the hint. She's like, oh yeah, me too. And then Cam leaves. A few days later, they're finally having the movie night that they were supposed to have when Belly went mini golfing and missed it. So we're having our movie night. Belly's there, Laurel's there, Susanna's there, and Jared's there. Conrad is not. Susanna fell asleep during the movie and Laurel asks Jared if he will carry her up to bed. Jared comes back downstairs. Laurel has already gone to bed, but Belly is still up. And Jared tells Belly, let's not go to bed yet. Let's stay up a little longer. He also asks, where's Cam Cameron? Don't you want to see him when the summer's over? Belly goes, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Not sure. Jared then picks up the TV remote and puts the TV on mute, looks her in the eye and says, I don't think he's the guy for you. He then says, Belly? He pauses, takes a very deep breath. Belly's like trying to intervene and like say something because she's like, what is going on? What's happening? And he literally stops her. He's like, no, like I need to say this. Jared goes on saying, you've always been my best friend, but now it's more. I see you as more than that. You're the coolest girl I know and you've always been there for me. And I know I haven't always been there for you, but I can count on you and you can count on me. And Belly's just nodding her head like she knows that he is speaking, but she's really not hearing what he's saying because her thoughts are just running rampant right now. She's like, what the heck is going on? Oh, no, like what is happening? Jared's still talking. He says, I know you've always liked Conrad, but you're over him now, right? You told me that you're over him. Belly, now sensing that it's her turn to speak, is like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Jared's like, but why? He doesn't see you the way that I see you, Belly. Belly's like, I know that and I wish I didn't feel this way, but I do still like him. She goes on saying. Jared very sternly says he's only going to hurt you. Belly is now profusely apologizing, saying, please don't be mad at me. Please don't be mad at me. And Jared stops her saying, I'm not mad at you, but why does it always have to be Conrad? And with that, Jeremiah gets up and he goes to bed. Guys, I think we should break up this very awkward moment and I think we should have a flashback. So let's go to age 12 and let's move past this awkward time. Mr. Fisher was actually here this summer and he decided that he was going to take the boys on an overnight fishing trip, but Jeremiah actually couldn't go because he was sick. So during this time, Belly chose to hang out with him. Jeremiah looks at Belly and says, my dad has always liked Conrad more than me. Conrad tries to be whatever my dad wants him to be. I don't even think Conrad likes football. He just happens to be good at everything. And one day, I'm gonna be better than him at something. I would make a mental note of this discussion. I would make a mental note of the discussion for future books. Thank you. We are now back in present day. Everyone buckle up, get ready, because we are about to have another very intense, potentially awkward moment. Conrad is running on the beach. The night before, Jeremiah had just laid his heart out to Belly and Belly thinks she needs to do the same exact thing and she needs to find out how Conrad feels. And so the best way she could think about doing this was to find him while he's on a run on the beach. She just blurts out, I have loved you since I was 10 years old. You are the only boy I have ever loved. I love you. It's you. And it's silent. There, you could literally hear a pin drop, not a sound is being made. I don't even think our boy Conrad is breathing. I don't think he has taken a single breath. Conrad finally decides to speak. He says, well, you shouldn't. I'm not the one. Sorry. Belly fights back saying, I don't believe you. You like me. I know you do. Conrad goes, not the way you think I do. You're just a kid, Belly. I'm not a kid anymore. You just wish I was so you wouldn't have to deal with this. You like me. Admit it. Admit it. Conrad is like, you're crazy. And he tries to walk away from her. But Belly is determined. And so she reaches out and she grabs his sleeve, stopping him. And she says, admit it. You were mad when I started hanging out with Cam this summer. Conrad looks at her and goes, the world does not revolve around you, Belly. Yeah, I know, because the world revolves around you, Conrad. Conrad's like, you don't know what you're even talking about, Belly. Yeah, I do. You just want to keep me on the hook. As soon as I start getting over you, you reel me back in. Belly continues on saying, this is it. You don't get to have me anymore. Not as a friend, not as an admirer. I'm done. Conrad snaps her saying, what do you want from me? You have a little boyfriend, remember? Belly shaking her head saying, it's not like that. Conrad's like, yes, it is. 1 minute you like me, 1 minute you like Cam, 1 minute you like Jer. You want your cake and you want to eat it too, but you also want ice cream and you also want cookies. You want it all. Belly is now screaming at Conrad to be quiet. Conrad doesn't stop. He's like, no, Belly, you are the one playing games, not me. And then we get a little messier. We do, because Belly goes, no, I'm not. You're the one playing games. Your parents are getting divorced, so what? And Conrad then very aggressively tells her to be quiet. Because as I said earlier, she thinks the problem at the beach house this year is that they're getting a divorce. That's what she thinks the main issue is. But Belly really doesn't take the hint. She keeps on going and running with this theory that she has. Belly says, your mom was crying over you the other day. Do you even care? Like, do you even know how selfish you are being? Conrad gets real close to her and Belly is just sobbing. And this is when Jeremiah has finally made it to the scene. Conrad looks at Jeremiah and says, get away from her. Get away from her. And Jeremiah is like, you need to start dealing with this instead of taking it out on everyone else. You're being a jerk right now. So quit taking your anger out on everyone else. And Conrad is screaming, leave me alone. Jared's like, we have been leaving you alone all summer. You're supposed to be the older brother, not me. Conrad is like, get out of my face. And Jared goes, no, you're just like dad. And this is the very moment that Belly realizes this fight is actually not about Belly. It's about something much bigger. Much bigger and more important. And I would just like y'all to know that instead of screaming, we are now having a full-on brawl at the beach. It's a beach brawl. And then Susanna runs out of the house. She sees that this is happening and she is making her way down to the beach to stop this madness. And as soon as she breaks it up, she looks at them and she goes, "You know, don't you?" Laurel quickly grabs Belly's hand and says, "We need to go inside. We're gonna go inside. We're gonna give them some alone time." As soon as they make it back inside, Laurel is still holding Belly and she tells Belly that Susanna is sick again and that it is much more aggressive than it was last time. The night of the fight, Belly knocks on Jared's door and she goes into his room and she's profusely apologizing to him, telling him she wished that she knew, she wished that she knew. And she tells him to scoot over and she ends up spending the night in his room. And this is not in a romantic way at all. This is in a, I am so sorry for what we have gone through. I just want to spend the night in your room like when we were kids kind of way. The next morning, she starts to head back to her room, and who does she run into on her little walk back to her room? Conrad. In fact, he goes, "Well, good morning, Belly." She doesn't say anything, but Conrad goes on saying, "Well, aren't you supposed to be nice to me now? Like the way you were with Jared last night." And Belly was going to defend herself, saying that all her and Jared did was cry. But she looks at Conrad and she says, "You are the most selfish person I've ever met, and I can't believe I ever loved you." Conrad turns white as a ghost, and he doesn't say anything. Belly stays in bed for a while. Laurel makes her way in there and she tells Belly, "We need to be strong. We need to be strong for Susanna because she's gonna need us and she's gonna need you, Belly." Belly's nodding her head saying, "I can do that. I can do that. I can't believe Mr. Fisher isn't here." Laurel pauses and says, "This is what Susanna wants." And Adam, which is Mr. Fisher's first name, by the way, is who he is, and we don't get to decide. Not this time. Susanna's downstairs in the kitchen and she's making some muffins. Belly tells her good morning. She's trying not to make it awkward. Susanna stops what she's doing for a hot second, looks at her and goes, "Are you mad at me too?" Belly goes over to her, hugs her and says, "I could never be mad at you." Susanna looks Belly in the eyes and goes, "You'll look after him, right?" "Who?" Belly responds, "You know who." Hint, hint, wink, wink. Again. Belly shakes her head saying, "Yes, yes I will." "Good," Susanna says, "because he needs you." And Belly makes Susanna promise that Susanna will never leave her. And after Susanna promises, Belly helps her make the muffins. Susanna tells Belly, "Make sure you send pictures of your upcoming dance. I have to see the dress." And Belly's like, "Of course, I love the dress that you bought me so much." Susanna's like, "What on earth are you talking about? I didn't buy you that dress." Belly says, "Of course you did. It's the one that you and Mom fought over last time I was here and you snuck it into my suitcase so she wouldn't know." "Belly, I didn't buy you that dress. Your mother must have bought that one for you." And that is definitely something your mother would do. This also happened in the show, but this was over her debutante dress, which the debutante isn't even a thing in the books. So very similar scene, but no debutante in the book. Later on, Belly is on the beach and she sees Conrad sitting, so she decides to join him. Belly starts saying, "I am so sorry," but Conrad interrupts her and says, No, please stop talking." Belly, thinking that he's still so incredibly mad at her, starts to get up and Conrad says, "Please don't leave. I am so mad at her right now." And this is the moment where Conrad finally lets all of his built up emotions out and he breaks down and starts crying to Belly. And Belly decides this is the moment. This is the moment. And so she reaches out, she cups Conrad's face and she kisses him and he kisses her back. Conrad pulls away and he says, "I'm so sorry. I can't do this. Not like this. You know that I think about you. I know that you know, but I just can't right now. Can you just be here with me?" It started to rain. Neither of them moved and everything in the world felt really far away and it was just them on the beach. It is the end of summer. Cam has called 2 times and she hasn't answered because she doesn't know what to say to him because clearly she's still in love with Conrad. And on the plus side, her relationship with Jared is a whole lot easier now because Jared decided to let her off the hook. And the two of them have just pretended that his little admission of his feelings never happened. It is now the last day before they leave the beach house and it's cleanup day. So that night for dinner, they eat every single thing that is in the fridge. They use up the ingredients that they bought. They take out all the leftovers. So there's pizza, Chinese food, lasagna, soup, everything like that. And they just finish it all off. So they're just having a big old feast. And this is what they always do. And during this dinner, Conrad keeps sneaking looks to Belly. Susanna looks at all of them and she says, "I've decided to take the medicine this time. I'm going to fight this thing." After dinner, they all go their separate ways. Belly leaves a note for both Jer and Conrad to meet her for a midnight swim. And the boys join her. They all go for a little swim. Conrad and Belly actually have a very small moment where she comes out of the water and her bangs are in her face. And so he pushes the bangs out of her face. And Jer notices this. Jer sees this. And then they all start reciting Susanna's favorite poem together. Belly tells them this might be their last summer here. Jer says, "No way." And Conrad says, "It doesn't matter what happens because we will always always come back here. And now we're at the end of our book. You might recall some of this from the beginning of the book, but now let's see the whole scene in action. Summer is completely over. It's a little chilly outside and she gets a call and she barely recognizes his voice. The boy says, "I'm in my car, can I come and see you?" And it is 12:20 in the morning and Boston is a 5-hour car ride. I know in the beginning of this video I said it was like 1 to 2 hours. No. It is a 5-hour car ride from where this boy is to where Belly is. This boy drove all night to see her. Belly told him to go park the car down the road so that no one sees it. She quietly makes her way to the car and she whispers, "Hey, you're not wearing a coat," he tells her. Belly responds with, "It's not even that cold." "Here," he says as he's taking off his jacket. She puts it on and it smells just like him. Like Conrad. He starts the car and she shakes her head going, "I can't believe you're here." "Me neither," Conrad says shyly. "Are you still going with me?" And she says yes. And everything that happened this past summer and every summer before has led to this, to right now. Story starting off on July 2nd at Cousins Beach. We are with our girl Belly. She is sunbathing and she has a magazine over her face. We see that Laurel is also outside playing solitaire while Susanna is inside making them some lunch. The boys are surfing, and by the boys, I mean Jeremiah, Conrad, and Steven, but Beck's boys are the first ones to come back. Conrad makes his way over to Belly. He lifts the magazine off of her face and says, "You know, you now have words all over your face." Belly laughs at him. He's like, "Well, what does it say?" Conrad leans in real close and he goes, "I just can't tell." And then he leans in a little more and he kisses her. We then have Jeremiah who's like, "Ugh, guys, get a room." But then he winks at her and the three of them actually end up jumping in the pool together. It seems like all the issues from the first book have just resolved itself and we are gonna have such a happy time together, but no. But literally no, because none of that happened. None of that has happened, guys. We are actually still with Belly. It's still July 2nd, but we are not at Cousins Beach. And Susanna is no longer alive. She passed away. Belly is currently in Marcy Yu's yard. And if you're like, who the heck is Marcy Yu? It doesn't really matter. She's never brought up again after this moment, but it's just some girl from her class's yard. She's hanging out. Taylor is there with her, and Taylor's like, "Hello, Earth to Belly, Earth to Belly." As soon as Taylor has Belly's attention, Taylor's like, "What are you wearing to Justin's party? I'm gonna need to know." And Belly's like, "I don't know." And to be quite frank, she really doesn't care because Belly's never home for this 4th of July party. He has it every year, but Belly's normally at Cousins Beach this time, and so she's never really had the opportunity to go to his party / never really wanted to go. And so she's just not feeling it. Taylor continues the conversation with Belly saying, "Well, I'm wearing a sundress, so you should probably wear something along those lines." Belly's eyes are completely closed and she's really not paying attention, but she's speaking like she is. So Belly's like, "Oh, like what sundress are you wearing?" And Taylor rolls her eyes and is like, "The polka dot one. I already told you I am wearing the polka dot one." And you can just tell that Taylor is growing more and more irritated by Belly. And if y'all remember from the last video, Taylor's not a good friend. I will very boldly stand on a soapbox and tell y'all that she is not a good friend. So there's that. Before Belly can even apologize to Taylor, someone actually splashes water on her and it ends up being a boy named Corey Wheeler. Belly kind of snaps on him because she's very annoyed, being like, "Why the heck did you do that to me? I don't even really want to be here." Taylor's like, "Cool your jets. Cool your jets, girl. I think he has a crush on you. He's into you. And I feel like this will be a really good rebound from you-know-who." Let's backtrack a little bit because you-know-who is Conrad. If y'all remember the end of last book, Conrad and Belly were kind of together. They were kind of a thing. But at this point in time, they are no more. They are over. They are done. Belly can't seem to get Taylor to understand the fact of, like, I have been in love with this boy my whole life. It's not as easy as just doing a little rebound to get over him. And also, I don't know if I want to get over him. I don't know if I want to evict him from my heart. Her words, not mine. In fact, Belly's scared that if she evicts Conrad from her heart, it'd be like she was evicting Susanna. Last summer when Belly got home from the beach, she waited. August quickly turned to September and she was still waiting and she was just contemplating, like, what are we? What could we be? Could we be something? And then eventually he called. I also would just like to note the way the book makes it sound is like, oh my goodness, she is waiting forever. Conrad is taking his sweet time. She only waited 2 weeks. It really wasn't that long. Like literally she waited from the end of August to the beginning of September for him to get settled in college. When Conrad finally called, Laurel was the one who picked up the phone and Steven is over here being like, why the heck is Conrad calling you? Because remember, Steven left the beach early last year, so he has no idea that Jeremiah professed his feelings for Belly and that Belly and Conrad kissed. He has no clue. And so he's just sitting there being like, excuse me? But nonetheless, Belly ignores him. She picks up the phone and she's like, hey. Conrad's like, hey, what's up? Belly's like, oh, nothing much. What about you? Conrad laughs and he goes, well, my roommate snores louder than you do. And their conversation goes from there. Conrad calls Belly every single night and Steven is like, wait, something is actually going on here? Are y'all the thing? And Belly's like, I don't have to explain anything to you, but what if he does like me? Steven says, well, then he has lost his mind. Why would he like you? And Belly says, oh, like it's so impossible for someone to like me. Yeah, it is. Their brother-sister dynamic is actually so good in this book. I'm not gonna lie to any of y'all. But Conrad and Belly do become something. They never define what they are, but they are definitely something. They were something to the fact where Conrad would literally drive 5 hours out of his way from Boston to come visit Belly, as y'all saw in the last book. But our boy Steven is so excited that Conrad is here that he is third wheeling like no other. Belly and Conrad could be sitting on the couch and Steven's gonna plop down in the middle. Belly and Conrad are gonna go walk somewhere. Steven is coming along. You will never have a moment without Steven because Steven and Conrad have always been best friends. You would think, based off of Belly's personality, that this would really irk her or bother her, but Conrad made sure that it never fazed her because anytime Steven would insert himself into the equation, Conrad would do things like take her hand in front of Steven or kind of guide her to wherever they were walking. Any way to like subtly touch her and make her feel like, hey, we are something, Conrad would do. And he would make sure that Steven saw it. Belly notes that all of these moments made that one night in December even more special. Make a mental note of the night in December because I'm going to talk about it later. It really was a special night. Belly told Taylor that she was going to meet up with her later. She kind of wanted some time to prep before Justin's party. But in reality, Belly just wanted space from Taylor. Belly wanted to put on her oversized cousin's t-shirt, drink a ton of grape soda, and then just spend the day in bed watching TV. Steven wasn't home at all this summer because he was working, and then Laurel might as well have not been there because she always locked herself away in her office. She actually is the one who is in charge of Susanna's will, and so she's trying to handle the business side of everything while grieving with the loss of someone who is essentially her sister. A few hours have passed, Taylor has shown up and she's like, girl, we have got to get ready for his party. You are not wearing an oversized cousin's t-shirt. No. Here's a dress. Let's put this on. You're gonna look beautiful. Belly stares at the dress and she's like, I can't wear that. I'm not wearing that. She makes up some kind of excuse like there's a stain. We're not gonna put that on. I don't wanna wear something that's stained. In reality, it was one of the last dresses she wore in Cousins and she's like, it's too soon. I can't wear this dress. After she makes up her little excuse, she does end up getting changed. She goes downstairs. But before they leave, she makes sure to say bye to her mom. She asks her mom like, hey, have you eaten anything today? Do you want me to get you anything? Laurel's like, no, I'm fine. Like 30 more minutes. I'll go get something to eat. Go have a nice time at your party. Just make sure you're home tonight. Anyone was at Justin's party. And Belly was not having a good time one bit. Some may say she's been a little bit of a Debbie Downer. But also she's third wheeling with Taylor and her man. And Taylor and her man are kind of PDA, like they are displaying a lot of affection to one another in public, and so that's also a no for me. It's a no. And it's also a no for Belly because Belly grabs a soda and she leaves them alone and she walks to the trampoline by herself. Belly notes to herself that she hasn't thought about Susanna in 2 hours, so maybe with time this will all get a little easier. Corey Wheeler, who we talked about earlier, he's the one who splashed her with water at the beginning of this story. He makes his way over to Belly. He's talking, and then he asks like, hey, are you still with the guy you brought to prom last year? Belly very solemnly is like, no, we broke up. We're not together anymore. Corey is about to potentially ask her out. Like you can tell he's almost there. And Belly's like, I gotta go. Taylor needs me. I got a blast. When Belly finds Taylor's like, what are you doing? I've been dropping hints all week at Corey that you would say yes to him if he asked you out, and then you do this, which makes Belly so mad, being like, you know, I'm not in the right headspace to be going out with someone. I don't want to rebound. Why are you forcing me to do something I'm not comfortable with? Taylor tells her, and I quote, so I'm gonna look over here in my notes for this quote. She says, this is getting old. You've been moping around for months and it's not healthy. My mom thinks that you should see someone. Belly gets offended that Taylor has been talking to her mom about her, and Belly honestly goes off a little bit saying, I listened to you talk about your cat who passed away for months. Months on end. I held you while you cried over your cat. And someone who is essentially a family member dies, and I'm supposed to get over it like nothing ever happened? And instead of apologizing like a normal human being, Taylor looks at her and goes, Stop pretending. Susanna is not the only thing that you are sad about. You are moping around over Conrad as well. And then just like in the last book, whenever they fight, they just drop this conversation, move forward, and never bring it up again. They're like, that is in the past. If we keep talking about this, our friendship's gonna be over, so we're just gonna drop it. Guys, we have a new POV. We are no longer in Belly's head for this chapter. We are following Jeremiah. Jeremiah thinks to himself, it is so weird seeing your dad cry. Seeing someone who has always had this tough exterior just break down and sob is something he doesn't wish on anyone. Jer also notes that everything happened so fast. One day Susanna was here, and then the next they were all at her funeral. After Susanna had passed, there was a night where it was just Conrad and Jeremiah. Jeremiah offers Conrad a coffee, and all he says, and I quote, "Nah." Trying to get more than one word out of his brother, and so he's like, what's happening tomorrow? Or more people coming over? Probably. And with that, Conrad goes upstairs to his room. After a little bit, Jeremiah also decides, like, I'm gonna go to Conrad's room as well, because even though he's not talking to me, I don't want to be alone right now. But before he walks into Conrad's room, he hears Conrad sobbing. Intensely sobbing, and Jer thinks to himself, I can't walk in here right now. Conrad would not want me to see him like this. So Jer goes back to his room alone, and he cries himself to sleep as well. We are now back in Belly's POV, and I'm gonna need everyone to take a big breath in and a big breath out, because this scene is a lot. It is a lot, and it actually really pains me. But I gotta do what I gotta do, and I gotta report it for y'all. Belly wore a pair of red glasses to Susanna's funeral. They weren't even her prescription anymore, but Susanna always noted that they made Belly look so smart and so beautiful. Belly also wore her hair in a half up, half down, because that was Susanna's favorite. We also learned the detail that Laurel took a leave of absence from her job so that she could go and take care of everything with Susanna. So while Susanna was towards the end of her time, Laurel would always be over at the house. Belly thought about calling Conrad during this time, but she didn't know what to say if he actually did pick up. And Belly also thought about calling Jer, but she knew if Jer did pick up, that would make everything so real and that Susanna was actually gone. So instead, she did not call either of the boys. As soon as Stephen and Belly make their way into the funeral, they see Laurel. They all drove separately because Laurel had to handle all of the arrangements. Laurel looks at Belly, and the first thing she says is, you should have ironed your dress. You should have ironed it. Before Belly can even say anything, Laurel immediately goes, go find the boys, go find Conrad. Belly and Stephen exchange a look like, okay. The two of them found Jer. Stephen and Jer embraced. They had a really nice hug, but when it was Belly's turn, noticed that he was a little more standoffish and stiff compared to his normal bubbly self, which, granted, it is a funeral. Like, keep that in mind, it is a funeral. Their hug was not the same as Stephen and Jer's. And that bothered Belly. She then says hi to Conrad, and instead of hugging Conrad, she decides to squeeze his shoulder. And it is in this moment that she decides, I am not gonna leave Conrad's side today. I will be his rock, and I will be strong for him. I will. When the funeral is about to start, Belly turns and she sees that her dad is here, and she leans into Laurel and is like, why is Dad here? And Laurel looks at Belly like, why would your dad not be here? Him and Susanna were also friends. We were married for a while. Belly notes that the service was really long and that the preacher did not seem to have known Susanna at all. When it is over and she makes her way back to the boys, her and Jer actually have an embrace and a hug this time. They cry together. When it's her turn to hug Conrad, she's like, it's gonna be the same. I'm here for you. But it is the quickest hug that has ever happened. They hug, and before you know it, over and done with, she has to keep on moving. Back at the Fisher home, Jer, Stephen, and Belly are all in Jeremiah's room. Belly's like, where's Conrad? What's Conrad doing right now? And Jeremiah's like, just leave him alone. Leave him alone. Belly then looks at Jer and is like, are you hungry? Do you want me to go make you a plate so you don't have to go talk to all these people? And Jer's like, thank you so much. I would really appreciate that. She makes her way downstairs. She runs into Laurel. Laurel starts making Jer and Conrad a plate. And Laurel tells Belly, I'm going to take this upstairs to the boys. You bring this down to the basement. I think that's where Conrad is. Go bring him some food. Brings the food downstairs. She sees Conrad and she is immediately frozen in place because she sees that Conrad is laying on a girl's lap while this girl is playing with his hair. The girl sees Belly, says hi. Conrad doesn't say anything, and the girl's like, is that food for us? Belly sets the plate of food down and she's, again, frozen. Not saying anything, just kind of there, not knowing what to do. Girl just says, thanks, in a way where Belly's like, okay, well, she's telling me I can go now. At least that's how Belly is interpreting it. In my mind, I think she was just saying thanks. But Belly's an angsty teenager, so she's gonna think that she was like, thanks, go, go, go. Belly walks out of the room, but she sprints up the stairs. Conrad is following after her, and he's like, slow down, wait, wait, wait. He grabs her, and she's like, let go of me. Conrad's like, let me explain, that was Aubrey. Remember Aubrey from the last book? Aubrey was his ex-girlfriend that broke up with him before the summer took place because she said he changed, and Belly was convinced that he was actually in love with her before she broke up with him. Emphasis on Belly was convinced. Meaning Belly assumed. There's a lot of that in this book. Anyway, after Conrad explains who that was, Belly's like, sorry I ruined your moment. To which Conrad's like, oh my gosh, grow up. Oh, and guys, I'm gonna need all of y'all to buckle up because this part physically pained me. It pained me. Belly looks at Conrad at his mother's funeral and tells him to go to hell. At his mother's funeral, she says this. Conrad takes a second because you can tell that this has hit him, and it has hit him hard. And he says, I knew I shouldn't have done this with you. I knew that you were just a kid, and it was all a mistake. Mind you, this is taking place at the reception of the funeral. So this house is full of people that are just watching. Like, this is in the middle of the reception. And instead of letting it go, because, you know, people are watching, her own mother is looking at her like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Belly is like, I hate you. I never want to see you again. And then she starts running up the stairs, but oh wait, that last step, she trips and she falls to her knees. And she can legitimately hear people gasping when they see her on her knees. And then she gets up and she sprints to the guest room, and the only person to come get her is her dad. Her dad's like, what on earth happened between you and Conrad? And Belly's like, I'm not talking to you about this. No, thank you. And her dad responds with, okay, like, you can just talk to your mom about it. And Belly's thinking to herself, I'm not talking to my mom about this. What? Dad also reassures her that no one is mad at her. Like, there are a lot of emotions running through everybody today and everyone handles it differently, so no one's mad. But Belly's just so embarrassed, and I was embarrassed because of her as well. Oh my goodness. And if y'all want to feel the embarrassment that I felt, just watch this episode in the TV show because they really captured that feeling. We are back to present day. It is July 3rd. Belly gets a phone call from Jeremiah. Belly's saying to herself, that is so weird. I haven't talked to Jeremiah since the funeral. Why is he calling me? She picks up and Jeremiah immediately goes, have you seen Conrad? Are you with Conrad? Do you know where Conrad is? Belly asks, what do you want from me? I have no clue. Why would I know? And Jeremiah's like, will you help me find him? He was supposed to be in summer school right now. He has 2 exams coming up and he just left. No one can find him. If he fails the test, then he fails those classes. Belly doesn't even take a second to think. She's like, this is how I can make up for how I acted at the funeral towards him. Yes, I will help you find him. Belly lies to Laurel, telling her, I'm gonna stay at Taylor's house for a couple of days. Don't worry, that's where I'm gonna be. As I said, like, Laurel is a little checked out and grieving currently. Laurel really doesn't second guess this. Belly goes on her way, but she does stop by Taylor's house first to fill her in on everything. And Taylor is like, why are you doing this? He is just going to hurt you again. Talking about Conrad. Taylor also tells Belly, you should have picked Jeremiah. And Belly tells her, it's not like I actually had a choice in the matter. My heart belongs to Conrad. It's always belonged to Conrad. There was no choice. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Taylor then says, the only reason I'm helping you with this is because you need closure from Conrad. You need to close that chapter and move on with your life. Jared shows up about an hour later. Taylor looks at him through the window and is like, when did Jared get that cute? Oh my goodness. Ellie just shrugs her shoulders and she's thinking, well, he just looks like Jeremiah to me. Same old Jer. Y'all, let me tell you right now, this car ride is really awkward. They're not talking at all. There's nothing going on. Jared thinks to himself that he can recall the exact moment that his life changed forever. He was telling Conrad how much he hated the new football coach, and Conrad looks at him saying, just stick it out. Stick it out for this season. Jeremiah was saying to himself, you are such a hypocrite, because remember in the last book, Conrad had just quit football in the middle of a season. And he's now here telling Jeremiah, suck it up, stick it out, you're fine. And then their car pulled up. Jeremiah sees Laurel first, he runs, gives her a hug, and then he notices that Conrad is looking at something. And when he follows his eye line, he notices that Conrad has seen Belly first. Jer kind of shakes that off and thinks to himself, oh my gosh, I have never looked at Belly as a girl before, but something is happening. Something is flipping my world on its axis, and she's a girl. She's a cute girl. She's a girl. And then another moment happened that some may say is a game-changing moment for Jer. Jer is making Belly laugh, and Belly's like, you are the funniest person that I know. Conrad comes in and he's like, what are y'all laughing about? Belly shrugs her shoulders and goes, oh, I don't remember. Jer recalls that this was a punch to the gut for him, and he was crazy jealous of his brother in that moment. And it only got worse from that moment forward because Belly got up to go inside the house, and Jer watched Conrad watch Belly the whole time. This was the day that there was no going back for Jer because Jer realized that there would be other girls, but none of them are Belly for him. Present day, back in the car, but we're still in Jeremiah's POV. We learn that Jeremiah never wanted to ask Belly for help. He was so mad at Belly because she essentially stopped being his friend without even realizing that she did this. She never called to check in on Jeremiah after his mother passed or anything like that. Just kind of left him high and dry. He's trying so hard to ignore his old feelings for Belly, but all he wants to do is lean over and kiss her until she forgets about Conrad. And let's make a mental note of this scene, ladies and gents, shall we? Let's make a mental note of this scene in a car where all he wants to do is kiss her and make her forget about Conrad. Let that exact scene, let's store up there. Now back to Belly's POV. Belly is like, where on earth are we going? Jeremiah responds with, I don't know, I figured you would have a clue. Belly responds with, well, I haven't talked to Conrad since May, so let's try his roommate. Maybe Eric would know. Belly also tells Jer that Laurel is completely fine with her going on this wild goose chase for Conrad. That is a lie, but all right. And after this, the car is once again silent. You could hear a pin drop. Let's have a flashback, ladies and gents. We learned that when Susanna started getting really sick again, no one told Belly, and so for Belly, it happened so quickly. When Belly finally got a chance to visit Susanna before she passed away, Laurel stopped the car, looked at Belly and said, don't worry, just breathe, Conrad is not here. When Belly makes her way into the house, Susanna looks at her, holds her hand and says, don't worry, Conrad's not here. So they both told her the same exact thing. Susanna also apologizes for prom, and if you're like, what happened at prom? Just wait. Just wait. We're going to talk about it soon, and that's another scene like the funeral where, I was struggling. So we'll get to it. She apologizes for prom nonetheless, though. Belly reveals to Susanna, Conrad broke up with me, which we will talk about soon. I don't think that's correct, but to each his own. She said that he broke up with her. Susanna is looking at Belly and says, please don't hate him. Don't hate him. Now we're going to rewind a little bit because please remember that back in book 1, we learned that Susanna is a mastermind. She is the #1 shipper of Conrad and Belly, and she has basically been plotting for them to get together since the day Belly was born. Susanna goes on saying, don't shut him out. He loves you. I know he loves you. Belly shakes her head saying, no, he doesn't. Well, do you love him? Silence. But Susanna nods as if Belly actually answered her. Susanna then says, look after him, will you? He's going to need you. Jer eventually comes home during this moment, and Belly's like, why is it so awkward between us right now? He's really avoiding me like the plague. Nothing is ever going to be the same again. Back to present day. A song comes on the radio, and Jer's like, oh, they played this at my prom. And Belly's like, which prom? Haven't you been to like 5? Jer's then like, I saw the pictures from when you and Conrad went to prom. I really liked your dress. Belly shakes her head, and she's just thinking to herself, man, I should have went with Jer to prom instead. It would have been a whole lot more fun. And now let's go to prom. Let's go back in time and go to prom. It has been 7 months since Belly and Conrad's first kiss. It has been 2 months since she's last seen him. And it has been a week since she's last talked to him. And our girl Belly has some high expectations for prom. But as I said, it's been a week since they talked, so she finally calls him and she brings up prom. And Conrad immediately goes, oh, I hate dances. Belly responds with, I know, but it's my prom and I really, really want to go with you. Belly, I'm in college now. Can you not just go with some of your friends? Belly doesn't say anything during this, and so Conrad just says, I'm so sorry. I don't want to go. Belly then responds with, that's okay. Corey Wheeler actually asked me earlier, so maybe I could go with him, but there are also other guys that would love to go with me. To which Conrad goes, who the heck is Corey? Oh, just a guy who plays soccer. He's good at dancing and he's taller than you. Good, then you can wear heels. And Belly hangs up on him. He later calls her. She doesn't pick up because she's still angry at him, so he leaves a voicemail saying, please don't go to prom with Corey. I will go to prom with you. And you can even wear heels if you want to. Belly wore a violet dress, which is the same color as the one in the TV show, which I really enjoyed, and she also wears that pearl necklace that Susanna gave her last year for her birthday. Susanna was on the phone during the picture taking so that she wouldn't miss a single moment of this. This was like really a Super Bowl moment for Susanna. Like, Susanna has been waiting for this day. It's Conrad and Belly's turn out of their friend group to take pictures, and Conrad is very stiff and is acting like he doesn't want to be there. And Belly can feel this radiating off of him. Conrad also forgot her corsage. He completely forgot it, and this just embarrasses her because she had to beg this boy to take her to prom and he couldn't even bring her flowers. Steven's date is actually fantastic because Steven's date takes a few of the flowers out of her own corsage and puts it in Belly's hair and is like, here, we'll make do. This looks great. This is perfect. On the way to prom, Conrad apologizes for forgetting the corsage. He tells her it was a white orchid and that his mom picked it out. Belly just laughs and says, oh, that's okay. You can just get me 2 next year. I can wear 1 on each wrist. She says it this way though, so that she can kind of get him to confirm like, hey, we'll be together next year. Conrad laughs and he goes, whatever you want, Belly. At prom, she points to a boy that's breakdancing on the dance floor. She looks at Conrad and she goes, that's Corey Wheeler. Conrad's like, who is Corey Wheeler? This hurts Belly's feelings that she doesn't remember the guy she could have went to prom with over him. She goes to the bathroom with Taylor. Taylor is telling Belly, stop putting up with his crap. This is not fair to you. You look amazing. The least he can do is dance. She goes back out to Conrad and she's like, hey, do you want to dance? Conrad groans going, ugh, do we have to? But they do end up dancing. It's just like a little awkward because the music is like really blaring, so they can't quite have a conversation. And also there's just this weird tension going on with them right now. And Belly's just saying to herself, whoa, he is right here with me, but he is 1,000 miles away and she is in her head right now, second guessing everything. He then asks her if she wants to go somewhere else with him. And she's like, what do you mean? The after party's not till midnight. And he's like, no, like, let's just go somewhere to talk, just the 2 of us. And sirens are going off in Belly's head like, oh my gosh, he's about to break up with me. No, no, no. She then asks him, did your mom make you come here? Conrad says no, but let me just note that, oh, he hesitated. He hesitated before he answered. They're walking back out to the car. It is raining. He has a headache. He looks at her and goes, I think I'm just gonna drop you off at the party and then I'm gonna head back to college. I really have a bad headache. She's like, I thought you were spending the night tonight. Why are you heading back to school? He says, oh, I have a few more things that I need to get done. Once again, Belly's mind is running rampant, thinking, oh my gosh, if I get in this car with him, we're over. We are done with, he is about to end it. She then looks at Conrad and goes, did I do something wrong? Will you please just talk to me? What is up with you right now? Conrad doesn't say anything. And Belly just goes, okay, well, if you won't say it, I will. We're over. We're done. She then starts walking away. He hesitates and then he hollers after her going, Belly, please don't leave it like this. Belly says, you're the one who's leaving right now. He says, wait one more time. She doesn't. She's hoping that maybe he'll follow after her though. Instead, she just hears him slam his fist on the hood of his car and then gets in his car and leaves. She thinks to herself, if he would have followed me in that moment, I would have gotten back in the car with him. I hate this scene. I truly, truly do. I am going to add in like a little bit of perspective because we did learn earlier that she was the last to know that Susanna's health was rapidly declining. And so in this moment in time, she had no clue what was wrong with Conrad and why he was acting that way. And it just led to a whole lot of miscommunication. Also, they're teenagers. The next morning, Belly is still in bed. Steven says Conrad is not worth it. Belly tells their mom, like, Conrad and I broke up. And the first thing that Laurel says is, I was afraid that this would happen. Because with you and Conrad, there's more than just two people in that relationship. It affects all of us. And all Belly could think about in this moment was how disappointed Susanna was going to be in her because her and Conrad broke up. Laurel can see that this is what Belly is worried about, and so she tells Belly, don't worry, I will handle it. I will be the one to tell Susanna for you. Belly's saying to herself, it's better it happened this way. It's better that I was the one who called the shots and that I was the one who ended it. He wanted to end it anyway. Did he? I don't know, because he never said anything about it at all. But we're just gonna chalk that all up to, once again, miscommunication. Maybe we should have a miscommunication tally. Maybe. Let's see what Jer's perspective of that prom night was. Jer notes that when Susanna finds out that Conrad's taking Belly to prom, you would have thought Susanna heard they were getting married. Susanna was screaming and yelling and smiling, and she had not been that happy in such a long time. She also made Conrad promise that this would be a night Belly would never forget. And technically he did do that, just in the opposite way, but he did keep his promise. Remember, he told Belly he was going back to school, and instead he went back to his mom's house, which again plays into the fact that her health was rapidly declining, and Belly was the one who didn't know when others knew, including Conrad. At least that's my interpretation of it. Let me just add that here. Like, that is my interpretation. Susanna asks Conrad, well, how did it go? Conrad says it was okay. Jared snaps him going, that's it. That's literally it. Conrad says she looked really pretty in her purple dress. Susanna asks how the corsage went, if she loved it. Conrad told Susanna, yeah, it looked really, really nice. Belly absolutely loved the corsage that I got her. Susanna asks, well, did you end up with a corsage? Yeah, she pinned it on me. We danced all night long to literally every song. I am exhausted. Susanna asks him, oh my goodness, what was the theme? Conrad says, I don't remember. I think it was like a trip through Europe or something like that. Red flag. Red flag going off in Jeremiah's mind right now, thinking, well, that was last year's prom theme for us. You are lying. Did he even take her to prom? When Susanna leaves to go to bed early, Jeremiah looks at Conrad and goes, I hope you didn't ruin this for her. What are you even doing home anyway? Jer was expecting Conrad to get angry at this, and honestly, he was wanting Conrad to get angry and show some kind of emotion. Conrad just shrugs his shoulders and goes, we can't all be prom king, Jeremiah. This is leading us to infer that Jeremiah also was not aware that his mother's health was declining as fast as it was, and that Conrad wanted to spend as much time as he possibly could at home with them, of course. Back to present day, we are with Belly. They have finally made it to Brown, which is where Conrad goes to college. They find Eric, which is Conrad's roommate, and they are now in Conrad's dorm room. Eric also is apparently a creep, and he kept checking Belly out. We don't love that, no. Eric introduces himself. He looks at Belly and he's like, who are you? Before Belly can say anything more than her name, Jer interrupts and he's like, did Conrad say where he was going? And Eric's like, no, he doesn't say anything at all. He's like a robot. He shows no emotion and he barely speaks. But Eric then grins at Belly and he says, well, he does talk to the pretty girls. Belly then moves to Conrad's bed. She sits on it and she thinks to herself, this is so weird. His bed is unmade. Every single time that I have seen his bed growing up, and even now, it is always made. And the fact that he just got up and left is very odd and not like Conrad. Someone else knocks on the door. It was a girl. She walks in. I think her name is Sophie. And she says, I think Conrad went to the beach for some reason. I think he said he wanted to surf, which then leads Jeremiah and Belly to realize, oh my gosh, he went to the beach house. He's at Cousin's Beach. Jer is on the phone with Mr. Fisher, and she can overhear Mr. Fisher say, just get him back. Go get him. During this time, Belly is snooping. She's going through all of Conrad's things, and she goes through some of his drawers. And in the second drawer, she sees this blue Tiffany box. She opens it up, and it is a necklace with a tiny infinity sign charm. And Belly immediately knows that it's for her. This is the tiniest flashback of all of our lives, but Conrad is amazing at math. During some of their first few phone calls together, Belly was really struggling with trig. And she was telling Conrad about this, and she then apologizes saying, oh my gosh, I am so sorry that I'm complaining about math when you are going through something horrible with your mother. Conrad says, no, you are completely fine. And Anyway, my mom is getting better. She's gained 5 pounds. She's starting to look pretty healthy again. And from that moment forward, he helps her with her math homework. Back to present day. Jared finishes his phone call, goes over to Belly and goes, guess we're going to Cousin's Beach after all. And Belly's like, I don't know if I should go. I don't think that this is a good idea. Jared's like, he is in self-destruct mode and I don't know what happened to y'all, but I know that Conrad still cares about what you think about him, so you have to come with me. Belly shrugs and goes, I don't think that that's true. I know my brother. Come on, you are coming with me. And right before they leave Conrad's dorm room, Belly picks up that Tiffany box, takes the necklace out, puts it on, and leaves with the necklace that was never given to her from her ex-boyfriend. Oh, and she also grabs all of his notebooks, his laptop, all of it, because as I said, his finals are coming up. They're now on their way to Cousin's Beach. It is silent once again, but it's not a bad silence because Belly is reflecting on a memory of honestly the best day of her life, which we are now going to see in a flashback. And I told y'all to make a mental note of this day. I also just want to note that this day was the last scene in the first book. This is when Belly has snuck out of her house to see Conrad after he's driven 5 hours for her. She gets in the car, he asks her, are you still coming with me? She says yes, and they're on their way. So this scene is just a continuation of that. On their drive, Conrad reveals to Belly that he wants to be a doctor. Seeing everything that Susanna has gone through and how medicine has helped her get so much better, he wants to help other people through this. And while he is talking about how his mom is getting so much better, he has hope all over his face. He is smiling big and he's hopeful. They finally make it to the beach house. As I said, it's December, so it is freezing outside. Conrad makes a fire and then he kind of sits on the opposite side of the couch as her, and Belly's like, what are you doing? Conrad slowly scooches towards her and is like, I don't want you to be scared. Belly responds with, I'm not. Conrad says, good. And then they start kissing a bit. And they were like this until they both fell asleep. Conrad fell asleep first, and so Belly whispers, there's only you for me. There's only ever been you for me. Just remember, folks, that she did sneak out, and so the next morning, Laurel realizes, oh my gosh, my daughter is not home. And so she's freaking out. She's on the phone with Belly. Belly's like, yeah, like I'm just with Conrad. We're at the Cousin's Beach house. And Laurel's like, well, you better have the best time ever. You really better soak it in right now. Belly responds with, that's because I'm grounded, right? Completely grounded. So obviously Belly and Conrad had the best day they possibly could. They go to the beach, it's freezing. Belly puts her cold hands on Conrad's face and he's like, joke's on you because that actually feels really good. Belly responds with, that's because you're cold-hearted. Maybe for everyone else, but never for you. Later, Conrad makes them another fire and Belly finds a pack of hot cocoa mix, but she has to use water instead of milk because there's no fresh food in the summer house, so it's like a little dusty, and Conrad tells her that. And Belly's like, this is my specialty. It is delicious. They then kiss a little more and Conrad tells her that he doesn't want to rush anything with her. And Belly's really confused because she's like, well, you've definitely done more than this. And Conrad's like, yes, but you haven't, and I want to make sure that you always feel safe. In fact, he says that that is very important to him. Now, this scene happened in the show, but instead of stopping like they did right here, they continue on in the show. Which is a choice because this moment in the book is brought up in book 3, which I will talk about in the next video. But there will be a callback to this choice. Back to present day, they've made it to Cousins. Belly starts fixing her hair, putting on some lip gloss. Jared's just staring at her. Belly's like, you know what, I don't care. I'm about to see Conrad for the first time since May. I'm not gonna look like a wreck. They head in the house, they find Conrad. Conrad sees Jared first and he's like, I'm not going back. I will handle everything, I'm not going back. He finally sees Belly and he's like, why the heck is she here? Jared responds with, I brought her here and we're gonna stay until tomorrow and then all of us are heading back. What is your problem right now? Conrad responds with, you, her, here. That is my problem. He then looks at Belly and says, I thought you never wanted to see me again. You hate me, remember? Belly says, I don't hate you. And then Conrad leaves the room, not paying attention to Belly. Jared's like, don't let him get to you. He's in a mood right now. Later, they're actually all having a nice time sitting around watching TV together. Belly announces that she's gonna go up to bed. She goes to change into her pajamas. She is so excited to change into this oversized t-shirt, and she notices that Taylor switched everything in her bag when she went to go say bye. And so now all she has are these tiny little shorts and this tiny, tiny tank top. And she's like, I don't want to wear this right now. Why would I want to wear this around these boys? But she has nothing else. So this is her pajama set for the night. Jared actually goes to Belly's room that night. He heads in, he talks to her, and he's like, we're going to fix all this tomorrow, don't worry. And if you're thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, I wonder what's going through Jeremiah's brain right now, let me tell you, because we're in his POV. And also, this isn't really not an important chapter at all. It is just the fact that he's noticing her in her pajamas and that he still has residual feelings there that he thought he may have gotten over at this point. He hasn't. Next day, we're with Belly. It is the 4th of July. Wakes up and she looks out the window and she sees that Conrad and Jeremiah are surfing. So she takes this moment to call Taylor to fill her in on everything. Taylor is fuming and is saying, let Conrad be this loser that he was always meant to be. He is a horrible person. He cheated on you. And Belly is then like, hold up. No, he didn't. He never cheated on me, so don't say that. And Taylor's like, I mean, yeah, you're right, but he's still a horrible person, so he might as well have cheated on you. What is that logic? What on earth is that logic? Is that teenage girl logic? Because I don't know how to, I don't know. Oh, Belly finishes her phone call. She meets the boys downstairs and she looks at Conrad and she goes, you know what? You actually can't be a doctor if you don't have a college degree. Conrad then says, you don't know what you're talking about. I never said I wanted to be a doctor. He also then abruptly leaves the room. Belly's like, you know what, whatever. I'm here. I'm going to at least go for another swim. So she goes for a swim by herself. As y'all know, whenever she swims, like she does not pay attention to anything. Like the house could be burning down. She wouldn't know. She'd just be swimming. Whenever she does like look up from the pool, she notices that Conrad is sitting there by her towel. They have a short conversation about how she loves swimming because it makes her forget about everything. Steven then calls Belly and is like, you are lying. Where the heck are you? Because I know you're not with Taylor. I just ran into her at the mall. Belly says, I'm with Jeremiah and Conrad. We are at Cousins Beach. Jeremiah called me to find Conrad. He called you? Why did he call you? And Steven is really hurt by this because he's always been really, really close to the boys, more than Belly, and they confided in her, not him. Her and Steven get off the phone together. She sees someone pull into the driveway she doesn't recognize, and she learns that this is a real estate agent. Dun, dun, dun! Mr. Fisher has decided to sell the beach house. Conrad is downstairs with Belly. Jeremiah is currently out and about. The agent looks at Conrad and goes, you lied to me. You told me y'all were not putting the house up to sale anymore. And Conrad's just like, yeah, I did. And the real estate agent's like, okay, well, I just came to check to see how the movers were handling everything. And Conrad responds with, I sent the movers home because this house is not for sale. She then is eyeing Belly and is like, who is this? And Conrad's like, that is my girlfriend. That is my girlfriend, Belly. Let's go back to the subject at hand. You need to leave. This house is not for sale. Emphasis on the fact that he just called her his girlfriend. I mean, we really just blew through it, but he did just call her his girlfriend. The real estate agent finally leaves and Conrad looks at Belly and says, please don't say anything to Jer. I will tell him, but he doesn't need to know right now. It takes Belly a minute to understand Conrad did not run away just to run away. He didn't run away to go chill at the beach or go surfing. He ran away to save this house, his mother's house. A little time has passed. Mr. Fisher has actually shown up and he has joined all of us. He asks Belly, how's Conrad doing? Belly's like, he's good. He's good. I don't know what that boy is thinking. I don't know what he's doing. And then it's just awkward silence. Silence once again. A quick little flashback. Remember that the summer house is not for the dads. And so every so often the dads would appear, but they wouldn't stay for long. And for some reason, Mr. Fisher's thing was milkshakes. So every single time he would come for his little visit, he would make milkshakes. And he had this real fancy, dancy, special blender that he would use that was off limits for the children. Well, one day, Jeremiah and Belly are down in the kitchen and Jeremiah's like, I want a Slurpee. I want a Slurpee, but I want it to be Kool-Aid flavored. So let's make our own. Dad will never know. Let's do it. Belly is helping him. Belly forgets to put the lid on the blender. And so when they press go, Slurpee is everywhere. And not only is it everywhere, it is all over Mr. Fisher's prized possession, his brand new leather briefcase that has his name embroidered on there. And Jeremiah's face goes white as a ghost. And he's just thinking to himself, oh no. We are done for. I wasn't supposed to touch this blender and now I've ruined his bag. And before they can even start to get anything cleaned up, Mr. Fisher comes in the room. Belly is crying. All my fault. I'm so sorry. Mr. Fisher isn't even looking at Belly or paying attention. Like, honestly, you'd probably never even know that she was there. Looking at Jer saying, I told you, do not touch my blender. Do you not listen? I told you this, yada, yada, yada. Then Hobson is like, it is just an accident. They are children. It is okay. Mr. Fisher looks at Susanna and goes, you baby them. If you would not baby them, they would be well behaved. All the kids were aware that I have told them to never touch this blender, right kids? I told you I'll never touch this blender. Conrad is the one who speaks up and goes, technically you didn't. We know not to touch your blender, but you never said the words, don't touch it. Stephen quickly grabs Belly's hand. He races her out of the room. He tries to get her cleaned up, and Belly's like, am I in trouble? Like, oh, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. And Stephen looks at her and goes, you're probably going to be in trouble, but you're not going to be as much trouble as Mr. Fisher. Mom is about to rip him a new one. And Belly's like, what do you mean? And Stephen continues on saying, I don't know, but that is what Mom and Susanna said. So it's gonna be bad. I'm telling y'all, justice for Stephen, because I really enjoyed his character throughout these books, and I'm happy they included more of him in the TV show. The boys finally come back from surfing and they notice that their dad's there. Yay, they're so ecstatic. Jeremiah leans into Belly and he goes, do you want to start the car? I'll go grab our bags. We can make a little run for it. Which makes her laugh. Mr. Fisher is going off on Conrad, currently saying, Sandy called me and told me what you've been doing. Jeremiah's like, who is Sandy? Sandy who? Conrad goes, the real estate agent. You're selling the house? You never told me that you're selling the house. Conrad interrupts saying he's not selling the house. It's not yours to sell. You are not selling it. Mr. Fisher goes, I am your father. Your mother left the house to me. I will decide what happens to it. This is what she would have wanted. Conrad keeps going saying, don't you dare tell me what she would have wanted. He responds with, she was my wife. I lost her too. And this sets Conrad off. Conrad goes, you didn't lose her. You left. She got cancer a second time and you left. When we all needed an adult present, you weren't there. You are a horrible dad, but an even worse husband, so don't even try to be the good guy now. Jeremiah now tells Conrad to shut up. Oh my goodness. Conrad swings around, looks at Jeremiah and says, you are always defending him. This is why we decided not to tell you. We? Jeremiah says, spinning around to look at Belly. Mess. It is messy. It is messy. It is messy. But Mr. Fisher literally just says, you know what, this is final. And he leaves. He's done with this conversation. Jeremiah looks at Conrad and says, why on earth didn't you tell me? Conrad responds with, I didn't think you needed to know. I was at home picking up some clothes. The agent called, I answered, and I just came straight here to try and fix it. Yeah, well, great job taking care of it, Conrad. Conrad says, I've been handling it on my own. If you would have known, you would have just told Dad. Because you can't see him for who he is. He's our father, Jeremiah says. No, he's not, Conrad says. He is a dirtbag. Where was he when Mom needed him, Jeremiah? Where were you? Jeremiah shouts at Conrad. But y'all, Jeremiah's not done. Jeremiah looks at Conrad and goes, you're just jealous that I'm the one that has a relationship with Dad now. Conrad spins, looks at Belly and goes, oh my gosh, Belly, would you hear this? He thinks I am jealous. Jeremiah is now looking at Belly, pleading for her to finally stick up for him and not Conrad. But she waits too long. She doesn't say anything. She's just standing there frozen. And so Jeremiah calls Conrad a jerk and he runs out of the house. Conrad looks at Belly, trying to keep a cool demeanor, but if you're looking at his hands are shaking so badly. He goes, am I a jerk? To which Belly responds with, yeah, you are. You shouldn't have said that stuff, but you also shouldn't have made me keep that a secret. Conrad tells her that he needed a reality check. I think you're the one that just hurt Jer's feelings, not me. Not knowing what to say to this, Belly just goes, well, what now? What now with you and Jer, or what now with you and me? No, Conrad, what now with the house? Conrad shrugs, going, I'm 18, I can try and stall for as long as I can. Time for a quick little flashback in Jeremiah's point of view. For some reason, their dad would always try and make Jeremiah and Conrad wrestle together. On one night when they actually were, their dad was literally just cheering for Conrad the entire time. Even when Jeremiah finally flipped Conrad over, he was about to win. He was like, oh my gosh, my dad's gonna be so proud of me. He just kept saying, Conrad, I told you to bend your knees. Why didn't you bend your knees? Not even letting Jeremiah take his win. He didn't even say good job to Jeremiah, but Conrad did. As soon as Conrad did, Mr. Fisher was like, oh yeah, I should probably say that as well. And so he does. But it took his other son to acknowledge Jeremiah for him to say anything. And this was the moment that Jeremiah realized he never wanted to beat Conrad again at anything because it just wasn't worth it. Present day, Jeremiah's back at the beach house. He's unloading his car. He runs into Conrad and he goes, "Here, help me out with the car. We're getting a keg later. We are throwing a party." Belly finally makes her way downstairs. Jer explains that they are indeed having a party. Belly is like, "Okay, sure, all right." Conrad gets up to go to the bathroom and Jer decides to play a round of truth or dare with Belly. And Belly's like, "Dare." And Jer says, "Okay, well then I dare you to kiss me." She laughs, she leans in and she kisses him on the cheek. And Jer is like, "You know that's not what I meant." To which Belly responds with, "Well, you didn't specify." Jer says, "Well, that's not how we did it the other time. Because remember in book 1, we had another little flashback where we learned that he was her first kiss." Conrad comes back into the room, looks at Jer and goes, "Don't you have a girlfriend?" To which Jeremiah says, "We broke up." Belly can sense a really weird tension and she goes, my turn, Conrad, truth or dare?" "Truth," Conrad says, and he's actually playing along, so go him. Belly asks him, "Did you ever hook up with the girl from the boardwalk that day? Remember when you got Junior Mint? That girl." Conrad says no, he did try to, but he did not. He then says, "Okay, my turn," looking at Belly. You can tell that he's about to ask her, and Belly goes, No, that's against the rules. You cannot ask the person who just asked you a question. No. Conrad responds with, "You don't want to know what I was going to ask you?" To which Belly says, "No, I actually don't." Belly goes upstairs, she goes to change, she calls Taylor while she's changing, and her and Taylor once again have another fight. They're just really doing great as friends. Once she hangs up the phone call, Belly's about to head back downstairs, but she decides to put on the infinity necklace and hide it under all of her clothes. You remember, the infinity necklace that was never given to her? And for some reason, Belly has decided that she's gonna be head of the welcome committee at this party, so every single person that comes in, she's like, "Hi, hello, love your shoes, come in, welcome." And Conrad's like, "What are you doing?" Jer and her actually dance for a little bit and then she's like, "Oh my goodness, let's go swim in the pool one last time." And Jeremiah's like, "Let's do one better, let's go to the ocean." Conrad is there. We had no clue that Conrad was right there next to him and he goes, No. Belly is a little bit too intoxicated to go in the ocean. We're not doing that. No. And Belly's like, "You can't tell me what to do." And so she just sprints. She sprints towards the sea and Conrad is the only one that's following after her. He hollers after her saying, "I'm not coming in to get you." To which Belly says, "Really? You're not gonna come in to get me?" As she steps into the ocean and the water is like right at her knees. He then moves towards her and he throws her over his shoulder and he is just like, "Okay, you know what? We are getting the heck out of here." Belly's just screaming like, "Put me down, put me down." He puts her down, he turns to leave, she stops him and she goes, "I am so sorry for the way that I acted that day. I don't hate you, I've never hated you, and I am so ashamed. All I wanted to do was be that rock for you and be there for you, and I said horrible things." "It's fine," Conrad says. "Really? Do you mean it? You actually do forgive me for all of this?" "Yes," Conrad says. "Now stop crying, please." Because I forgot to note, Belly is crying. If you couldn't tell. Also, like, they're pretty close right now. If one of them were to take a step forward, they'd probably be kissing. And so Belly feels the need to take a step forward. At the same time, Conrad feels the need to take a step backwards. Belly then runs back to the house. She runs upstairs, she's sobbing, and she decides to call her mom. You know, her mom that has no clue that Belly is with Jeremiah or Conrad right now, who thinks that she's just with Taylor in town and not at a beach house throwing a party. She tells her everything that is going on. She hangs up, she goes to sleep. End of party. We are now in Jeremiah's POV. He watched Belly run up the stairs and he could tell that night that she had been crying and he immediately knows that it's because of Conrad. And so he looks at Conrad and he goes, "What the heck happened with you guys outside?" "Nothing," Conrad tells him. Jeremiah keeps going saying, "What does that mean?" "Nothing means nothing, Jer. Leave it." But Jeremiah is not done because he goes, "Do you still like her?" To which his brother goes, "Do you?" It is messy. We have our triangle moment and it's messy, guys. Jeremiah is still not done because he keeps egging on going, "Do you like her? You need to tell me because I do really like her." With no hesitation, Conrad responds with no. "No, I don't." Jeremiah, just like us, knew that Conrad was completely full of it and that he was lying. He also knew that Conrad more than liked Belly. He was probably in love with her. But this frustrated Jeremiah because Conrad wouldn't man up and just admit it when Jeremiah is here stuffing down all the feelings that he professed to Belly last summer. And Jeremiah knew that Conrad would never be the man that Belly needed. But on the other hand, he was slightly relieved by this comment because he knew that Belly would follow Conrad anywhere no matter what. But if Conrad is saying, no, I'm not going there anymore, I don't like her anymore, maybe she'd finally see that Jared was also standing there the whole time. Back in Belly's POV, it is the next morning, and guess who is waking her up? Guess who is shaking her awake right now? You have any guesses? Laurel. Laurel has arrived at the beach house right after the party that they haven't cleaned up yet, and also Belly had called her last night while being very, very intoxicated. So Laurel is not a happy camper. Laurel literally is like, get up right now, go pack your bags, we are leaving, this is none of our business, and you lied to me. You told me you were gonna be at Taylor's house. This is not Taylor's house and you're alone with the two Fisher boys. Ugh. Belly, who literally just woke up, is like, do you even care about what's happening to the Fisher boys? Do you even care that Mr. Fisher is trying to sell Susanna's house? Laurel just keeps going, it's not our business, it is not our place. We need to let it be. Belly is screaming at her mom saying, it is our place. This is Susanna's house. Susanna would want you to step in. Don't talk to me about what Susanna would want. Pack your bags, we are leaving. Belly keeps arguing with her and Laurel finally snaps going, you are acting like a spoiled brat. You are not the only one grieving. You just can't look past your own grief to see that we are all struggling. Pack your bags, we're leaving. And Belly, who is sobbing, screams, I wish Susanna was my mom, not you. How unfortunate for you, Laurel responds. Belly screams, she will never forgive you for this. She will never forgive you for letting this happen to her boys. And Laurel doesn't say anything, but she strikes Belly on the cheek, which is the first time this has ever happened to them before, and it's a very heated moment, and Belly is shell-shocked that it happened. Laurel is also shell-shocked that she did that, and Belly just runs out of the room crying. When she runs out of the room, she does run into Jeremiah in the hallway, who definitely heard everything, and Jeremiah is like, you know what, like, go back to your mom, like, y'all need to leave, y'all can figure it out, it's okay, it's okay. And Belly's like, you don't understand, and so she just keeps on going, because that's not what she wants to hear right now. As I said, this was a very heated conversation. A little time has passed. Laurel makes her way downstairs, and she apologizes to Belly, saying that she will never do that again, and she didn't even realize that she was doing it when it happened, and that she was so, so sorry, and that honestly, Belly was right. This is what Susanna would want, and so Laurel is going to talk to Mr. Fisher and do everything in her power to save this house for the boys. Let's go back in time in Jeremiah's POV. This is the summer when he was 13 and Belly was about to turn 12. Belly caught a summer cold. Conrad and Steven were at the arcade. Jeremiah was about to go hang out with a local boy in town, but Susanna stops him and goes, you know what would be so nice? Like, so, so nice of you, my sweet boy. You should stay in and hang out with sick Belly today so she's not home alone. He argues with her, but she does wear him down, and so that's what he does. He spends the rest of his day hanging out, watching TV, playing cards with Belly, and he has a really, really good time. And 2 days later, when he also gets sick, she stays and hangs out with him, and this was a highlight moment for him. We are still in Jeremiah's POV, but it is present day. Jeremiah now sees that Belly and Laurel have made up. Laurel explains that Jeremiah needs to go to the store ASAP and he needs to buy everything he can possibly get. He needs to get muffin mix, he needs to get orange juice, he needs to get fruit, anything he can find for breakfast we need to get, because as Laurel puts it, Mr. Fisher is a child and children get cranky when they haven't eaten yet. Back to Belly's POV, we are now with Belly and Conrad. They are taking out the trash, they are cleaning up everything. Conrad looks at Belly and says, thank you so much for calling Laurel. I really appreciate it. And Conrad also seems like he's about to say something really important and open up to Belly, and so she's getting a little excited. But then all of a sudden, Jeremiah's car pulls into the driveway and their moment has passed, and Conrad holds back whatever he was gonna say. Mr. Fisher finally arrives. When he walks in, he hugs Laurel and he says, Laurel, thank you so much. I needed backup for these kids. They just keep fighting with me. Laurel goes, of course, but I don't think you understand. I'm not here for backup for you. I'm here to be backup for the boys, for Beck's boys. So sit down, let's talk. Mr. Fisher tries to leave. Laurel is like, sit down. Mr. Fisher is fighting, going, I don't think so. I'm not going to sit here and listen to this. I don't need you telling me what to do. Laurel screams once more, sit down. She looks at the kids and she goes, kids, leave the room right now. I'm handling this. Get out. I got to say some things. Obviously, the kids are going to eavesdrop, because why on earth wouldn't you during this moment? So they are literally standing right by the door and they're listening to everything. They overhear Laurel tell Mr. Fisher, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from selling this house. Try me. And they hear Mr. Fisher just break down crying, going, she's everywhere here. She is everywhere. Laurel goes, I know that she is. But Adam, Mr. Fisher's name, that's his name, she's being formal with him. Adam, you are a sorry excuse for a husband. But she loved you. She took you back more than once. She set her mind on you for some reason. So prove me wrong and earn that. Earn the love that she gave you. Conrad whispers to Belly, Laurel is amazing. And this is actually the first time that Belly's thinking to herself, I don't think anyone has ever called my mom amazing before. I've always just assumed that Susanna was the amazing one, the powerful one, the one that everyone listened to and loved. But my mom's like that too. Mr. Fisher finally comes out of the room. He looks at Conrad. He goes, I'm gonna make you a deal. I will let you keep this house. Jeremiah is cheering, going, yes, we did it. Conrad is very hesitant. He goes, what's the catch? No catch, of course. But you need to go back to school and you need to take your finals. Conrad is nodding his head like, okay. And you can't fail. You cannot make anything less than a C. Conrad is now like, I haven't studied at all. It's in a day and a half and I have to go into this test blind. Jeremiah is saying, just take the deal and do this thing. We will help you out. Just take the deal. And Conrad agrees. And Mr. Fisher says, okay, then let's shake on it like a man. Laurel is rolling her eyes behind Mr. Fisher because that is such a dumb comment. But Conrad does shake his hand, and let me tell you something, when Conrad Fisher sets his mind on something, he doesn't fail. Jeremiah and Conrad convince Laurel to let Belly stay one more day so that they can all help him study for his exams. Laurel agrees, and as they are walking Laurel out, Conrad looks at Laurel and he goes, you're coming back, right? Laurel laughs and goes, why do you want to hang out with an old woman like me? Conrad is looking at her very, very seriously, and Laurel then nods, going, I will be back whenever y'all want me. I will make sure I come back before the end of the summer. This is the moment where we learn that Laurel and Conrad have always been very close, just like how Belly and Susanna were very, very close. It was the same relationship. When Conrad was younger, he used to call Laurel my Laura because he couldn't pronounce her name, and he also used to refer to her as his girlfriend and would just chase her around everywhere because they understood each other. And they've always had this understanding. If you think about it, they definitely are the most similar in their personalities, just like how Belly and Susanna are the most similar in their personalities, which is kind of an interesting touch. Jer now has a flashback to when he also realizes how amazing Laurel is and how nice it is to have Laurel around. We are with Jer right before his senior banquet. He is running late. He hasn't even had time to iron his suit. He's going to have to go pick up his then girlfriend Mara, and everything is just not working out for him right now. He's home alone. Laurel shows up at the house and Jer's like, I wasn't expecting you to be here right now. Like, what's going on? She's like, why do you look so nice? Jeremiah says that he has a senior banquet. He's running a little late, and Laurel looks at him saying, you're okay. I will watch after your mom. Just go to your senior banquet, have a nice time, stay out as long as you want. Just go have a good time. And this is the first time that Jer is thinking to himself, it is so nice to finally have an adult around. Because mind you, Conrad is at college. Mr. Fisher has moved out and Susanna's health is rapidly declining. And so he is trying to take care of everything in the household while his mother is not doing well. And that is a lot on a 17-year-old boy. It is, it is. This was also the day that he decided to break up with his then girlfriend, Mara. He told her that he did not see it going any further and that they were going to 2 different schools. Wasn't gonna work out. And that was the end of them. Present day, Conrad and Jeremiah are taking a nap and Belly is coming up with a game plan because we need to make sure that Conrad passes. And so she's like, what is something that'll just motivate the boys? Food. And so she drives to McDonald's and she orders as many cheeseburgers as she possibly can, and that's their reward system. When they wake up, the boys are like, oh my gosh, food, amazing. She's like, no. Conrad studies, then you can have burgers. And Jared's like, well, I don't have to study. Like, why can't I have my burger now? And Belly says, when Conrad studies, you will also get the reward. So that is what they do all night. They're helping Conrad first with his psychology exam. And then after that, Conrad starts working on his English paper. While Conrad is writing his paper, Belly looks over to him and she sees the old Conrad, the one that she loved, that she lost along the way. And she just keeps saying to herself, please come back. Please, please come back, because this is the you that I love. As I said, Conrad is writing his paper. He is in the zone. Jer and Belly are talking and Jer's like, you can head home if you want to. Like, it's not a big deal. And Belly's like, I've been here from the start. I am finishing this dang thing. I'm going with y'all. And they're joking around a little bit. And then Belly's like, do you think Mara will be so mad that I'm hanging out with you? Remember, that's the name of his ex-girlfriend. And Jeremiah's like, I told you, we are done. And I didn't even like her that much. It wasn't serious like Conrad and... He doesn't finish that sentence. Belly, Miss Queen of Assumptions over here is like, ugh, like Conrad and Audrey. I get it. He was in love with her. She broke up with him. I understand. But in reality, Jeremiah was talking about the way Conrad liked Belly. Because of the amount of miscommunication in the book, Belly never realized how much he actually cared about her, and vice versa. Which we love. It is the next day. Conrad says he is ready to go, and as they are walking out, Conrad looks over Belly's shoulder at Jeremiah and goes, "Should we?" To which Jeremiah's like, "Yeah, one last time." Belly's like, "What? What on earth are you guys talking about?" And then all of a sudden they lift her up and they scream belly flop and they throw her in the pool for a final belly flop, which is a nice callback to the first book. Belly goes to quickly dry off, change her clothes. They get back and they decide to take one car so that Conrad could study while they are driving him to take his exam. They are stopping for gas while Conrad is asleep. Belly tells Jeremiah she's gonna go in. She's a little thirsty, gonna get something to drink. She comes out with 2 Slurpees, half Coke, half cherry Coke, and she hands the other one to Jeremiah. This is right when Conrad wakes up and Conrad's like, "You didn't get me anything? Why didn't you get me anything?" Belly says, "I didn't know how long you were gonna sleep for, and if you wait too long on a Slurpee, it's gonna melt and it's not as good." "Okay, well then let me have a sip of yours." "You hate Slurpees, no. Come on, just let me have one sip." Jeremiah's in the background going like, "Oh, it's her specialty." Conrad leans in, he takes his sip. He grimaces a little bit because he really doesn't like Slurpees. And he looks at Belly and he goes, "I thought hot cocoa was your specialty." He raises his eyebrow at her as soon as he says it, and in this moment, Belly knows that he does remember their time at Cousins Beach together last December and that he is still thinking about it as well. And y'all, this scene was so good in the TV show. It took place on a different car ride, so it wasn't towards the end of the season. It was so good. So good. We have made it back to Brown University. Conrad is in taking his first exam. Jer and Belly are talking because they have a lot of time to kill. And Jer says, "Why didn't you come to visit me after my mom passed?" Belly responds with, "I did. I came to the funeral and I didn't think that you'd want me there." Jeremiah says, "That's not true. You just didn't want to be there." He then changes the subject and goes, "Will you come back this summer too?" "Of course I will. I will come back with Mom whenever she decides to come up." Jeremiah looks her in the eye and goes, "Good, because my dad was wrong. It's not just Conrad and Maya's beach house. It's yours too. It's yours, it's Laurel's, it's Steven's. It's all of ours." And this makes Belly want to cry because it is all of their beach house. It always has been their spot her whole life. We see Conrad making his way back to the car. He is grinning and happy and he throws Belly over his shoulder, spins her around and goes, "I crushed that. 1 down, 1 to go." He sets Belly back down and his hands are still on her waist. He looks at her and goes, "Thank you so much for coming." Jeremiah, who is watching Belly and Conrad, says, "You still have 1 left," with a very strained voice. Conrad nods, he smiles, and he goes, "This one will be easy peasy. I'll be back with in an hour." He makes his way to his final exam. Belly stops to go get something to drink, but she also buys a Brown University hoodie. She makes her way back to the car to meet up with Jer, and Jer notices the hoodie as well. They're talking for a bit. Belly pauses, looks at Jer and goes, "Does he ever talk about me? Does he ever say anything about me?" "Don't." "Don't what?" Belly says. "Don't ask me that. Don't ask me about him." Belly is so confused and she's like, "What is the matter with you?" And Jer is thinking about all these things he could say in this moment, but instead he leans over and he just kisses her. He kisses her senseless. And the book says he kisses her like his life depended on it. Now, I told y'all earlier in the book to make a little mental note because there is a scene where they were in the car and all Jer wanted to do was reach over and kiss her until she forgot about Conrad. This is a little bit of a parallel to that moment. But anywho, they stop what they're doing for a little bit. She looks at him and she's like, "Do you still," meaning do you still like me? And he's like, yes, yes. And then they keep on kissing. All of a sudden, there's a little knock on the car window, and when you look at that, it's Conrad, who's like, "Don't let me interrupt you. I just finished my last exam." And it makes me so sad because you can tell that he still loves Belly, that he still wants to be with her. And he just watched his brother do that. And also, it was in a moment where Belly was still asking about Conrad, so you can still tell that she has those unresolved feelings, and it's just a lot, but that's just my piece, so we're gonna get back into the story. Back to the story in the awkward moment. Conrad is now walking away. He's so angry. Belly is chasing after him. He turns around and he goes, so you like Jer now? And I would just like to mention that the book said that Conrad looked physically pained and hurt when he said this to her. Belly just responds with, I don't know, does it matter? Conrad, Mr. King of miscommunication, goes, if you like him, why are you wearing my necklace? Which means he noticed that she took the necklace out of his drawer. And she tells him that. She goes, I just found it when I was going through your drawers. She also notes that it doesn't mean anything that she's wearing it. He says, you know that it means something and you know exactly what it means. No, I don't, Belly argues with him. Fine, then give it back. It's not yours anyway. I never gave it to you. She hands him the necklace. He puts the necklace in his jean pocket. He looks Belly dead in the eye and goes, go back to Jer. He's the one who wants you. I don't, and I never did. Oh my gosh, guys, that was so much. She makes it back to the car, and for some reason, Jeremiah is like, yeah, this seems like a great time for you to drive, Belly, so Belly, just drive us back. Okay, so she's driving. It is pouring. Conrad is in the back seat because they only took one car. It's stopped in traffic. There's a big traffic jam, and they're like, do we wait it out or do we go somewhere and try and figure out what to do? And they decide, you know what, the best solution is probably to stay at a motel. And so at this motel, Belly is the one who takes the bed, and then on the floor on either side of the bed is Conrad and then Jeremiah. When Jeremiah is fast asleep, snoring, Conrad says very quietly, I didn't mean it. When I said I didn't want you, I didn't mean it. Belly doesn't say anything. She's just laying in bed, looking at the ceiling, being like, what does this mean? What does this mean? And ladies and gents, this is why you need to communicate. Communication. Oh, it's so frustrating. Oh, and it's angsty. It's so angsty. It is now the next morning. Jeremiah is on the phone with his dad. Conrad looks at Belly and says, you know what? I actually called a friend to come and get me, so I'm gonna leave soon. And Belly is just like, oh, okay. And Conrad nods saying, it is just easier this way. And Belly is thinking, this is the end of us. There's no coming back from this. She also thinks, and I quote, I release you. I evict you from my heart because if I don't do it now, I never will. So in my personal interpretation of this, she had not yet released him from her heart when she made out with his brother. So that was a choice, indeed. And I do kind of feel like the TV show handled it a little better because it did show that she did have some feelings for Jer, whereas in the book it kind of just feels like Jer was a lost little puppy following along. So I do think the show handled that a little better. I digress. There's still a little bit more of the book. And by a little bit more of the book, I mean we are going a couple years later and we got one little paragraph. This is our future. The future. Make a mental note of this. A couple years later, in Belly's mind, she thinks she used to picture forever with the same boy. But this wasn't what she pictured. She wasn't picturing it pouring while she's in a white dress running to a car. She wasn't picturing the boy opening up the passenger side door so that she could hop in. Him looking at her saying, are you sure? To which she says no. And they drive off. When I was growing up, every single Wednesday, her and her mother would sit on the couch and watch a musical together. But by far her favorite was Bye Bye Birdie. Now, I don't know if y'all have ever seen Bye Bye Birdie. Let me just tell you right here, right now, that the main love interest name is Conrad. And there's a song in this musical that goes, we love you, Conrad, we love you so. And that is all Belly would just sing around the house over and over and over again. We love you, Conrad, because our girl was in love with actual Conrad, and she took this as a sign. It was her favorite thing ever. Now, if I were you, I would keep this information stored in the back of your head because it is going to come up later in this book. And by later, I mean at the very end of this book. So just store the little information. We'll come back to it. Belly has only ever loved 2 boys, and they both happen to have the same last name, Fisher. She loved Conrad first, and this was a one-time only kind of love. It was reckless, it was foolish, it was dizzy, it was all-encompassing. And then next she loved Jer. And Jer knew the current Belly, the college-era Belly, and he loved her. Now that is all the book says when it is describing her and Jeremiah's love. It does not go through any of the details like it did with Conrad. It's not all-encompassing, dizzy, foolish, crazy. He just knew her. He knew Belly. And that was that. With all of this in mind, Belly always knew that one day she was going to have the last name Fisher. She just didn't think it was going to happen like this. This leads us into chapter 1. Let's get into it. Belly and Jer are dating and they are in college. It is during their finals week. Belly actually ended up at the same college as Jeremiah. Now, who's to say if she went because this is the school she wanted to go to, or if it was just because her boyfriend went? I don't know. Laurel seems to think it's just because Jer went there. But I don't know. We're not Belly. Who's to say? She also ended up at the same school as Taylor, which is really, really interesting because in the previous book, one of their biggest issues is Belly was trying to tell her, like, hey, we're not going to end up at the same college together. And they did. Taylor and Belly also made a new friend named Annika. Now, I do not have a picture of Annika because Annika hasn't been cast yet. So I've taken Nicole's name off of Nicole's picture. And for now, Nicole is Annika. So pretend she's Annika. Okay, you're Annika. Welcome, welcome. Annika and Belly's friendship is completely different than Belly and Taylor's friendship because Annika is very laid back. She is judgment free, and Belly feels like she can actually be herself around Annika instead of trying to be what others want from her. Now, as I said, it is finals week, so Belly got up, she went to go take her exam, and when she finished, she went back to her dorm, and who does she find in her bed fast asleep, snoozing the day away? Jeremiah. And I would also like to note that on the bed with Jer is Junior Mint, her stuffed polar bear that y'all remember the story of how she got because Conrad won it for her when I think she was like 10, maybe 12, and she brought it to college with her. All right, let's do a little backstory on Jer and Belly's relationship. Let's fill in the gaps because the last thing you and I remember from book 2 is Jer and Belly were making out in the car when Conrad saw them after he finished his exam. There was an awkward motel moment, and that's really all we got. So here's the backstory. Jer and Belly officially started dating her senior year of high school. During her senior year of high school, she applied to the same college that Jer was currently at. Again, who's to say if it was because he was already there or maybe she was just really interested in the school. But it's called Finch University. And in book 2, she never once mentioned that she wanted to go to Finch University. But again, who's to say what her thought process was because we don't see that information. We don't get to be in her mind for that part. We'll say that she mentions that there is a plus to her being at the same school as Jer because she doesn't just get him for the summer, she gets him for all the seasons. So that was a very big motivator for her in going to Finch. And that's really all the background that they give us. I kind of wish there was a little more instead of just hopping into the relationship, but the books are under 300 pages, so I really can't ask for anything. Now, if you're like me, you really could have predicted this right off the bat, but Jeremiah's in a fraternity. He is a frat bro through and through, and his fraternity's throwing a party tonight to celebrate the start of summer. And this is really his last hurrah for a little bit because once summer starts, he's going to be interning with his dad, and Belly is going to be a waitress at a local diner in her town. Belly tells Jer that she's going to meet him at the party, but as she's walking there with her friend Annika, she actually sees that Jer is sitting on a bench outside of her dorm, waiting for her and to surprise her so that they can walk and go in together. And Belly is currently wearing this dress that when Jer sees her, he looks at her and goes, "You look like you're in The Sound of Music, but in a hot way." And Belly is standing there like, what does that mean? And honestly, same, because what? So I'm just trying to picture and envision her outfit to where he would literally say she looks like the hot version of Sound of Music. And I couldn't tell you what that means / what she's wearing. But very funny statement from frat bro Jeremiah. At the party, girls keep coming up to Jared left and right being like, "Oh, I'm gonna miss you so much. Oh my goodness, so happy to see you. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness," and giving him a hug every single time. And Belly's just like, okay, I'm right here too. And since she's a little annoyed by this, she's like, you know what, I'm gonna go upstairs, go drop my stuff off in his room. I'll come back downstairs, no big deal. When she does make her way back to Jared, she sees that he's talking to someone named Lacey Barone. Lacey. Oh, Lacey. Whew. And when Belly goes over there, she sees that like Lacey's being a little flirty with Jared, not just hugging, but like touching a little bit, being like, ha. And Belly's not happy by this one bit at all. Not happy, not happy. And to fuel the fire, Taylor has been telling Belly that Lacey has a thing for Jer. She's got it bad for Jeremiah. And so when Belly shows up for the conversation, Jer doesn't think anything of it. He's like, oh my gosh, come on over here. Lacey was just telling us how she's gonna be studying abroad soon. And honestly, there's just an awkward vibe / tone to this conversation. It could be because in the back of Belly's mind, she's like, oh, Taylor told me that this girl, Lacey Barone, has a thing for my man. Or it could be because of something I'm gonna talk about very, very soon. Whoa, crazy. Just you wait. Just you wait. Belly is currently thinking to herself like, wow, I am so proud of Jeremiah. Everyone loves Jeremiah. Like, he is the right choice for me. He is the one for me. Later at the party, Jer and Belly, they're dancing on the dance floor. They're having a good old time, and someone spills a drink on Belly. And so Belly looks at Jer and she's like, no big deal. I'm gonna go to the girls' bathroom. I'm gonna clean it right up. I will be right back. She's in the bathroom. She's getting cleaned up. I believe she's like right by the door, so she can hear everything that's happening on the other side of the door still at the party. She overhears Lacey Barone say, he looks so hot tonight, doesn't he? And the girl talking to Lacey Barone goes, oh yeah, Jer is always so hot and I'm so jealous that you hooked up with him in Cabo. Lacey Barone then says, whatever happens in Cabo stays in Cabo. And that is when Belly decides to walk out of the room, and the girl and Lacey Barone are like, and Belly is like seeing red. She is so confused. She is like, what is happening? What does this mean? Does this mean that Jared just cheated on me? Like, where do we go from here? And this is like the start of the mess in the book. So as I said, buckle up. While all these thoughts are going through Belly's mind, she sprints up the stairs to Jared's room. She locks herself in there, and she just keeps hearing Lacey's voice over and over and over going, whatever happens in Cabo stays in Cabo. Whatever happens in Cabo stays in Cabo. Over and over and over on a loop. And Belly's finally over it, saying, you know what, I just need to hear this from Jared. That is the one person who can tell me what actually happened. I don't need to jump to conclusions because of Lacey Barone. I just need to hear what happened. So immediately she goes find Jer. And as soon as she finds Jeremiah, she grabs him and she blurts out, did you hook up with Lacey Barone during spring break? And when I tell you, this boy's face turns white and he just goes, what? Belly is starting to repeat herself going, did you? And before she can even finish the sentence, he goes, Belly. And in that exact moment, she knows in her heart that it's true, that he did indeed hook up with Lacey Barone when he was in Cabo. Jer is literally trying everything to get through to Belly, saying, we were on a break, it didn't mean anything, we were on a break. Someone cue Ross from Friends right now, because that is really, really the vibe that he is throwing down. And Belly is just like, we knew that it really wasn't anything. We were only on a break for a week, and it wasn't a break because we both knew we were getting back together. To make matters like a little worse, in my opinion, he keeps going, it didn't mean anything, it didn't mean anything. I tried to make it not happen. She just kept following me around all week long, and I just didn't know what to do. It just happened. What? What? Belly is looking at me like, be quiet. Stop talking. Jer's not listening to that. He keeps going, saying, it was a mistake. It was a mistake. A mistake, Belly says. A mistake is leaving your shower shoes in the shower until they get moldy. A mistake is leaving the toothpaste open on the counter so toothpaste gets all over the place. That is a mistake. You got with Lacey Barone. That's not a mistake. You actively did that. Now, I don't agree with Belly too often, but she does make some good points. So in this moment, I'm agreeing with Belly. Wow, I think that's the first for the series. Jer then tells Belly, okay, we're gonna be totally honest. No more secrets. I hooked up, hint, hint, wink, wink, with Lacey Barone. And when he says this, Belly goes to his face, right across his cheeks. And she's sobbing and crying, because this is also where we learn that her and Jer have not been that intimate with one another. They have not. They have been waiting for a little bit. And so the fact that not only did he get with another girl, he chose to go all the way with another girl, which was really making Belly feel poorly about herself on top of everything else. Another side note from me, the commentator. I'm really curious if they're going to add this plotline into the TV show, because in the TV show, not the book, in the TV show for season 2, her and Conrad hook up, go all the way, are very intimate with one another. And so if we are in the college years in season 3, she's with Jer, and her and Jer haven't hooked up or been intimate with one another, I feel like that'll be very dicey and messy. So I'm intrigued to see whether they're going to keep that as a storyline or not. Something to think about. But anyway, back to the story. Jer is still actively apologizing, saying, I'm so sorry, I love you. You know I've only ever been in love with you. And Belly finally goes, no, you just lost us. We are never going to be the same again. So Belly leaves the party alone, goes to her dorm. She's in bed, sobbing her eyes out. She doesn't answer Jer's call, but she does listen to one of his voicemails where Jer is just repeating, I'm sorry. I love you. I have always loved you, and I always will. And as I said, Belly is sobbing and she cries the night away. Let's go back in time a little bit to see why this break even took place. Shall we? We shall. Jeremiah and Belly, they took this break in April. Little context / timeline. The party where Belly found out that Jer and Lacey Barone hooked up was the end of school party. So depending on what state they go to school, it was either in May or early June. So it's kind of a fresh hookup if you think about it that way. Anywho, they broke up in April. Belly's friend was having a party and she was trying really hard to get Jer to go with her. And Jer's like, I have an intramural game. I really need to be there instead. You go have fun without me. And Belly's just thinking to herself, you know how hard it is for me to make friends apart from you. You know that I'm not like you. I'm not the golden retriever that makes friends with every single person I find. It takes me a little bit. And you not going to something that you know is very important to me is hurting my feelings. Now, does she voice these concerns to him? No, this is literally all in her head. Miscommunication, folks. That is a running theme throughout this whole book series. A delight. This fight that happened that led up to them taking their break was kind of a culmination of everything Jer was doing. It wasn't a, he didn't go to the party with me, I'm so upset, yada, yada, yada. It was a, this party was the last straw kind of thing for me. It was the fact that whenever Belly would come over to him so that they could have takeout together, he knew that she really didn't like Indian food and he would get it anyway because of his allergies. It was a, hey, you and I were supposed to be going to Cousins Beach together to see all of our family members and you last minute chose to go to Cabo instead? What happened to all of our plans? Culmination of a fight. It was all these little things that just kind of overflowed and had to be released one way or another. Speaking of the impromptu Cabo trip, he just tells her everything we were planning to do over spring break we can do over the summer. If you're so worried, just come with us. And Belly is just thinking to herself, if you're so worried, if you're so worried, not you shouldn't be worried. Oh no, don't worry, it's fine. If you are so worried is just what she was very, very fixated on in that moment. Jer also picks right now as the perfect time to tell Belly, hey, the sorority is coming to Cabo as well. So it's not just my frat, like some of the Zeta girls are also coming along. Great, wonderful, we absolutely love that. Do you know what sorority Lacey Barone is a part of? Zeta, which is a sorority going with his frat bros. Coinky dink. Belly responds with, you know what, that sounds like so much fun, go have a blast with the Zetas. He does, obviously. Jer decides to say, I've never given you any reason to doubt me. Don't try and guilt trip me into making me go home when I would rather go to Cabo. Belly then tells him, your frat is dumb and you are just being selfish. Oh, so I'm dumb because I'm not a pre-med? Let's backtrack a little bit because who on earth is a pre-med student right now? I'm trying to rack my brain. Who is a pre-med student that he would be comparing himself to? Oh, Conrad, his brother. Oh, you know Conrad, right? Her ex-boyfriend Conrad, the boy she's been in love with her whole life? Crazy. And the way that Belly chooses to respond to Jeremiah is, do not put your inferiority complex on me. Jaw on the ground. on the ground, because this is something that she's always thought. She has always believed that he has felt so inferior to Conrad, but she's never voiced these opinions. She voiced them. She just did. Here's a little like side by side, because Conrad is a great student. Conrad is pre-med. Conrad is at Stanford because he transferred from Brown after the whole motel incident, if you will. And Jeremiah just told everyone that he was majoring in beerology. And these are the comparisons that I personally am not making. These are the comparisons that Belly made in her head. This is literally what she said. Jer, who kind of just feels like he's been punched in the gut after being told he has an inferiority complex, says, then why are you even with me? And before Belly even has a second to think on how she wants to reply, he goes, you know what? No, let's end it. We're done. We're calling it. Belly cried the whole way home. She spent her whole spring break in her room, eating cereal, not talking to anyone. Steven, her brother, comes into her room and is like, it's going to be okay. You and I both know that you and Jay are going to be back together before the end of this week. Which, he was right. They were back together before the end of the week. But while Belly was having a really hard time in her room, crying her eyes out during her spring break, Jer indeed went to Cabo. Jer indeed hung out with the Zetas. And Jer indeed had some fun with Lacey Barone. Very two different spring breaks. But to play devil's advocate, because that is my role in this whole scenario, they were on a break. They were broken up. He just kept it all a secret and didn't feel the need to share that with her, which is where it gets dicey. In my personal opinion, the secret is where it's very, very dicey. Also, while he was in Cabo, he bought Belly a puka shell necklace, and Belly's just thinking to herself, oh my gosh, he thought about me the whole time during spring break, just like how I did. He was so sad and miserable, just like me. And now Belly's just staring at that puka shell piece of jewelry, thinking to herself, he bought this because he felt guilty for what he did. The next morning, Belly's face is very, very puffy, but obviously so. She's been crying her eyes out all night. She goes to tell Taylor and Annika every single thing that happened, and Annika is telling her, like, the fact that you're so upset isn't because of everything that happened. The fact that you're so upset is because he kept this a secret from you. Making this a secret was giving it so much power. Belly is silent as soon as Annika says this, because she's thinking to herself, oh my gosh, I also have been keeping a secret and giving a secret so much power away from Jeremiah because of something that happened last December. Crazy, crazy. A little tiny memory of her and Conrad that she's been holding near and dear in so close that she never told Jer about. So let's look at what that memory is. Let's go back in time to that December. And again, for timeline's sake, because we're going to add this in, it is now the end of school. In April is when Jeremiah and Lacey hooked up. We're going to go back now to December, which is only a few months before that, to this memory right here. It is during Christmas break. Belly is home. Belly has put on a little weight from college, as most people do, because you're stressed, you're away from home for the first time. There's a lot of culminating factors. Like, this is a very, very normal thing. And also, people's bodies fluctuate. That is what happens. But Steven is picking on her for it. He is picking on her for it and making her feel very, very bad. So she's like, you know what? I'm going to get out of here. I'm over this. I'm leaving for the night. And she decides to take Steven's car. She's thinking to herself, you were so rude to me. I'm taking your car to drive me where I want to go. And she decides to go to Cousin's Beach. She pulls up at Cousin's Beach house. She takes the little spare key from under the mat, lets herself in. She goes to bed. And then she hears someone rattling the door later in the middle of the night, like rattling the door saying, Steven, Steven, let me in. Steven, I see your car. I know you're here. And all of a sudden, Belly goes, oh my God, that's Conrad. Conrad's here right now. When Belly lets Conrad in, Conrad is very surprised that it's Belly and not Steven, because it was Steven's car outside, and also That's his ex-girlfriend. That they have a lot of messy history together. But he tells her that Jer and his dad are still in New York. His flight got in early, and so he really just wanted to come to Cousins for a little bit. He also starts a fire for the two of them because it's very chilly on this December night. And Belly notes that it all felt so familiar for the two of them, like none of that messy history ever happened. And they're also standing really, really close to one another, and she immediately can tell that he's feeling the same way, because he clears his throat and goes, I'm gonna go to bed, and just goes to his room upstairs. The next morning, she convinced herself that Conrad had already left, because that's what Conrad does best in her mind. He gets uncomfortable and he leaves the scenario. And so she's sprinting downstairs to see where he went, but she actually trips over her pants. And so she does almost a cartoon moment where and she's hurt herself so badly she can't get up. And then Conrad comes around the corner being like, are you okay? Because he did not leave. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. Please just leave me here. I will get up when I'm ready to get up. And he's like, no, we're gonna bring you over to the couch. And so he literally scoops her up, and Belly, being a little insecure because of how her brother treated her, is thinking to herself, no, don't pick me up. I will get there myself. No big deal. I put on a little weight. Like, it's okay. He responds with, you look the same to me, Belly. You're still same old Belly. I might not be Jared, but I can easily bring you over to a couch. And he goes, he checks on her. He makes sure that she's okay. And she's thinking to herself, I still love you. Please refer back to the timeline that she is currently in a relationship with Jer. And at this point in time, they have probably been together for over a year of their lives. They have been together for quite a bit of time. And she's thinking, I still love you, Conrad. Commentator point of view right here. Devil's advocate. Yes, he did hook up with another girl while he was on spring break in Cabo while they were on a break. Yes, he did keep that a secret. She's keeping a secret that while they were together, she had a moment with his brother where she's thinking to herself, I still love you. It's seeming a little emotionally cheating, a little not being able to move forward. Mess. It's giving mess. They're both messy. Jeremiah and Belly, both messy. I've said what I've said. In this moment, while she's thinking, I still love you, she's also thinking, a part of me will always be in love with Conrad, a small part, just like the little girl who always loved musicals. I'll always be in love with Conrad, but Jer will have the rest of me. He will have every other part of my heart except for that little sliver that belongs to his brother. Belly spends the rest of the day on the couch recovering. She's watching an old movie. Belly is on the couch all day. She's watching an old movie. She's watching Casablanca when Conrad comes back into the room. He admits that he's also seen this movie because he's like, do you remember who my mom was? My mom loved old movies. That's why you also love them, silly. Towards the very, very end of this movie, like the credits are about to roll, and Belly is crying, and she looks at Conrad and she goes, this part always makes my heart hurt. Like, it always makes me want to cry. Conrad asks her why it has a happy ending. She was better with this guy that she ended up with. And Belly says, you're not paying enough attention then because she was meant for this other guy. Keep all this in mind because Conrad believes that the woman in Casablanca ended up with the guy that was better for her. Whereas Belly believes that the woman should have ended up with the guy she was meant to be with. Is anything clicking into place for you? Because if you look at the two brothers, there seems to be one that is better for her, or that maybe some would think are better for her, and then there's a brother that is meant for her. The next morning, Conrad vanished like a ghost. No goodbye, no trace of him, gone. She called Jer on her way home, but she didn't tell Jer where she was. She didn't tell Jer who she was with, what she was doing. She avoided bringing any of that up. And she didn't know why she lied, but she knew that she didn't want him to know. Belly decided that Conrad was right about Casablanca, and she was just looking at it the wrong way. The woman in Casablanca ended up with the guy that was right for her. The other guy, the one whom some may say she was meant to be with, was just a piece of her past, and there was a lot of history connected with that. It's a piece that she would always love, maybe always have a piece of her heart. But that was just history. Interesting, interesting. Does that sound like symbolism to y'all? Because it sounds like it to me. It does. Present day, Belly has turned her phone back on. She's been getting a bajillion messages from Jeremiah. I'm talking texts, voicemails, emails, the whole 9 yards. Other than carrier pigeon, he's been trying to reach out to her. And she just texted him saying, I need space. And he's actually respecting that, because after that moment, he is not sending her anything else. And that's what's irritating her. The fact that he's listening to her when she says that she needs space and he didn't send another message, she's irritated. Because she's like, well, why didn't he send me another message? I don't know. I don't know. Taylor, who is actually a really good friend in this book, like, college was good for Taylor. She's done a whole 180. She comes over, she talks to Belly, and she's like, what do you want to do? I will support you. What do you want to do? Belly's like, I don't know. What do you think I should do? And Taylor goes, under any other circumstances, I would say dump him, leave him in the dust, be gone. But this is Jer. This is Jer. And the day after Belly and Taylor had this talk, Belly caves. She calls Jer. Jeremiah comes a running. He drops whatever the heck he was doing that day and he is sprinting towards Belly. He shows up at her dorm. She asks him, how can I know that you will never do this to me again? How am I supposed to trust you? And he decides the best answer to this question is for him to get down on one knee and ask her to marry him. And it's not like a, oh my gosh, I'm so happy you decided to take me back, we'll get a ring later, like marry me ordeal. No, no. He pulled out a velvet box from his pocket with a ring inside. Like, he had a ring. And again, like, their relationship is a little rocky, but he still asks. He is on one knee asking. Jer's telling her, marry me. We'll get an apartment together. I will learn how to cook. I will learn how to cook something other than cereal. Yes, he says cereal, by the way. I will clean. I will take care of you. Anything, just marry me. Belly says, you're just trying to erase what you did by marrying me. Jeremiah responds with, no, that's not it one bit. What happened made me realize how much I love you and I can't lose you and I don't want to live my life without you, so marry me. A little bit of a pause. So Jeremiah goes on saying, you're the only girl for me. I love you. Will you marry me, Isabel Conklin? And she says yes. She says yes. Cue the wedding bells. Later that night, their engagement night. They're in bed, it's time to go to sleep. Belly closes her eyes, she starts to dream. And what does she dream of on the night of her engagement? Conrad. She dreams of Conrad, her now fiance's brother, on the night she got engaged. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Let's break down this dream. Let's break it down for y'all. They're outside. Belly is her current age, but Dream Conrad is probably around like 10, maybe 12 years old, in that little range. And they're lost in the woods, unaware of how to get back. And she is crying, sobbing, and she wakes up crying while Jer is fast asleep in the bed next to her at 4:57 in the morning. She's literally sleeping next to this man, having dreams about his brother while she's engaged to him, and it's just so messy. It's so messy. Oh, and eventually she falls back asleep. She does. And when she wakes up in the morning, she is trying with all of her power to piece this dream back together because she doesn't want to lose it. Belly wanted to tell everyone face to face. She didn't want it to just be a little announcement. She didn't want anyone in her family to feel bombarded. Like, she wanted to tell everyone face to face, hey, Jeremiah and I are getting married. This is actually perfect timing because in 1 week, her family and Jeremiah's family will all be together again in Cousins Beach because there is a little foundation service for Susanna, Jeremiah's mom. Susanna used to always go to the women's shelter, donate to the women's shelter, anything that she used where she needed a big charity, she would always have it be the women's shelter in Cousins Beach. And so they're having a little bit of like a little ceremony and celebration over Susanna's life. And they're all showing up to support that. Please just note that it's all of Belly's family and Jer's family. So there is a really big chance that Conrad will be there. Now, Conrad really does not show up or come home a lot of the time anymore, so there is the tiny little chance he might not fly home for this, and so she might not even have to tell him. But she also might have to tell him, you know? Belly has not seen Conrad since last Christmas, when they were alone together in Cousins. Conrad actually didn't even come home for Laurel's birthday, which made Laurel so sad because her and Conrad have always been the closest. Conrad actually made sure that Laurel had flowers sent to her from him so that she knew that he was still thinking about her and he didn't forget about her because, again, they are one and the same. They actually talk on the phone to one another quite often. Belly did decide that she is going to tell Taylor and Annika before she tells her family because both Taylor and Annika are currently with her. So she's like, you know what, we're going to tell Taylor first and then we'll brace up and prepare to tell Annika. When she tells Taylor, Taylor screams and goes, oh my gosh, show me the ring, let me see it, let me see it, let me see it. And Belly's like, and Taylor looks at it and Belly can tell that Taylor thinks it's a little small. But Belly doesn't mind one bit because she's engaged. Taylor is looking at the ring, she pauses and she goes, but he cheated on you, Belly. The timing is a little suspect, don't you think? Belly argues saying, no, it's not. This is Jer we're talking about. He is the love of my life. Why can't you just get married after college? Why do you have to get married right now while you're in college? Because there's no point in waiting if we're going to get married anyway. Then says, oh, no. Laurel is about to go full Terminator on that boy. It is going to be so messy. It's going to be a massacre. And Belly simply says, no, it's not. Laurel loves Jer, and Laurel and Susanna used to always talk about me marrying one of her sons. So this would make Susanna so happy. Little commentator note right here, right now. Please recall that Susanna indeed always wanted Belly to marry one of her sons, but it wasn't Jeremiah that she was always pushing towards Belly. It was always Conrad. She was always trying to make her and Conrad involved in some way. It was her making Conrad take her to this place, whether it was her treating Belly's prom night like her wedding night to Conrad, anything like that, it was always Conrad and Belly in Susanna's mind. Just my thoughts. Belly also tells Taylor we're getting married in August. Timeline. It is the end of school. Belly is about to move out of her dorm to go back home for the summer. And so depending on when her college ends, it could very well be end of May, beginning of June, which would mean she's getting married in about 2 months. And also, another thing for the timeline right here, right now. Belly? Her birthday is in August, if y'all recall from the previous books. And so she will not be turning 19 until August. And so she is currently 18 years old. Yes, very, very quick timeline. Taylor is saying we're all thinking, that is so fast. How are you going to get what you've always dreamed of? You've always wanted 5 bridesmaids. You've always wanted a 4-layered wedding cake. You've always wanted a really creepy ice sculpture of a human heart with y'all's initials in it. How are we going to get this done by August? And Belly says, no. Like, that was what I wanted when I was 10 years old. This is just going to be really small and intimate. Nothing extravagant like that. And Taylor is looking at her like, because you've always talked about your wedding looking like this. We've always talked about your wedding being a specific thing. And the fact that you always wanted to dance to this one song called Stay. Please make a mental note of this song called Stay. It is not the one by Rihanna. If I find a link to the song, I will put it in the bio. But I've never heard of it before, but it is called Stay. Oh, and before I forget, Belly also has made Taylor her maid of honor / wedding planner, because they really need to get the ball rolling on this thing because August is going to come up quick. Annika was next, and Belly was really dreading this because she didn't want Annika to think any less of her. And also, Annika is who Belly was going to live with this upcoming fall. Everything was also already set in stone. Like, one of them was bringing a couch, one was bringing a fridge, someone was bringing a TV. Like, everything was set in motion and she was about to tell this girl like, hey, I'm actually getting married, moving into an apartment. We're not living together. Annika actually handles it a whole lot better than Belly thought. Annika's like, I'm not mad. I can figure that out. That's not a big deal one bit. I'm just really surprised over the whole situation. Belly agrees, saying, me too. And Annika just kind of nods her head. She doesn't say anything. And then to fill the silence, because Belly's feeling a little uncomfortable, Belly goes, do you think I'm making a mistake? Annika replies with, does it even matter what I think? It's not my place to judge you one bit. Annika also goes on saying, you care too much about what others think of you. Later when Belly was walking back to her dorm, she thinks to herself, college life as she knows it is about to change completely. Belly's dad has arrived at the college to help move Belly out for the summer. Her dad, and Jer have decided to go to lunch, and her dad's like, don't worry about anything, get whatever you want on the menu, but Belly's like, I know you don't have that much money, so I'm gonna get one of the cheaper things on the menu. And then she looks over at Jer, who orders the most expensive thing on the menu, and she's thinking to herself, he didn't even look at the price or think twice about it. He just ordered what he wanted and didn't think about anything. And so when the check came around, her dad literally was like, which again, Jer never noticed. And he laid down his credit card, but you could tell that like he was not anticipating it to be that price. And Belly just keeps taking note of, I'm about to marry a man who's never had to struggle for money one bit, and we're not gonna have anything. And he's never had to have these struggles. Also decide to not tell her dad that they're currently engaged because Belly does not want her mom to hear it from anyone else except her. And Belly's also really sad over the fact that she always envisioned whoever she was going to marry go ask her dad for his blessing. And Jared didn't do that. And so that was also something that made her really sad while she was thinking about the fact that she's now engaged, because that was something she always wanted. The night before going to Cousins Beach, Belly's on the phone with Jer. They're talking about all the things with the wedding, and Jer is like, I want a chocolate cake with a raspberry filling. And Belly's like, well, I've always really wanted carrot cake. And Jer's like, bleh. Belly just responds with, oh, what if we compromise? Like, we could do one layer chocolate, one layer carrot, chocolate carrot, chocolate carrot. And Jer's saying, that's nasty, but sure, if they can do that, whatever makes you happy. Belly responds with, great, now we just have to figure out how to pay for all of it, and I'm going to pick up as many shifts as I possibly can. He pauses and he says, I don't actually want you working there anymore. What? Why? Because you're working too hard. I don't want you to work too hard. You're working all summer at your internship. Yeah, but it's really a joke. My dad set it up for me, and I still have all the money my mom left me, and she wouldn't want you to work this hard either. She would want to contribute. It would make her so happy. Belly is letting this conversation go because she doesn't want to continue it any further. And eventually she gets around to the topic of Conrad, very subtly, I might add. And she goes, what's the deal with Conrad? Is he coming? Jer, kind of snippy, goes, who knows what Conrad's deal is? Don't forget to bring your ring, by the way. Obviously, Belly tells him that she won't, and she goes to bed stressing. Stressing so much that she's struggling to sleep because she is afraid. Afraid of what, you might ask? Afraid of Conrad coming, and also afraid of Conrad not coming. This is yet another night in our story where we're like maybe 10 chapters in and that she's thinking about Conrad. We are now at the event. We are at Cousins Beach. They are all outside. So Laurel, Belly, Steven, they are all outside there waiting. Laurel's thinking to herself, where's Conrad? Conrad should be here by now. Where on earth is he? Belly's just thinking to herself, like, this is what Conrad does. Whatever. Laurel tells Belly, we need to go inside. We have to go talk to a few people, but will you just stay out here a little longer and wait for him just in case he shows up? Belly obviously agrees. She sits on the curb and she's just waiting, but she knows he's not coming. After 10 minutes of waiting, she stands up and she walks back inside. This is the moment we have all been waiting for, ladies and gents, since book 1, because we are having a POV change. And whose POV are we about to be in? Conrad Fisher. So let's see what he's thinking. Conrad saw her before she saw him. He saw her sitting on the ground. He noticed that she looked a little different. Her hair was pinned back in a way that he had never seen before. She was wearing heels. She was wearing this purple dress. But then he got glimpses of her like fixing her hair a little bit because it kept trying to fall out. He saw glimpses of her like fiddling with her dress because she looked a little comfy, and he just kept thinking, no, like, that's the same old Belly. Conrad walks in just as Jer is starting his speech. Now, as I said, this is an event for Susanna, thus why Jer is making a speech. He watches Jer finish his speech, watches him go over to Belly and grab her hand, and in that very moment, Conrad felt all of his muscles in his stomach just clench. And he knew right then and there that it was a mistake for him to be here. A huge mistake, and he shouldn't have come. Let's go back to Belly's point of view. She finally sees him, and Conrad raises his hand and waves to her, and Belly just raises her hand. She cannot find the power to wave back, so her hand's just like that. When they all make their way over to Conrad, Conrad is not standoffish. He is not being an angsty boy. He gives her a bear hug where he lifts her off the ground, and everyone is giggling and laughing and smiling except Jeremiah, who is staring daggers into his brother. And Mr. Fisher says the weirdest comment that I have ever read in my life, and I just like think he's, I don't want to say ignorant, oblivious. We'll say oblivious. He goes, Conrad's so happy he has his little sister back. And Conrad is like, oh yeah, hi little sis. Like saying it in a very sarcastic tone. And Belly's just thinking to herself, does Mr. Fisher not know that me and Conrad dated? Like what? What's happening? Jer is very clearly irritated. He has taken out his phone and he's like, I am starving. He's not looking at Belly or anything. And Belly's just thinking to herself, is he mad at me? Did I do something wrong? In the car on the way to the restaurant, Jer and Belly rode together. So it's just the two of them in the car, and Belly hesitates before saying, maybe we shouldn't tell them today. And Jer's like, no, I don't want to wait. I want to tell them right now. I want you to be able to wear your ring loud and proud that we're getting married. And Belly's like, I am loud and proud. Perfect. Then we're going to tell them today, just like we said we were going to. Also, Jer says, don't have your feelings hurt if he says anything. Now, Belly O'Belly was thinking that he meant Mr. Fisher, which she was really confused about. Like, why would Mr. Fisher say anything mean to me? But I, on the other hand, being the reader and the one assuming, because why not make assumptions when you can do commentary? I think that he was talking about Conrad as the only like reasonable character he could be talking about in this moment. Anywho, they arrive at the restaurant. They all sit down there. They're so happy that Conrad is here. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, we're all joined together again. This is great. They order so many appetizers, an obscene amount of appetizers for the table. All the appetizers show up and chaos ensues. Chaos ensues, yes. Jer decides to tell the table immediately after his dad finished a toast to Susanna, and Jer says, we have an announcement. I'm just gonna warn you, it's good news. Y'all are gonna be so happy over this. Belly and I are getting married. I have asked Belly to marry me, and she said, yes, we're getting married in August. Let me just tell you, the restaurant goes silent, as if all of the air has been sucked out of the restaurant. No one is saying anything. Laurel's face is like, even is choking on his water, coughing up a storm because he's like, Conrad's face is blank, as if he just got like punched in the gut over here. And Laurel finally composes herself a bit to find the words to say, are you pregnant? I thought we had enough of the little talks about the birds and the bees and contraceptives. I sent you with contraceptives. Are you pregnant? And Belly's like, I'm not pregnant. I'm not. I promise I'm not pregnant. We just want to get married. Mr. Fisher is over here laughing up a storm like, Laurel, calm down, calm down. Obviously, this is just a practical joke. They're pranking us right now. We're being punked. And Jer says, no, we're not joking. I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. Laurel very sternly says, you two are not getting married. You two are still in school. If you are still having these feelings after graduation, well after graduation, we will discuss it then in a few years. The waiter then comes to the table to get everyone's official orders after all the appetizers have arrived. And again, they're untouched. And Laurel goes, no, we're just gonna take the check, we're leaving. They're all walking out of the restaurant. Belly's behind Laurel, but in front of everyone else. And she hears Steven lean over to Conrad and goes, did you know? And she hears Conrad go, no. Conrad speeds up a bit, goes to give Laurel a hug, doesn't say goodbye to anyone else, gets in his car, and he's out of here. He's gone. See you later. At the car, Belly goes, can I have my keys? I need to go bring some stuff to Jer's car because we're hanging out right now. And Laurel's like, no, you're not. Get in the car. You are not hanging out with him. Get in the car. And Belly looks at Steven for assistance, and Steven's like, get in the car. You're making it worse. Just get in the car. While they are in the car, which Steven is driving currently because Laurel is not in the right mind to be driving. She's very angry right now. Steven is just there holding the wheel like this. Laurel whips around from the passenger seat and goes, you're returning that ring right now. Belly says, I'm not returning it, no. And the next entire week, Laurel and Belly do not speak one word to one another. After a late shift at the restaurant that Belly is indeed still working at, she comes home and she hears Laurel sobbing in her bedroom, and Belly goes to reach the doorknob. She holds on to it, and then she hesitates and decides, you know what, no, I'm not backing down, I'm not giving in. And she goes back to her own room, and she also sobs herself to sleep that night. But when Belly wakes up, her dad is now home too. So it's her dad and Laurel, and they're like, we need to talk, let's have a discussion. Her dad says, your mom and I have discussed this, and if you want to live with Jeremiah that badly, get an apartment with him in the fall. We will try and help you pay for it. You might have to take an extra job, but you can live with him if you want. And Belly's like, I'm not getting married because I want to live with him. I'm getting married because I want to marry him. Laurel butts in and goes, who paid for the ring, Belly? Jer doesn't have a job. Belly then says, he used his credit card. Oh, the credit card that Mr. Fisher paid for? Interesting, interesting, interesting. If a boy cannot afford to buy a wedding ring, he has no point in getting one and proposing to somebody. Honestly, real talk. Laurel really is not letting Belly get a word in. Laurel is like, it might not seem like it, but when your dad and I got married, we were very much in love. We didn't go into this marriage thinking that we would get divorced. But we did, because love is not enough sometimes. There's a whole other bout of factors that go into this, like stability. Belly goes, so you regret it? What? You regret getting married to Dad, so you regret me and Steven? Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. Belly then goes, Jer and I aren't you and Dad. We have known each other our whole lives. We have history and we love each other. Laurel then shakes her head, looks at Belly and says, I don't support this. I don't support this in any way, shape, or form. If you go through with this wedding, do not expect me to be there. Do not expect me to help with the wedding planning. I want no part in this. Belly is now sobbing because her own mom is saying that she's refusing to go to the wedding now. Belly finally calms down a bit to say, I am marrying Jer no matter what you say, and if you can't be happy for me, your only daughter, then I think it's best if you don't come to the wedding. End of conversation. Ooh. The next day, Steven comes into the room while Belly is folding up her laundry. Her and Laurel have not talked since that fight. And Steven goes, so you're really going through with this thing, huh? Belly goes, of course I am going through with this thing. I'm getting married. Steven goes, you realize that this is insane, right? Like there's no point in y'all getting married. Y'all are very, very young. Just live together. They gave you the option of living together in the fall. Just do that instead. Belly changes the subject a little bit by saying, Jer actually wants you and Conrad to be his best men. This makes Steven smile, and then he takes his smile back and goes, I don't think Mom is gonna let me in the wedding. And Belly goes, you are 21 years old. You can do whatever you want. Steven goes, I don't think this is your smartest move, Belly. And then he pauses and goes, oh, Mom is going to be so mad at me. I was supposed to talk you out of getting married, not getting roped into the wedding party. But I guess Con and I better start planning the bachelor party. And Belly doesn't miss a beat by saying, Jared doesn't want to have a bachelor party. He's not having that. Steven grins says, that's a man's thing. You don't have to worry about that. And he closes the door. So Steven is now a little bit on board. Or at least out of every single person in both of their families, he's the most on board. Laurel has still not changed her mind. Belly is about to head to the mall to go find a wedding dress, hopefully, because she only has 2 months until the wedding. And she goes to tell Laurel this, and Laurel's like, good luck. Like, she wants no part in this whatsoever. Belly and Taylor are at the mall. There are actually a lot of girls in the store currently because for some reason, the prom is happening after graduation instead of before graduation. So a lot of people are prom dress shopping at the moment. And one of the girls goes up to Belly and they're like, oh my goodness, you look so good. What prom are you attending? And Belly goes, oh, I'm not in high school anymore. I'm actually getting married. The girl is flabbergasted and is like, you're getting married? How old are you? Belly lies and says, I'm 19. Which we know isn't true because Belly's birthday is in August. And so in August, she will be 19. But no. She is currently 18 years old. Earl is very much judging Belly right now, and Taylor can sense this. And so Taylor, being a really good friend to get this girl away from Belly, is like, doesn't she look so good for being 3 months pregnant? And then the girl leaves them alone and they continue on with what they're doing. I think they hit up 5 stores, give or take. And the last store, the very, very last dress is the one. It's very, very cutesy. It's very, very demure, if you will. Very regal is the word I was actually looking for. And they're doing a little bit of a beach wedding, so it fits that vibe as well. And she's very, very excited over it. And she immediately calls Jared. She's like, I found my dress. Woo! I'm so excited. Let's go get married. And Jared's like, that's amazing. Did your mom go with you? I knew she would finally come around. And Belly's like, no, she doesn't want anything to do with this wedding. She didn't go with me to find my dress. No. They say goodnight. And then the next day, someone's knocking on their door. And do y'all have any guesses who it is? I'll give you a little time. Okay, you have your guesses. It is Jeremiah, and he is holding a bouquet of lilies. And Belly is like, oh my gosh, thank you for visiting me. And she reaches for the lilies. He's like, these are not for you. Where's your mom? I'm going to talk to your mom real quick. He hugs her, and then he's like, Belly, come here, group hug before we all talk. And they're all in a group hug. And then they go into the living room and they need to discuss things because Laurel looks at him and she's like, good, I actually need to talk to the two of you together. This is perfect. Let's talk. Laurel says, I want to be honest with both of you. I don't support what you're doing. Jared replies with, I want to be with Belly for a lifetime and I can easily commit to her for a lifetime. Laurel shakes her head and she goes, that right there is how I know you are not ready for marriage. She goes on saying, this is not a whim decision, and if Beck, his mother, were here, she would agree with me. Her very shyly says, I think my mom would be happy for us. And Laurel, Belly will finish college on time. Please just give us your blessing, please. Laurel very solemnly says, not like this. I'm sorry. Belly then questions, does this mean you're really not coming to the wedding? No, I cannot support this. And then Belly says, well, I cannot live here then. And that is when she decides that she is going to be staying at Cousins Beach until the wedding in August. As they are on their drive to Cousins Beach, Jared says, I actually really need to tell you something, Belly. To which Belly's like, what? What's happening now? Conrad didn't go back to California. He's actually been staying at Cousins Beach for a little bit. So you are probably going to be staying with him. Yay! Belly goes, oh, do you think he's going to mind that I'm staying there too? Jared replies with, no, I don't think he's going to mind. I just wish I would be there too. When they make it to Cousins Beach, Conrad is like, why are you people here? To which Jeremiah is like, we're just here to plan the wedding. They do not tell him about any of the Laurel stuff whatsoever. Jared's kind of keeping that on the inside and Belly does not want to talk about it one bit. And Conrad's like, okay, cool, whatever. He does ask about Laurel, but no one responds. And so you can tell Conrad knows what's happening, especially since he is so close with Laurel, but he also knows it's not his business anymore. And so he goes upstairs for the night. Let's go to Conrad's point of view. Conrad asks Jared to go surfing with him, and the reason Conrad does this is because he wants to get to the bottom of this whole wedding mess. They talk about Laurel, they talk about their dad, they talk about how everyone is against this thing. To which Conrad says, if everyone is so against it, maybe you shouldn't do it. You don't even have a job, Jared. Jared is practically spitting at him, saying, this is none of your business. Stay out of it. This is between Belly and me. And then he's paddling away on his surfboard. Conrad thinks to himself how much he wants to kick Jared in his behind because Jared is being so smug, saying, this is between me and Belly. And also, Conrad thinks, and I quote, direct quote, so I'm gonna look at my notes for this. He was marrying my girl and I couldn't do anything about it. I just had to watch it happen because it's my brother and I promised. And if you're asking yourself, oh my goodness, who did he promise? He promised Susanna when Susanna was on her deathbed that he would take care of Jer. And so now we're here. Everyone's so happy. So happy. Back to Belly's POV. She wakes up. Jer and Conrad are still out surfing. She tries to get a little bit of a jump on wedding planning. They have a budget of $1,000, which in the grand scheme of a wedding really is not a lot. It's not a lot whatsoever, and she quickly learns this. Jer does come back from surfing. They spend a little bit of time alone together, and then he has to leave, and he tells her that he will see her in 5 days. And you can just tell by the look on his face that Jer does not want to leave her and Conrad alone. But he's gotta go be an intern. First week in Cousins, Belly is trying so hard to stay away from Conrad. She's on the back porch eating a Pop-Tart. Conrad comes running up. He just got back from the gym and he asks her, is that what you're eating for breakfast? I laid out some cereal, some fruit. You could have that if you want. And she responds with, well, I didn't want to eat your food without asking you because you bought all that food. And Conrad replies with, well, then why didn't you just ask me? Because he knows she's been avoiding him. But Belly knows he's also been avoiding her, and so she goes, well, I couldn't ask you because I couldn't find you. To which he responds with, fair enough, but anything that I buy is also yours. That is perfectly fine with me. Belly notes that Conrad is actually an amazing roommate. He cleans up after himself, he cooks dinner. As soon as he cooks dinner, all the dishes go into the dishwasher and they are just so clean. He replaces the paper towel rolls. He never leaves the toilet seat up. Basically, he does everything that Jer doesn't. She literally says that. Thank him for everything. She decides to make him some spaghetti because that's the only meal she knows how to make. She makes it, leaves him out a bowl, and he doesn't show up for dinner. He doesn't. He doesn't come home that night. But also, this was a surprise dinner, by the way, so don't think he was flaking. This was a complete surprise. Before she goes to bed, she decides to leave some of the leftovers out on the counter just in case he wants it whenever he gets in. When she wakes up in the morning and goes downstairs, she sees that the spaghetti is gone and that the plate is cleaned up. The next time that Belly and Conrad talk to one another, she is telling him how she needs to go to the post office ASAP because she needs love stamps. And Conrad is like, I don't know what the heck a love stamp is, but I gotta go to the hardware store. It's right by the post office. Come on, I'll drive. Let's go. She's a little hesitant, but she's like, I really do need to go to the post office, so fine. She gets in his car and she goes, wow, when was the last time I was even in your car? This is crazy. Without missing a beat, he says, prom night? Prom night. If y'all remember, that was the end of them, so it's a little bit of a discussion killer right there, right off the bat. Belly can tell that it's really awkward, and Belly is trying to move forward with the conversation, being like, that was forever ago, right? Crazy. And he doesn't say anything, so really the conversation is over and done with. He parks the car, he goes to do his thing, she goes to do her thing, she gets the stamps, and when she's back in the car, she looks at Conrad and she goes, do you have a girlfriend? To which he hesitates, but he says no. But now let's go into his POV to see what that hesitation meant. The hesitation was because of a girl named Agnes. Agnes was in his chemistry class with him. They would study together. Occasionally they would go get like a burger or pancakes after a study session. Sometimes during a study break, they would hook up a bit. But they were nothing more than just that. They were never a couple or anything. One day out of nowhere, Agnes looks at Conrad and goes, have you ever been in love? Have you? He tells Agnes. To which Agnes says, I asked you first. Fine, yes, I have once. Agnes then asks him on a scale of 1 to 10, how in love were you? Conrad says 10. Well, then what was her name? Agnes asks him. Isabel. Isabel is her name. Agnes keeps asking him all these questions, to which Conrad's like, why are you asking me all this? But it doesn't faze her one bit. She keeps on going. She goes, when did you know you were in love? And Conrad froze for a little bit because he didn't have an answer for her. It wasn't a specific moment. He compares falling in love with Belly to gradually waking up. You are just slowly kind of finding your footing, getting your bearings, and then all of a sudden you're awake. And it was that instant. Agnes then asks him, well, are you in love with me? Crickets, 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 crickets. Agnes butts in before he can speak and says, I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay. Agnes also says, I think you're still in love with this other girl. I don't think you ever stopped. Let's go back to the car. Belly tells Conrad, I don't believe you. I think you do have a girlfriend because why on earth would you stay away from home for this long unless you were with someone? In Conrad's head, we learn that he has stayed away from home for 2 years because he had to. Being near her would just make him want what he couldn't have. And it was dangerous. She was the one person that he couldn't trust himself around. And if Belly knew how much he still cared about her, he would not be able to walk away again. And the promises you make to your mother on her deathbed are set in stone. And if there was one thing about Conrad Fisher, it's that he wasn't a liar. Except for the moment in the motel. Also, this is still his thoughts, by the way. These are not mine. This is not commentator thoughts. This is still in his mind. He lied at the motel saying that he never cared about Belly. He never loved her because he knew that that was the only thing to get her to let go. He had just lost his mother. He was so angry at everyone that he was not able to give her the amount of love that she deserved in that moment. And he knew that Jer could. Okay, we are still in Conrad's point of view, but it is now later in the week. It is now Friday. It's the afternoon. Belly is sitting on the living room floor and she's looking up at him and she goes, Jer's late. Jer said that he would be here at a specific time. I told him to leave earlier. He's stuck in traffic and I need to go to Michael's to get all this stuff done. I need to go to the craft store. I don't know what I am going to do. Conrad says, I'll go with you if you need me to. And so they go to the craft store together. At the store, Belly tells Conrad, we are looking for hurricane vases. That is what we decided on. And Conrad's like, what the heck does Jer know about hurricane vases? Why did y'all decide on that? And Belly very shyly goes, oh, I didn't mean Jer and I decided. I meant Taylor and I decided. We're really the ones doing the wedding planning. And honestly, guys, he is the most helpful person in this whole situation. I think he is more helpful than Taylor right now. Like, he is truly the wedding planner, which is probably his worst nightmare. Bless him. When they get back to the house, they notice that Jer's car is there. They walk inside and he is on the couch. And he looks at them and he's like, where did you guys go? To which Belly says, well, you were late and I really needed to go to Michael's. So we went to Michael's together to get some stuff for the wedding. He says, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I would do that with you. He says, they close at 9 and you were not going to make it in time. A reminder, we are still in Conrad's POV and Conrad notes that Belly is pissed in this moment. Like, he can tell in her tone that she is not a happy camper. Conrad is wanting to leave this very awkward moment, so he's like, I'm gonna go unload the car. To which Jer's like, hold up, Conrad, I'll go with you. Thank you so much for helping her. After they unload everything, Belly tries so hard to convince Conrad to go to dinner with them. It'll be so fun, the three of them, just like how it was when they were growing up. And Conrad's like, no, thank you. No. And then he snips a bit and says, I'm good. And he literally can tell that that was harsher than he meant it to be. But when she doesn't ask again, he says, well, at least it did the trick. Belly's POV, they're at dinner together. It's just Jer and Belly because obviously Conrad was a little snippy, so he didn't go with them. And Jer's like, oh my goodness, I am so exhausted right now. Belly's like, well, wake up. We got a lot to do. We need to figure out our color scheme. Are you going to wear a suit? We just need to figure all this out. And he goes, a suit? I'm not gonna wear a suit. We're gonna be on the beach. You'll be lucky if I even wear shoes. He pauses and then he goes, I'll wear whatever you and Taylor want. It's y'all's day anyway. Belly doesn't say anything to this, but she's growing more and more irritated. He then asks, can we dance to the song from Pulp Fiction? It's my favorite movie ever. I think it would be so funny, especially if we put it on YouTube. And Belly goes, you want our first dance to be funny? From a movie I don't even like? I always thought that we would dance to the song Stay. And he's like, it's my favorite movie. It would mean the world to me. Like, my frat brothers are gonna be the ones DJing, so it'll just be perfect. And honestly, we can make the wedding Tarantino themed. Which is gonna be great because we said that the wedding is gonna be chill, remember? I mean, sure, it's gonna be chill, but people still need to eat. Don't worry, Dad'll end up hiring someone to cover that. No big deal. Belly says, well, I don't want him to. I want us to do this together, and pitching a Tarantino-themed wedding isn't helping anything. I'm serious about our first dance. That's what I want to dance to. Belly then says, it's a dumb idea and it's not happening. Okay, Bridezilla. That's not from me. That's from him. He said Bridezilla. And Belly says, I'm not being a Bridezilla. I don't even want any of this. You do. And he's like, what? What do you mean you don't want any of this? And Belly's heart is beating out of her chest, but instead she just says, the wedding planning. I just don't want to do any of the wedding planning. It's a lot. Belly also adds, we can have that be our first dance song if you want. To which Jer says, see? This is why I'm marrying you. You're just so generous and you get me. Lovely. How sweet. How kind. When they get back from the restaurant, Conrad's car is gone. Conrad's point of view. This is a direct quote. These are his exact thoughts. He thinks to himself, I would rather have someone shoot me in the head with a nail gun repeatedly than watch Belly and Jer cuddle on the couch. Now, I really want that line to be in a TV show because, oh, I love that line. I do. But instead of spending the night at Cousins Beach because he doesn't want to watch them do PDA everywhere, he drives home. And he actually learns that his dad is there as well. And his dad sits down and he's like, what do you think we should do about this Belly and Jer situation? And Conrad's like, well, you could stop giving him money. And then Conrad takes a second and he goes, oh, but actually that's probably just going to fuel and motivate them more. And Jer would never forgive you for that. So actually don't do that. And Mr. Fisher says, I don't want to lose him the way that I lost you. And Conrad is then thinking to himself, like, I used to adore you as a dad. I thought you hung the moon. And all he did was disappoint me. And then he keeps saying to himself, well, I am the one who put him on the pedestal. So he decides to tell his father, you haven't lost me. I'm still here. And then his dad stands up to go to bed. The next morning, Conrad wakes up and he decides to drive back to Cousins. And now we're in Belly's POV. It's Monday afternoon. Her and Conrad are outside. Conrad is grilling. He's making her dinner. And Belly goes, has Jared asked you to be his best man yet? You and Steven are supposed to be his best men. And Conrad's like, no, he hasn't asked me. It can just be Steven. Like, it's best man, not men. Plural, it'll be Steven. To which Belly goes, you're his brother. You need to be in the wedding party. You are his brother. And before Conrad can say anything else, Belly actually gets a phone call and it's from Mr. Fisher's secretary who is like, what's your color scheme going to be? What kind of food do you want to serve at this wedding? What is your budget? What are we doing? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's in this moment that she learned that Mr. Fisher might not support the wedding, but he is now going to help, making this lady, the secretary, her new wedding planner. And so he's really covering everything. Belly gets off the phone and she says this to Conrad and he goes, well, that's good news. And Belly physically felt sick to her stomach and Conrad could see this and goes, just eat. You'll feel better after you eat. Conrad's point of view, Conrad did not realize how much of a strain Laurel and Belly's relationship was under right now. And he didn't realize it until he was walking past Belly's room one night and he heard her on the phone with Taylor crying over how Laurel was not going to the wedding shower, wasn't going to the wedding. And so the next morning, Conrad decides to wake up, call Laurel, and meet her at a roadside diner. He immediately looks at Laurel and says, you need to go to this wedding. Laurel asks, you think they should get married? Conrad says, I didn't say that, but I think that they love each other and they're going to do it regardless. I think that she needs her mom right now. Isabel is doing fine without me. Conrad replies with, she's not fine. She's barely eating. I heard her yesterday crying on the phone that you're not going to the wedding shower. She's having a wedding shower? Is Taylor's mom planning it? It's going to be horrendous. And then she takes a breath and she goes, Jer is not taking this seriously enough. Conrad shakes his head and he goes, well, that's Jer. He doesn't take a lot of things seriously, but he's serious about Belly. And Laurel, if you don't go, you're gonna regret it. Laurel then looks at him, stares him down and goes, what is your interest in all of this? Because remember, Laurel and Conrad are close as can be. Conrad shrugs saying, I just want her to be happy. Just her and Jer. That's all, right? Laurel questions and Conrad doesn't reply. He just stares at her. Later at Cousin's house, we're back in Belly's POV. Conrad comes home and Belly's like, where have you been all day? To which Conrad says, I've just been running errands. Which means, ladies and gents, that Conrad has not told, nor is he going to tell Belly that he spoke to Laurel about the wedding shower. Belly doesn't think anything about this and she goes, well, do you want to go keep me company at the florist today? Conrad says, Jer's coming, can't you just do it with him? And Belly goes, well, he's actually not able to make it today. And are you okay? Did something happen? Conrad does not want to get into this discussion because he does not want to let her know that he went to Laurel. She's like, you know what, that's fine, I'll drive, let's go. They end up deciding on peonies, emphasis on they decide on peonies. Peonies? Peonies? My mom says peonies. Is it peonies or peonies? Let me know. Anywho, they decide on that and the florist looks at him and he goes, you and your groomsmen gonna wear boutonnieres? And Conrad's face becomes a tomato. It becomes a tomato. And Belly goes, oh, he's not the groom. He's just the brother of the groom. And the florist looks very uncomfortable as well. On the way back home, they pass a fruit stand and Belly looks at it, but she doesn't say anything, but Conrad notices that she was looking at it. And so he does a Yui, turns the car around, they go to the fruit stand, she picks up a peach, she puts the little dollar in a container for it, and she takes a big old bite and she's like, oh my goodness, this is the best peach I've ever tasted. And it is making me never want to have another one again because it'll never live up to this moment. And Conrad's like, okay, here, let's put this to the test. He puts another dollar in the jar, she takes her peach and she's like, this one's pretty good too. Are you sure you don't want to bite? Conrad says, I'm allergic. No, you're not. I've seen you eat peach pie before. And he's just staring at her like, I'm allergic. To which she just thinks that he's lying. As she's eating this peach, she has juice all over her face. And so he takes the bottom of his t-shirt, gets really close to Belly, and he wipes her face off with the bottom of his t-shirt. And Belly is just thinking to herself, this might be the most intimate thing that has ever happened to me before. And she can tell that he feels it too, because when it's done, he's like, oh, let's head on back. Let's just go on back. And this is an amazing moment, in my opinion. And if this is not in the show, I'm gonna throw hands, because the tension was there. The tension, the chemistry, it was there. This is another moment that she does not tell Jer about. The next day, her and Jeremiah are going apartment shopping, and the apartment that Jeremiah absolutely loves smells disgusting, is not very well kept, and Jer looks at her and goes, no, this is perfect, it's right by campus, it'll be as if we're still living on campus, and there's a huge front yard, think of all the parties we can throw. And Belly's like, if I wanted to live in a frat house, I would just move into the frat house with you. We're not doing that. I want to live in this one instead. And he, after a bit of arguing and intense tension, says, okay, fine, we'll go back to the first one. They go back to the first apartment, and the lady is like, okay, this is perfect. First and last month's rent. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me just run your credit score. Let me just do a little credit check. And Jer goes, if you have some unpaid credit card bills, does that affect your credit score? And Belly looks at him going, what are you talking about? Your dad pays your credit card. Oh, I actually opened up my own credit card as well freshman year to buy some other things. And Belly's like, are you absolutely kidding me right now? Like, what was the reason? Why? And Belly doesn't have any credit whatsoever, and so they get denied this apartment. And even though the lady didn't specify if it was due to her lack of credit, his bad credit, she still kind of blames him because she was unaware of that, and they're about to be married. Like, these are certain things they probably should have talked about. Time for a bridal shower! When Belly was about to leave Cousins, Conrad actually says, you look really nice today. And this was a comment that Belly was overthinking her entire drive home. It was all she could think about. She makes it to Taylor's mom's house. She's making small talk with everyone, and then she looks over at the couch and she sees a woman wearing a blue pantsuit. And she immediately notices that it's her mom! Her mom actually showed up! And Belly is ecstatic. She has a smile on her face. She's basically in tears during this little moment, and it's just really sweet. It's really, really sweet. And Belly asks Taylor, like, how did you get her here? What did you do? And Taylor's like, I have no clue. We tried. And she kept saying no, but this is amazing. Belly thanks Laurel for coming, and Laurel just says, you're my girl. And that night, Belly didn't go back to Cousins. She went back to her house, and she had an amazing night with her mom and Steven. Oh, it's beautiful. Conrad's point of view, that night when Belly was staying at home, he decided to go visit the owner of the seafood restaurant that he used to buzz tables for when he was growing up. That guy's name is Ernie, by the way. Talking about how Jeremiah is getting married, Ernie looks at Conrad and he goes, you gonna cry like a punk, or you gonna do something about it? Because you still love her. She's the one. She's the one for you, right? Conrad goes, do you really believe that? That there's a one for a person? The one, if you will? I do. Ernie says. A little time has passed. Ernie brings up someone working at the restaurant. He goes, family's family. And then Conrad says, really? Because 2 commercial breaks ago, you told me I was going to be a punk if I didn't go break up my brother's wedding. Ernie shrugs his shoulders and goes, if a girl is the one, all bets are off, family or no family. And when Conrad went home that night, he instantly felt lighter. Snaps to Ernie. It is now a few days before the wedding. It's time for the bachelorette party. Belly is cleaning the house because everyone's about to be coming in. Conrad is coming back from the beach. He was surfing and he does not look good. He is white as a ghost and he kind of looks like he's going to pass out. And so Belly's like, oh, hold up, what is wrong with you? And he explains to her that he actually like wiped out, and when he did, his board sliced and diced him. And so she's like, okay, like, let me go help. And she runs to the bathroom to go get her supplies. And he's like, I can do it myself, no big deal. And she's like, you can barely stand. Just let me help you, you bonehead. And while she is helping him, his head is practically laying on her shoulder. And she notes that if she were to move just like 1 inch, she would be kissing him. It would be that easy to kiss him. When he has been taken care of, he goes back upstairs. Belly is having a crisis because this moment was all because of her. Unlike the peach juice fruit stand moment where he's the one who initiated everything, she is the one this time who is thinking, I really could just lean in and kiss him right now. And that's a problem because her wedding to his brother is a few days away. Yeah. But you know what? Later they pretend like nothing ever happened. Taylor and Annika and Steven arrive, and then the rest of all of Jair's frat bros that he wants to be there, they arrive for the bachelor party. Annika is looking at Conrad in the distance, and Annika goes, you did not tell me how hot he was. And Taylor responds with, he's really not that hot. Ellie says, you're just mad because he never went for you. And Annika says, well, why would he go for Taylor when he was your man, Belly? Ellie says, he was never my man. Taylor responds with, oh, Belly, he was always your man. Well, not anymore. Everyone is currently making toast. Jair stands up and he's like, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone there except Conrad. He completely leaves Conrad out. And so when Jair's like, Belly, it's your turn, come say something to people, Belly says, thank you all for traveling here today. And thank you, Conrad, for making us all food. It was delicious. And Jair's like low-key irritated that she specifically thanked Conrad. But we're gonna move forward. The wedding's happening very soon. Gotta keep it going. Belly goes to see Jair right before his bachelor party, and she brings up a moment being like, do you remember when you found that dog on the beach and then the owners came and you cried when they took him away? And Jair very sternly goes, that wasn't me. That was Conrad. No, it was you. Remember you tried so hard to take care of him? No. It was Conrad, it wasn't me. Again, let me just tell you, his whole demeanor has shifted. It has changed. He's not happy currently. And Belly's also really not happy because she's now thinking, what other memory have I remembered incorrectly? I always pride myself on remembering everything to a T. Have I been getting certain things wrong? The internal crisis is continuing on. Boys have left for their bachelor party, and Belly turns to Taylor and says, I need to tell you something. Something really weird happened, and she explains the Conrad situation. And Taylor's like, whoa, but that was it, right? Like, nothing else happened? Belly shakes her and going, yeah, no, nothing else happened, but I feel so freaked out over it. Because I wanted something to happen, and I'm getting married in like 2 days. And I can't keep thinking of him. I can't keep thinking of other boys. Taylor says, Conrad's not other boys though. He's your first great love. And while we're talking about this, there's something I need to tell you and get off of my chest. Taylor goes on to say, Conrad went to go see Laurel, and that's why she's coming to the wedding. Why she went to the bridal shower, because Conrad went to her. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to get all mixed up over Conrad again because you love Jair, right? Like you're in love with Jair. And Belly's like, uh-huh. And Taylor goes on saying, are you sure? Because it's not too late right now. We can hop in a car and pretend that this never happened. It is perfectly fine. Belly goes, I don't need to do that. It's fine. We don't need time. We're perfectly fine. We're going to be getting married very, very soon. It's fine. What a conversation to have days before you're getting married. What a conversation. And because of this conversation, Belly couldn't sleep that night. And so she wakes on up. She goes over to her dresser. She's kind of digging through some of the drawers and she finds this glass unicorn. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, glass unicorn, why is she looking at a glass unicorn? Let's have a flashback. I feel like we haven't had a flashback in a hot second. When the kids were younger, Susanna would drop them off at the mall or putt-putt or anything like that, and Conrad would always be the one left in charge of all of them. This time they actually were dropped off at the mall, And Belly really wanted to go to this glass blowing store because they had this glass unicorn that she really, really wanted. And so when the boys were going to the arcade, she told them, hey, like, I'll meet up with y'all in an hour. I just really want to go look at this before we leave. Belly doesn't buy anything, but she spends over an hour in that store. And when she realizes how much time passed, she is now sprinting to the food court, to the nearest Taco Bell where the guys are going to meet her. And she only sees Jer and Steven. And they're like, where the heck have you been? Conrad is now looking everywhere for you. And Conrad is making his way back to them. He sees them at the Taco Bell and he is fuming. He is angry and he's basically yelling at her like, where have you been? I told you to be back here at 3. I'm the one in charge of you. If something would have happened to you, it would have been my fault. And she's crying saying, I just wanted the glass unicorn. I didn't even get it. I just wanted the glass unicorn. I'm so sorry. And she could tell that he felt really bad for yelling at her and making her cry. And they just kind of like moved forward from them. He was like, it's okay, just like don't do it again. Next time we all hang out, like we're not splitting up. None of us are ever splitting up ever again. And that year for her birthday, when August rolled around, Conrad gifted her a glass unicorn. Conrad's POV, bachelor night, buckle up because from this point onward, it's a doozy. It's a doozy. Conrad decided to be the DD and take care of everyone. And while he's taking care of everyone, he's just kind of hanging out and he hears one of Jer's friends throw his arm around Jer and go, dude, I can't believe you're finally gonna close with Belly. And Conrad's like, oh, interesting. They haven't been together yet. Keeps talking very loudly, mind you. And he keeps saying, dude, it's almost like you have never hooked up with anyone either because it's been so long since you got with Lacey. And Conrad is seeing red. His fists are clenched and he could just hurt someone. When he sees Jer go to the bathroom, he's like, you know what, I'm about to knock some sense into this boy. I told her to treat her right and he hooks up with someone named Lacey? But then he goes to Jer and he just hears Jer just like throwing up in the toilet, just vomiting in the toilet. And so he's like, you know what, I'm gonna wait a little bit to knock some sense into him. The boys come back home, they're a little rowdy, and so Belly gets woken up. She sees that Jer is, well, he's a few sheets to the wind, if you will. And so she's like, where's Conrad? And Jeremiah's like, oh no, he was with us. And Belly was like, okay, so I'm gonna go try and find him to make sure that he is okay. And she ends up seeing him sitting on the lifeguard stand. So she's like, come on down from there. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay up here for a little bit. And so she makes her way up there, like, fine, I'll climb up here and sit up here too. I make some small talk being like, did y'all have fun? He doesn't say anything. And eventually, after the silence, Conrad blurts out, I have to tell you something. Jared cheated on you when he went to Cabo. One of his friends was bragging about it tonight, and I really didn't want to have to tell you like this. And I didn't want to have to be the one to tell you, but you deserve to know. You had the right to know. Belly takes in a deep breath. She's not even looking at Conrad. She's looking in front of her and she's like, I know. To which Conrad goes, you knew? You knew and you're still marrying him? Belly says he made a mistake. You're kidding me. Like, you're kidding me, right? He cheated on you and you're now defending him. Conrad, it's none of your business. Conrad goes on saying, none of my business. He's my brother and you're my... Take note of that. Take note of that pause. He then goes on to say, I never thought you would be the type of girl who would put up with that from a guy. Belly then says, I put up with way worse with you. I never once even looked at another girl when I was with you. Not once. I thought you knew that. Well, you thought wrong, Conrad. She's now walking away and he runs up behind her to stop her. She has spinned out of his grasp. She's walking in the opposite direction. Conrad hollers after her, I still love you. This is the night before her wedding. Timeline, this is the night before her wedding. Drama. Belly is frozen in her steps and she just goes, don't say that. Don't say that. Conrad has unleashed something because he just keeps on going saying, I don't know if I'll ever get you out of my system. Belly says, you're just saying that all of a sudden because I'm marrying your brother. It's not all of a sudden, Belly. Just tell me, why are you getting married now? Just live together. In this moment, Belly is actually thinking to herself, I've asked myself that very same question. I don't have an answer for anyone. But she doesn't tell him that. It's too emotionally charged of a moment to tell him that. She continues to start to walk away again, and he literally wraps his arms around her, pleading for her to stop. He says, 2 years ago, I messed up. I didn't sleep that night in the motel. I was trying to figure out what to do. I knew that I loved you. And I knew that I shouldn't. I didn't have the right to love you after everything I put you through. My mom had just died and I had so much anger inside of me. And I didn't have it in me to love you the way you deserved. But I knew that JR did. If I kept you, I was just going to keep hurting you. I had to let you go, but this summer, you the way we used to, you looking at me the same way you used to. He's my brother and I hate myself for doing this. But when I see you two together, I hate him. Don't marry him. Be with me. Don't marry him. Be with me. Be with me. He's sobbing, mind you. Like literally sobbing as he's getting out all of these words. She pushes him off of her and says, you and I will never be what JR and I are. He is my best friend and you and I were never anything. The second she says this, she sees the light in Conrad's eyes just die. She starts to walk back to the house, but she doesn't make her way in because she knew that JR was going to question her. So as soon as she could no longer see Conrad, she sank in the sand and she just cried. She then goes into the house, gets into the same bed as JR, and says, I love you, to his back while he's asleep. The next day is awkward as can be. Conrad is trying to apologize and Belly is just like, stop. I don't want to hear it. And he also says, I barely remember what I even said. I just know that it was probably out of line. And Belly was like, you didn't drink anything last night. Yeah, I did. I definitely did. I definitely did. That's why I don't remember anything. This just makes Belly so angry because she just says, you brought all of that up right before my wedding. And now you have the nerve to tell me you don't remember any of it? Like, what kind of twisted game is this to you? She then says, I want you gone. And says, I'm not leaving. What do you expect me to say? What do you want from me? To tell you that you just broke my heart last night? I still love you, Conrad says. I never stopped loving you. I think you know it and I think you've known it this whole time. And I'm not gonna pretend for you anymore. I'm not gonna do that. She has this sinking feeling in her chest that she is never going to be able to let him go. But she also can't walk away from JR. If she chases Conrad, she could never go back. She would be betting her whole life on him, and she couldn't do that. Not with the amount of times that he has let her down. It's too risky. Conrad point of view. He is kind of high on life, even though he's a little disappointed because he's like, I've told her, I've finally gotten off my chest, it is now off my plate. And he is also like, I don't need to hear her say it back because I know from the way she was looking at me this morning that she's still in love with me too. I saw it. And now he's just thinking, where does this leave us? Where on earth does this leave us? And also, why didn't I tell her a year ago, a month ago? Why did I wait until like 24 hours before her wedding? She probably would have left with me if I had done it earlier. If I would have done it last week, she probably would have left. He sees Taylor and Taylor says, what on earth did you say to Belly last night? And Conrad doesn't say anything and she goes, you're probably the only one who can stop this wedding from happening. You better be sure that you still want her. Because if not, you're just ruining her life for the fun of it. Be the good guy that she always claims that you are. And let her go, once and for all. Conrad is now really conflicted because in his mind, he was like, I can fight for her. I know that I'm still in her heart. I will go down swinging. And then he's thinking to himself, well, if I do that, then I'm not the good guy she tells everyone that I am. I'm the bad guy. Rehearsal dinner's going on and Conrad feels like he is going to lose his mind because he is having to watch Belly and Jeremiah be all lovey-dovey on the eve of their wedding. After this dinner, Laurel can see that he is having a tough time, and so she's like, let's go get a drink. She's asking him like, how are you doing? And he looks at her and goes, honestly, it's killing me right now. Laurel says, I know you love her, and I know that this is so hard on you. We'll get through it together, you and me. I just really wish your mom was here. We really need her right now, don't we? And Conrad nods his head and he cries on Laurel's shoulder. Back to Belly's POV. Belly knocks on JR's door and she's like, I need to tell you something. Conrad told me that he has feelings for me last night. JR doesn't say anything, so Belly's like, I'm just gonna keep talking. I gotta get this off my chest. She's like, I told him I didn't feel the same way. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I didn't want to. And he interrupts her. I am going to hurt him. Why are you still protecting him? Are you just marrying me to erase him at this point? And she's shaking her head being like, no, no, no. And Jeremiah goes, I don't believe you. I see the way you look at him and you've never looked at me that way. Ellie's like, I know me and him have a past, but can we just forget that and make our own future? And then goes, if it's so in the past, why didn't you tell me about December? I told y'all to remember that night. I told you. Maya says, I knew all about it. I learned about it that week because Conrad told me that he saw you and I've been waiting for you to bring it up and you never did. And then Belly says, we're still getting married tomorrow, right? You and me? Jer says, I need some space. I need to take some time. I need some space. It's now the day of the wedding. Laurel has come into Belly's room. She's looking at her and she's like, you look so beautiful. Are you gonna put your dress on yet? And she's like, no, not yet. Not time. She's anxious because she hasn't heard from Jeremiah. Doesn't know where he is. And Laurel just says, here, you need to have this. This is from Susanna. She wrote it to you for your wedding day. Once Laurel leaves, Stephen comes in and he's like, Jer is still not back. And now Belly's like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, crisis mode. Stephen also says that Conrad has now gone after him. And some time has passed. Stephen has returned and said, oh, Conrad brought it back. Conrad and Jer are here. Stephen then says before he leaves the room, I got 5 words for you, Belly. Go big or go home. Now I know all of y'all are thinking, wow, that was the fastest chapter recap you could have ever given us, Sav. That is so true because that is how that chapter went down. But let's go into Conrad's POV so that y'all know exactly what happened when Conrad found Jer. Because it's messy. On his way to go find Jer, Conrad runs into Laurel. Laurel's like, oh my goodness, actually next time you see Jer, can you give him this? And it is a letter that says Jeremiah on the front, obviously from Susanna for his wedding day. And she goes, I just think Susanna would want it to be from you. And so while he's on the hunt for Jeremiah, Conrad has his letter in his back pocket. He found Jer. Jer went to the women's shelter and he's sitting on the bench. Conrad looks at Jer and says, we don't have time for this. Just get up and punch me and we can move forward. Jer looks at him and says, no, you'll feel better and you don't deserve it. Conrad says, don't make her wait on her wedding day. Jeremiah lunges at Conrad and says, don't talk to me about her. If you have feelings for her, why did you give me permission? I did the right thing in this scenario. I asked you. Conrad then goes, really? You asked me when you were making out with her when I was going to go take my exam? That's when you asked me? That was you doing the right thing. I gave you the go-ahead because I knew that you would take care of her. I trusted you. And then you went and cheated on her in Cabo? Maybe I should be the one asking you right now, Jared, do you even love her? This is when Jeremiah throws that first punch and it lands right in Conrad's jaw. Jeremiah goes, you are a coward. You won't even admit to me that you love her. Conrad says, fine, I love her. And I'll admit it, sometimes I think that she's the only person out there for me. But she chose you. She wants to marry you, so let's go. And here, take this. It's from Mom. And it's the letter from Susanna, obviously. Jer starts to read the letter and he begins to cry, saying, okay, I'm going back, but I don't want you there. You're not my brother anymore. I hope everything you said to her was what you wanted to say because you will never see her again after today. He then hands Conrad his letter and says, this is yours, not mine. And he leaves. Conrad sits on the bench. He opens the letter that had Jeremiah's name on the envelope. But when he unfolded the letter, it said, Dear Conrad. Back to Belly's POV, she hears someone knock on the door. She lets them in. It's Conrad. Comes over to him being like, oh my gosh, your face. Because, you know, he got hit. He's bruised. He got punched in the face. And then she's like, you shouldn't be here. Jared's going to be here any moment. He can't see you in here. And Conrad says, I need to say something to you. I think you've said plenty. Conrad starts walking away and then he stops, looks at her and goes, do you remember Infinity? What about it, Conrad? Here, catch, he tells her, and he throws her a jewelry box that has a silver necklace with a little infinity pendant on it. Remember this necklace from the previous book, please and thank you. It says, I bought this for your birthday. And if we go back to the first book, you will recall that on her 16th birthday, it was the only birthday that he had not bought her a gift. In their whole lives, it was the only birthday that he forgot. In quotation marks, because this is actually what he bought her. He just didn't gift it to her then. He then says, it belongs to you and it always has. I was too afraid to give it to you back then. You need to know that whatever happened was worth it to me. Loving you was worth it for me. He went over to Belly and he kissed her on her forehead. Then he leaves the room and Belly notes that this feeling was worse than death. Let's do one final flashback to when Belly was 16, Conrad was 18. This is their first Valentine's Day together as a couple. school. Belly knew that she was not going to see him this day because he had classes until 7 p.m. And she was like, it's not a big deal. I don't need chocolates for him. I don't need flowers for him. It is what it is. She's in her room. She gets a text from Conrad and it says, go to the window. She runs to the window and she sees that Conrad has driven to her. He has a picnic blanket on the ground and all these little snacks and such. And so she runs downstairs and he's like, let's stargaze. Let's look up at the sky tonight. And that's really all that they do. They lay down on the blanket and they just look up at the sky. She tells him that lying here with you, looking at the stars makes me feel like I'm lying on a planet so wide, so infinite. He then tells her that he knew that she would understand and that she would get it, and that sometimes he doesn't think that he will ever trust anyone else as much as he trusts her. And this is a direct quote that Belly was thinking that day. So no, on Valentine's Day, he didn't give me flowers or candy. He gave me the moon and the stars. He gave me infinity. Present day, Jared's finally made it into the room. He needs to talk to Belly. He then says, isn't it bad luck for the bride and groom to see each other on the wedding? And then she goes, so there is going to be a wedding. Well, I'm already dressed and you're already dressed. Might as well get married. Belly then says, where did you go? Jared tells her, I just needed time, but I'm ready now. Let's do this. Okay, but like, can we please talk about it? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it ever again. He says, I want you. I'm always here for you. I want all of you, and you are holding back from me. Know that I don't have your whole heart, and how do you think that that makes me feel? Knowing that I am forever your second choice. Knowing that it was supposed to be you two. Knowing it was always supposed to be Belly and Conrad. I thought I could do this, but I don't think I can. Not unless you look me in the eyes right now and tell me that you don't love Conrad. Belly replies with, I love you. That's not what I was asking you. Belly says, I do think a part of me will always love Conrad, but I choose you. I am choosing you. Jared says, that's not enough. I want you. I want all of you. That's not enough for me. He walks towards the letter that Susanna wrote for Belly and he goes, you still haven't read it yet, have you? I got one too, but it was addressed to Conrad, so my mom must have gotten them mixed up. She told him that she has only seen him in love one time. And it was with you. I won't be the reason that you don't go to him. I won't be your excuse. Always known this, and I still asked you to marry me. But he's gonna let you down. He will, because it's what he always does. And as y'all can predict, there was not a wedding this day. They did not get married. In fact, Stephen and the rest of Jeremiah's frat bros are the ones that picked up all the chairs, moved everything back inside, and wrapped it all up. Jeremiah and Belly broke up that day. It is now a couple years later, and we are finally reading the letter from Susanna to Belly that's supposed to be read on her wedding day. Susanna goes, my dearest Belly, I'm picturing you on your wedding day. You look radiant and beautiful. I picture you marrying a man who is solid, with kind eyes, and is wonderful and amazing, even if his last name isn't Fisher. You're my special girl, and watching you grow up was the biggest honor of my life. Be happy and be good to one another. All my love, Susanna. Belly is thinking, oh, if you could see us now. I'm 23, about to be 24. Jer and I broke up. Jer ended up living in the frat house that next semester, and I got to live with Annika. I chose to study abroad my junior year. I went to Spain. Spain's when I got my first letter from him. And not just any letter. I ain't talking email. I'm talking handwritten carrier pigeon type letter. Romance. But and this is Belly's thoughts, by the way. She goes, I didn't write back. Not at first. And the first time I saw him again was at my graduation. And I just knew. He's kind and he is good and he is wonderful. And you know what? He does have the last name Fisher. And she's wearing the dress that her and her mother picked out together. She is freshly married. This last part of this book, we've already seen and heard from the end of the second book. This is that callback. Let's talk about it one more time. One more time, let's relive it. They are running to the car. He opens the door for her and he asks, are you sure? She laughs and says no. Everyone's gonna be expecting them at the reception, but it's okay, it's their wedding day, they can wait because no one else can do the first dance to stay if they're not there. She sees Jared out of the car window and he waves to her and smiles real big. Conrad opens his door, gets in the driver's seat, and says, let's do this. Parks right on the sand, and it's still raining outside, so it doesn't matter if the clothes get wet. And they run towards the water. He picks her up. She looks at him and goes, you better not get any ideas of belly flopping me because I will take you down with me. Conrad smiles at her saying, I go wherever you go. They are married, her and Conrad. Conrad, the first boy she ever loved. And that is the official end of the third book in the Summer I Turned Pretty series, but the end of my book, my edition, had the letters that he wrote to her while she was in Spain. So I think we should talk about those two to really, really conclude this series. First letter, Conrad goes, I don't know if this is allowed, but Laurel let me know where you were at and I really just wanted to write to you. I just went over to Laurel's house to help fix the computer and I went to your room because that's where the printer is now and I saw Junior Mint. You remember Junior Mint? I won him for you and I remember because I spent $30 to $40 on that thing. And he's mad at you because you left him behind. He feels so lost without you. So here he is. So with that letter, he also mailed Junior Mint to her. In letter 2, Belly does not respond right away. Like, Belly has not responded by now. Keep that in mind. Conrad goes, this is so weird writing to you. And oh, you're welcome, by the way, for Junior Mint. Gosh, I was hoping for a thank you card from you. I was. Conrad goes on saying, I should be working on homework, but this is really all I want to be doing right now. Laurel also told me that you got lost looking for Sour Patch Kids. So here is the biggest bag I could find. I hope you enjoy. And I really hope that you're happy. Next letter, Conrad writes, he goes, so far I've written you 3 letters and you've written me, oh yeah, none. Oh, I heard you met some guy in Spain. By the way, he rides a scooter. Really, Belly, a guy with a scooter. I don't really know what you see in a guy like that, but honestly, I don't know what you saw in a guy like me either. The next letter, Connor says, you didn't write back. I was positive that you were going to. I went over to Dad's house and I saw that Jerry was there and Jerry actually talked to me this time. This is big for us. He told me that you guys are currently talking and that you also cut your hair. And honestly, I didn't want it to, but it really affected me that he told me that he's been able to talk to you and hear from you. But I don't think he hates me anymore, which is the important thing. Also, in case you can't tell, I think about you a lot. Basically, all the time. I am thinking about you. Next letter, it's Christmas. He went to Cousins. He's going through all the old family portraits that Susanna used to paint, so he's mentioning those to Belly. And do you remember you and me last Christmas here? Easily the best Christmas of my life. This is the final letter, but it is from Belly to Conrad. She goes, when I come home, you better show me those family portraits and you best believe I'm taking it back with me. Yes, I do remember last Christmas. It is also my favorite. For years, Conrad kept this specific letter from Belly in his wallet. This is what kept him hoping. Wanted to keep it with him always. But Belly told him that it needs to go with the rest of the letters where they belonged. And that is the end, the official end of the Summer I Turn Pretty series. If you made it to the very end of this video, y'all are amazing. And please leave an emoji in the comments down below so that I can see who the real ones are. Anywho, thanks for being here. This is already a long video as it is, so I will see y'all later. Bye everyone.